we also don't live in Kansas. We don't live in North Dakota. This is New York State. And our homeland security is not a political matter. That memory on 9/11, that memory when men and women literally jumped to their death rather than being burned alive, that may have been forgotten in certain corners of this country, but it can never be forgotten in New York State or in New York City. And I just want to have it be said from the outset that as chairman of this committee, and I know the other senators are here today, we have bent over backwards to make sure that all sides be represented, actually reaching out to rank and file members and asking for their input dozens of times through communications and emails. Those requests were absolutely ignored, and the first time I heard of any questions about this hearing was through a Google alert. There's some who are more concerned about the front page press of today. And I understand politics. My skin is as thick, even as a young politician, as a Arkansas Razorback. I understand politics. But we cannot allow our homeland security to become a political football. Being in New York City and in New York State, it's increasingly likely that a small group of well-financed people are going to be able to exact enormous harm to the United States of America. And as New Yorkers, we have to realize that their vehicle would much less likely be Kansas than it would New York City. We've made great progress since 9/11, but there are still very serious issues that need to be addressed. And I point to the agenda today of over 16 speakers speaking on issues from electromagnetic pulse devices to interoperability of our radio systems to our first responders and many other issues. This is a far-reaching and far-ranging hearing that will continue throughout this state. I'd like to introduce a few senators that have come here today. First, Senator Tom O'Mara. And how are you?
Good.
Senator Marty Golden. Joe Griffo. And Senator Eric Adams. Oh, Senator Tony, would you like to come over here? Come sit down. Okay, very good. And then the ranker on the committee is Senator Dabo, who's on his way. So without further ado, we'll move forward. Congressman King, an absolute pleasure, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator Ball. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And at the outset, let me thank you profoundly for holding this hearing. This, to me, you are meeting your obligation as chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and you would be absolutely remiss in not carrying out your duty if you do not hold this hearing. The greatest threat facing our nation and our civilization today is the threat of al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is a movement which, as we all know, carried out the devastating attacks of September 11th and is intent on destroying our civilization and our way of life. Now, the purpose of your hearing, as I understand it, is to see what progress we've made since September 11th. There's no way we can determine that progress and see where we are unless we know where we stand vis-a-vis the enemy. There's no way we can do that unless we know who the enemy is. And let me just say, from a personal level, I've been really very upset and annoyed by the personal attacks made upon you. I think these are mindless attacks. They come from political special interests. They come from special interests in the media who have an ideological bias. And I admire you for standing up to them. And I know you will continue to, because what you're doing is what has to be done, I believe, to protect our state and our nation. Since 9/11, our country has made extraordinary progress in meeting the threat from al-Qaeda. Our allies are much more coordinated than they ever were before. Within our own country, the intelligence community is much more coordinated than it ever was before. There's much more intelligence sharing with all levels of government, federal, state, and local. And at the federal level, you have the FBI and the CIA speaking with one another. You have the Department of Homeland Security, which whatever startup faults it may have, is still providing an outstanding service. Here in New York, with the NYPD, what they have done to be in the forefront, under Commissioner Kelly, the forefront of what has to be done, working too with our partners in Nassau County, Suffolk County, the state police. So we are as prepared, as almost far more prepared than we were on September 11th as far as an attack from outside the country. But al-Qaeda has realized that. So several years ago, al-Qaeda made the conscious decision, knowing that it would be very, very difficult to replicate another 9/11 attack about an attack coming from the outside. So what they're doing now is they're recruiting from within, and they've decided to recruit among people living in this country legally, people below the radar screen, people who have no terrorist involvement. They're recruiting from the Muslim community living in this country. So we've seen examples of that right here in New York. We had Zazi, the subway bomber, he went to high school in Queens, raised in New York, had a small business in Lower Manhattan, no terrorist involvement, no arrests, no anything. And yet he was taken to Afghanistan, trained a number of occasions, come back here as an explosive expert, and was stopped literally hours from when he could have carried out a devastating liquid explosive attack on the New York City subway system. And we found that, we only found Zazi, it wasn't necessarily luck, but it was really almost a needle in the haystack. There were other individuals overseas whose lines were being intercepted and tapped, and in the course of one of those conversations, a CIA analyst heard a name mentioned that was new to them. It turned out to be Zazi's. And that's how this all happened, because of a telephone intercept of two other people overseas mentioning Zazi's name. That's how close we came to an attack here being successful in New York. And I grew up in New York City. My father was a city cop for many years. I lived in Sunnyside. My heart and soul has always been in New York City, and the thought of that type of an attack on the subway system is absolutely devastating. Then we had Shahzad, the Times Square bomber. Here's a person who had actually become an American citizen. His father was very successful in the Pakistani military, traveling back and forth to Pakistan. He was questioned many times, as people do when they're visiting certain countries, gave all the right answers under the radar screen, and yet he carried out this attack, which, again, only for the grace of God, was not successful. And one of the reasons, by the way, to give credit why that attack was not successful is because the fertilizer he was using was not lethal enough. One of the reasons it was not lethal enough is because of the effort we've had from people like Commissioner Kelly in trying to have more controls on the fertilizers that are sold. But again, he came very, very close to carrying out a deadly attack on a Saturday evening in Times Square. Major Hassan, United States Army, psychiatrist, a major in the United States Army, carried out a brutal attack at Fort Hood, murdered 13 people. And again, I believe it's only because of political correctness that Major Hassan was not stopped earlier. Because anyone who has examined any of the email traffic or any of his communications with Alaki, who was the head of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, would have realized that he was a man intent on carrying out damage against the country. But yet, for political correctness reasons, the military and the FBI, for that matter, also chose to look the other way. So we have to be very, very aware that there is now this threat from within the country. And let me preface all that by saying that the overwhelming majority of Muslims in this country, 99%, whatever the number is, are outstanding Americans, make great contributions to our society. They really, many, especially the first generation, they have that immigrant culture, which is really the heart and soul of our nation. So this is not about Muslims. But the fact is, the enemy, or those being recruited by Al-Qaeda, live within the Muslim community. And that's the reality we have to face. And, you know, we're many ethnic groups here in New York. When we were going after the Westies, the Irish-American community was investigated. Going after the Mafia, it was the Italian-American community that was being investigated. You look into it. This is not to put a broad brush over a community, but you go where the threat is coming from, and that's the reality today. Now, having said that, I don't believe that a sufficient number of leaders in the Muslim community face up to this. I think the opposition you get from your hearing is an example of that. Rather than the leadership coming forward and endorsing your hearing and say, how can we help, how can we work, immediately the attacks start. And where do the attacks come from? And the media just falls in lockstep when you have groups like CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a major terrorist funding case in this country, which the FBI Director Mueller will not even allow his bureau to work with, yet they are cited in the paper time and again as a legitimate civil rights organization, as if they were B'nai B'rith or the NAACP or the Ancient Order of Hibernians or Catholic Charities or the Moose or the Elks. The fact is they are unindicted co-conspirators in a major terrorist case, and yet that is virtually never, ever mentioned in the media, and they are almost invariably cited, and they usually start the first round of attacks. Then you see the others follow in lockstep after that. I saw that when I announced my hearings in Washington. The first attack came from CARE, and whatever they laid out in their first press release, then that just became the mantra for the media and others who just followed their line. So at my hearings in Washington, and continue to urge the responsible people in the Muslim community to assert themselves, come forward, and speak out in behalf of what you are trying to do here today. Now, on specifics as to what has to be done in New York, as I said, under every terror threat analysis I've seen, New York City and the surrounding suburbs are the #1 terrorist target. In fact, you could almost have two separate lists. You could have New York on one and the rest of the country on another, because they have these point systems that I've seen. And under those point systems, the separation between New York #1 and the #2 city is probably greater than between the #2 city and the #20 city. I mean, that's what a target we are for any number of reasons, for churches, temples, Wall Street, subways, ports, icons, just the diversity we have here. We are the symbol of America, and therefore the #1 enemy of Al-Qaeda. So with that, and that's why, thank God, what Commissioner Kelly has done and the adjoining police departments in cooperation in setting up multiple layers of defense. The most important right now is to complete the Securing the Cities program, STC. This is absolutely essential because what most intelligence people believe now is that the next attack against a major city, and we have to assume it's going to be New York, will be launched in the suburbs. That's what happened in London. That's what happened in Madrid. Because in a suburban area, which is spread out, it's much more difficult to have the type of surveillance that's possible in a city area. And we would have a bomb constructed outside the city in the suburban areas and brought into the city. The ultimate nightmare on top of that is to make it a dirty bomb and have a bomb, again, brought in from Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, northern New Jersey, Westchester, Rockland, brought into the city, which is why the Secure the Cities program, which Commissioner Kelly has come forward with, which sets basically a radiation detection system on every road, parkway, highway, expressway, tunnel, bridge, leading from the suburbs into the city. This radiation detection system would spot, hopefully, any type of dirty bomb being brought in. Federal government, in the last 2 years, the Obama administration had refused to fund it. The Congress, we were able to put money back into it. But this year, I'm very happy that the Obama administration has now accepted the Secure the Cities program and has almost $20 million in the program for this year. And hopefully that will be endorsed by both houses of Congress and it will go forward. Another area where there's still a real deficiency is on interoperable communications. The progress that's necessary has not been made on that. We've introduced bipartisan legislation in Congress. I'm introducing it in the Senate along with my ranking member on the Homeland Security Committee, Congressman Benny Thompson. It's bipartisan legislation. And in the Senate, we have people such as Joe Lieberman, Senator Rockefeller, Senator McCain, which would allocate the D block specifically for law enforcement. And this is it's getting some resistance, but I believe it's absolutely essential that we go forward with it. You mentioned the point of this not being North Dakota or Kansas. One of the inequities in the funding system for Homeland Security is money goes to places in this country which won't be attacked in a million years. You have much needed Homeland Security funds being spread all over the country. This is a bipartisan problem. It happened during the Bush administration. It's happening during the Obama administration. Part of it's the political reality that each state in the Senate gets 2 votes, no matter how large they are. So North Dakota gets as much as California or New York or Texas. And so there is definitely money which is much needed in places like New York or Houston, Texas, or Chicago, Illinois, or Washington, D.C., instead going to remote rural areas. We've cut back on that somewhat, but it's going to be a long, hard fight because the political realities being what they are. So I just want to emphasize, as we approach the 10th anniversary of September 11th, that the threat now is as real as it's ever been. Secretary Napolitano said the threat level is higher now than at any time since September 11th. Attorney General Eric Holder says he stays awake at night, unable to sleep because of the threat of the growing radicalization in this country of young men who are willing to take up arms against their own governments. These are real threats. These are not concocted. These are not illusory. These are not imaginary. These are very, very real threats. And I would just say that as we approach the 10th anniversary, not for people to look upon September 11th as just some historical moment like Gettysburg or Pearl Harbor or Bunker Hill. It was the first battle in a war which is still being waged. And the war, as I said, with the threat level being as high now as it's been since September 11th, and we being in New York, being the #1 terrorist target, this is real. We cannot hide from it. Eric Holder gave a speech back in November where he was defending the sting operations he was operating and using, and he was being attacked by various groups such as CARE. Eric Holder, probably the most liberal attorney general we've ever had, said these sting operations are absolutely essential. Dennis McDonough, the President's Deputy National Security Advisor, and I don't know if Dennis McDonough wants to be put in the same category, Senator Ball, as you and I, and I don't know if we want to be with him, even though he's actually a very able guy. But Dennis McDonough called me the week before my hearings and told me that the White House wanted me to go ahead with these hearings because we have to face up to the reality of that al-Qaeda is recruiting in our country. And then he gave a speech several days later where he made a point of saying that we can no longer live in a world where we don't realize how real the threat is of al-Qaeda radicalizing the Muslim American community. These are Dennis McDonough's words, not mine, not yours, but the chief advisor to the President of the United States came forward and made a major address on this because he wanted to cut through the political correctness, which I believe is just trying to put us in a straitjacket. So I want to commend you today for having this hearing, for standing up to the, I believe, many cases, the mindless opposition that's been thrown up against you. After I testify and after I attempt to answer your questions, I'll be going back to Washington to solve the small issue of the government being shut down today. If it does shut down, Senator, I'm going to blame you. I'm going to say Senator Ball made me come up and testify before his committee, and as a result of that, the government of the United States shut down. But no, seriously, I can't thank you enough for holding this hearing, and thank all the members of the committee who are here today. And let me just acknowledge two senators from my own area I see come in, Senator Zeldin and Senator Jack Martins, and again, thank them for their service and for all the support they've given me on this issue over the years. And with that, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Congressman King, and thank you for being here today. You talked about funding, and funding obviously is very important for not only our city but our state. What can we as a state legislature, Democrat, Republican, Assembly and Senate and Governor, do that can assist in directing more federal funds into the state of New York?
You know, I know these are tough budget times, and there are going to be some cuts in Washington. I've been working to minimize those cuts as they affect New York. We've gotten a lot more. The initial cuts that went through the House would have been much more severe for transit security and port security. I've been able to get most of that money put back in. I would say coordination between Albany and Washington. You know, Governor Cuomo has called me and told me he'll be willing to work with Secretary Napolitano when they start announcing the funding to make sure New York gets what it's entitled to. And really, I would just emphasize the cooperation, which there is, by the way, between the state police and the feds. Governor Cuomo has stepped forward and told me he wants to work more closely on it. So I would just say keep it a main priority and really maintain your relationships with Washington, not just in the Congress, but also in the Department of Homeland Security. They are, and I'll say this in a bipartisan way, Secretary Napolitano does want to work with the local governments, and they realize they have accepted that New York is the #1 target, and they are trying to accommodate that in legislation that has not made it through the Senate yet, but it did make it through the House. The number of top terrorist cities in the country, terror targets, has been reduced from 50 to 25, which will hopefully make a greater percentage of money available to New York. But Senator Golden, I would just say, again, maintain lines of communication with, with DHS and also with the Justice Department.
The biggest issue we seem to have is communications. Are the agencies working well enough under your estimation, and communications between radios, between NYPD, between the transit system, the MTA, the camera system with the MTA system, the Port Authority on a different radio frequency? Do you think that we are working in the right direction and being able to have the right communications here in the city and state of New York? And you're right, it's only a matter of time. The 20 different attempts to get it right in this city has been stopped, obviously, by not only the FBI, but obviously Kelly, who's done an outstanding job at NYPD. But do you think the focus on communications here in the city and the state, is that something that needs to be addressed?
Yeah, communications is one area where we have not made the progress we should since September 11th. A lot's been done. In fact, I was talking to some people in the FDNY the other day talking about the improvements that have been made, but more has to be done. I know Commissioner Kelly is very concerned about it. I think the most important thing is the D-block legislation, which will allocate one frequency entirely to law enforcement and first responders, so that there will be as unblocked line of communication. It's, I believe, essential, and I think we are getting bipartisan support on that. And as far as other types, if you're talking about cooperation communication, that is better than it was, I'm sure much better than it was back in your days as a cop when the FBI didn't talk to the NYPD and vice versa. There is a greater level of information sharing now, still not enough, I don't believe, among all the federal agencies and also with feds and the state and locals. It's better than it was. It should be better.
Our port security.
Port security, that was one of the real concerns I had in the first bill that went through the Republican House. I'll take a shot at my own party. They had cut the port security money by almost two-thirds. I've been able to get most of that money back in there. Port security has come a long way. The funding has gone up dramatically in the last 6 years. But again, with the ports in the New York, New Jersey area, and the volume of port traffic that there is and how much of the world's economy depend on it, there's always the concern that something is going to be brought in, a radioactive device in particular. But port security, again, is significantly better than it was, but we're constantly in need of better technology and also to make sure that our overseas partners are cooperating with us and we have the systems in place, the layers of defense in place.
Fort Hamilton Army Base is a facility that's in my district. Fort Hamilton Army Base obviously played a significant role in 9/11, but even before that, in 1994, when we had the first bombing of the World Trade Center, we needed to have the ability to get troops in and out and get supplies in and out. The Fort Hamilton, under a new leadership under this Colonel Gould, looking at the possibilities of more enhancement for this type of being prepared for the next event, having these federal agencies and National Guard reserves and Army ready to move if, in fact, we need it within the tri-state area. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with you and Congressman Grimm on that. I've been to Fort Hamilton. I've discussed some of these issues with them. You're right. It's both its location and just because of work that's done there, it's very vital assets in New York. And again, I'm in support of what you're talking about. I'd be very happy to work with you on it. Michael
Grimm, we're working with a good congressman, and with yourself, hopefully we can get that completed. Last question. Military response, National Guard, reserves here in the city of New York, at our ports, at our train stations, at Grand Central, obviously is a burden to the state of New York. Is there any type of funding that we can count on for the military or additional military response from our federal government in giving us some assistance, especially in this year being that of the anniversary of 9/11, and obviously I would imagine the threat assessment in our nation, and if you can close with the threat assessment, I would imagine is, again, not Kansas or Buckeye, Idaho, but the city of New York.
Yeah, first of all, I cannot hold out very much hope for getting increased funding for New York, or for anywhere, as far as increased funding. With the budget cuts in Washington, the idea is to try to minimize those cuts and to try to allocate some other money to New York, but to get a new funding stream in, I don't really see it happening right now. But as we approach September 11th and the lead up to it, I can assure you that in a bipartisan way, both I and the entire New York delegation are working to get whatever resources we can. You mentioned the terror threat. As I said, there is no comparison at all between where New York stands on the terror list and everyone. We're on our own list, unfortunately. It's not a list you want to be on, but we are on a list all by ourselves.
Well, I think you, Congressman King, you're doing a great job. We do have some leaders coming up from the Muslim community that are going to be speaking later, Cyrus McGoldrick and Linda Sassour. These are people that want to work with our community and to make sure that our city and state remain safe, and I think we want to see more and more of that. I want to thank you for coming out here today and taking of your time, and I know it's a big burden on you having to leave and come back up here, but I really appreciate it.
Actually, it was good to get away.
I want to thank Senator Addabbo for joining us. He's the minority ranker on Homeland Security. It's been a real help and a real partner, so thank you, Senator.
Senator Ball, could I just have one moment to say that Senator Addabbo's father was my congressman many years ago in Queens. And the last time we saw each other, he cut me off on the Woodhaven Boulevard.
That's the reason I don't have Senate plates.
Senator Zeldin?
Well, Chairman Ball, I just want to say thank you for holding this hearing. I don't have a question as much as a statement, and I could speak for myself, but I'm sure I'm also able to speak for many other New Yorkers to say that I firmly believe that New York City and New York is a safer place because you are a congressman and because you are running the Homeland Security Committee. So just as a New Yorker, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
And we all, I'll speak for myself. I mimic that. Thank you. Senator?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. Appreciate you being here. One quick question. After September 11th, the government moved quickly to reorganize with the establishment of the DHS. What are your feelings now 10 years later? Does the structure work as exists, or should we make additional modifications or adjustments in how we structure and organize?
Yes and yes. I think the system, I think DHS is working, but there's still much room for improvement. It's easy to be critical of it. I mean, you had 22 departments and agencies with 190,000 employees all being brought together. They had different cultures, different traditions. They had rivalries. I mean, just imagine tomorrow if the FDNY and the NYPD were put together, and whose tradition is going to trump. So we had that with immigration, with customs, border patrol, all of them being put together, and so many other to have the Secret Service, Coast Guard, all brought under one umbrella. Having said that, I think the department is working. There's really no substitute for it right now, and it is working fairly well. Having said that, there's a lot of room for improvement. It has to be certainly more fine-tuned, more finely tuned, and but on balance, I would say it's a positive asset. But certainly, like what Senator Ball was saying about better allocation of funds, and sometimes I think the department, both under Republican and Democrat, doesn't fully appreciate where the real threats are coming from. Just the reality, dealing with 50 states. But no, I would say Secretary Chertoff, first Secretary Ridge, Secretary Chertoff, and now Secretary Napolitano. I mean, we have a very good relationship. We've had disagreements on particular issues, but I have no doubt of our commitment to make the department work.
Thank you.
Chairman, just, and I know you have to leave, and you touched on it briefly, but Senator Addabbo and I have a kind of a joint question. You talked about it a little bit, and I want to make it absolutely clear and get it on the record. I don't know if a lot of people understand some of the things that came out of your hearing is the stark reality that there is a flow of young individuals who are being recruited in the United States, then being trained by organizations in other countries overseas, and there's a recruiting process. And you dealt with a very tough issue and came under siege, but it's a serious issue. And if you can just go into detail of what's going on there.
Surely. Yeah, when people say that there's any number of extremist elements in this country, why focus on this one? The fact is, this is the only one which is tied to an overseas foreign enemy. And we had cases where we had young men, we use Minneapolis as an example, where you have 36 young Somali Americans are missing. They were over in Somalia. They were obviously recruited in this country. They went to Somalia. Their parents didn't know about it. Their families didn't know about it. When the guardian of one of those young men went to his local mosque, because these were all coming out of various mosques in Minneapolis. When they went to the mosque, went to the imam, said, "Where is my nephew? Where's my son?" They were said, "Oh, he's probably a drug dealer. We don't know where he is." Well, the fact is they had been recruited. They were being trained by Al-Shabaab in Somalia. That young man was murdered. He called home. He said, after he was there a few months, he goes, "This is the wrong deal. I want to come home." They were going to wire him the money, and he was murdered several days later. And when that person, Mr. Behe, went to the FBI to report this, he was warned by members of his mosque, by the imam, don't go to the FBI. When he did go to the FBI, the imam warned the congregants not to cooperate with the FBI in that investigation. So this wasn't just somebody going off on his own and happening to join an organization. He was actually taken out of the United States, sent to a training camp in Somalia to learn to fight for Al-Shabaab. His family was not told about it, and there were 36 men now missing, young men from Minneapolis, missing in Somalia, young Somali Americans. We believe a number of them are killed or captured, but there's still 36 missing and unaccounted for. We had a young man in Tennessee who was a Christian who went to school and was converted to Islam. And then while he was there, he was radicalized, and an imam arranged to have him have papers prepared so he could travel to Yemen to be a so-called English instructor at a school in Yemen. That school was actually a training camp for al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. That's Alaki's group, who was probably the main. He has now supplanted bin Laden as the leading al-Qaeda terrorist in the world. Because now there's branch organizations. There's Central al-Qaeda, there's al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, there's al-Shabaab, and there's al-Qaeda in Iraq, all of which are franchises of al-Qaeda. And he went to Yemen, was trained. Again, when the father tried to find out where his son, what was happening, he wasn't told anything. The son came back as a trained killer, and he was the one who shot the Army recruiters in Arkansas. But again, it wasn't just a person happening to join. He was radicalized, and you had people in the United States facilitating his training, being sent overseas with phony papers to a phony location to be trained as a terrorist. So this is not haphazard. This is not people going off on their own. These are an assembly line. And then you have Zazi in Queens, who was, again, sent to Afghanistan, trained in Afghanistan, sent back. Is a network. So it's not just a person making a bomb in his own basement, some lunatic. These are people being trained, being recruited, and then being sent here. And now, for instance, we have real concerns. For instance, those 36, how many of them are alive. These are trained killers. And these are all U.S. citizens. So if they come back into the country, how do we track them? How do we know where they are? And again, Shahzad, he had become a United States citizen. And yet he was under the radar screen. That's the real worry, people under the radar screen.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Chairman. I know you've got to go. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. We look forward to a state and federal partnership, and I want to thank you for having the willingness to weather the attacks, ask the tough questions, and to keep the state, the city, and this country safe. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I know where you are. I've been there, so thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next we have Richard Daddario, the Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Counterterrorism, the NYPD. Is Richard here? Okay. Good.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Senator,
Morning. How are you?
Senators. My name is Richard Daddario. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Counterterrorism for the New York City Police Department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the policies and programs that Police Commissioner Raymond Kelly has put in place at the New York City Police Department to promote public safety and security since the attacks al-Qaeda launched against New York City and our nation's capital on September 11th, 2001. In the nearly 10 years since 9/11, the NYPD has made an enormous investment in detecting, deterring, and preventing another terrorist attack here in New York City. There are over 1,000 members of the service devoted to counterterrorism activities each day. The majority of these officers are assigned to the Intelligence Division, which has been led by Deputy Commissioner David Cohen since 2002, and to the Counterterrorism Bureau, which I'm the Deputy Commissioner. Allow me to begin with some background on the evolution of the Intelligence Division and the creation of the Counterterrorism Bureau post 9/11. When the Police Commissioner returned to the NYPD in January 2002, he restructured the Intelligence Division, which prior to September 11th was mainly tasked with protecting visiting dignitaries. The NYPD is routinely called upon to supplement the resources of the United States Secret Service in protecting the President of the United States and other world leaders at major events like the United Nations General Assembly. For most of its existence, the NYPD's Intelligence Division coordinated this work, devoting a lesser share of its resources to the gathering of criminal intelligence and nothing at all to counterterrorism activities. Starting in 2002, the police commissioner reordered these priorities. He removed the Intelligence Division from its place within the Detective Bureau and had it report directly to him. The police commissioner also gave the division a new international focus. While it continued to bear responsibility for coordinating the protection of diplomats and world leaders, its primary mission became the gathering and analyzing of global and domestic intelligence relating to terrorism. The police commissioner also created a counterterrorism bureau where none existed before. The singular mission of this bureau is to develop innovative, forward-looking programs and procedures to guard against the threat of international and domestic terrorism in New York City. The members of the NYPD assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI are part of the Counterterrorism Bureau. And as you probably all know, the JTTF combines the FBI's investigative resources with those of other federal agencies as well as state and local police departments. When the police commissioner returned to the department in January 2002, one of the first steps he took was to increase the number of NYPD personnel serving on the JTTF. On September 11th, 2001, there were just 17 NYPD detectives on the New York JTTF. Today, there are more than 120 detectives and high-ranking officers working in the JTTF in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, as well as at the National Counterterrorism Center outside Washington, D.C. These officers work on highly sensitive international and domestic terrorism cases and receive critically important information that the NYPD needs to safeguard New York City. Together, the Counterterrorism Bureau and the Intelligence Division have put together a comprehensive suite of cutting-edge programs that enable the NYPD to operate at the forefront of local law enforcement efforts to detect and deter terrorism. Now, in the time allotted to me today, I'll summarize 9 of those for you. First, the Lower and Midtown Manhattan Security Initiative collects and examines information using counterterrorism technologies, employing cameras, license plate readers, and radiation sensors deployed in high-risk areas around the city. As part of this program, the NYPD has formed information-sharing partnerships with key local stakeholders, both public and private, including the MTA, the Port Authority, and the New York Stock Exchange. Second, talented civilian intelligence analysts with expert knowledge of international affairs study terrorist groups and regions of the world we're concerned about. They perform and disseminate strategic intelligence analysis to the NYPD, as well as to local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. 2 of these analysts authored a groundbreaking report entitled Radicalization in the West in 2008. This study examined 11 cases of homegrown terrorism in the U.S. and abroad and the similarities between them. It was the first report on that subject that was issued by any state or federal agency. Third, the Foreign Liaison Program assigns highly qualified members of the service to serve as liaison officers to law enforcement agencies in 11 cities abroad, including London, Paris, Madrid, Singapore, Tel Aviv, and Abu Dhabi. These liaison officers learn how other countries address and respond to terroristic plots, including events like the commando-style attacks in Mumbai and the bombings targeting transportation systems in London, Madrid, and Moscow. The knowledge they obtain helps the NYPD better defend New York City against similar attacks. Fourth, the Foreign Linguist Program identifies members of the service with exceptional foreign language abilities. Members of this program, proficient in languages including Arabic, Urdu, Pashto, Farsi, Russian, Mandarin, Spanish, have made significant contributions to counterterrorism investigations and programs. Fifth, the Threat Reduction and Critical Infrastructure Protection section develops protective security strategies for high-risk buildings and critical infrastructure throughout the city. In 2009, the NYPD published a book based on the collective efforts of this section entitled Engineering Security, Protective Design for High-Risk Buildings, to guide building owners in calculating the risk to their facilities and to provide protective design recommendations to enhance security. Sixth, as part of the federally funded Securing the Cities program, the NYPD coordinates radiation detection operations with 150 law enforcement and public safety partners across New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to protect against the threat of a nuclear or radioactive weapon. In fact, as I speak now, the department and its law enforcement partners are conducting an exercise that simulates a full-scale regional response to a radiation threat. We're in the fourth day of a 5-day exercise, which will conclude tomorrow. Seventh, a counterterrorism training program educates members of the NYPD, other law enforcement agencies, and private security personnel on counterterrorism tactics, equipment, and procedures. The topics of these courses range from infrastructure protection to radiation detection and many other subjects as well. Eighth, through the NYPD SHIELD program, the department provides information on counterterrorism and security issues to more than 800 security directors of private businesses in New York City. This public-private partnership has fostered a culture of shared responsibility for security, which has contributed substantially to the NYPD's efforts to protect the city. And ninth, the NYPD conducts daily, highly visible counterterrorism deployments, including critical response vehicle surges of upward of 60 marked police cars on a single tour of duty to sensitive locations. This deployment is highly flexible so that personnel can be redeployed during operations as events unfold locally and globally. Hercules deployments, consisting of emergency service units with heavy weapons and tactical gear, canine officers and detectives from the NYPD Intelligence Division, among others, to sensitive locations throughout the city on a daily basis. And transit operational response canine heavy weapons, also known as torch deployments, of similarly equipped officers to the city's critical transportation hubs. And I hope this information has been of interest to the committee, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
Senator Dabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Darita, thank you very much for your time and testimony today, and of course your efforts with counterterrorism in our city. I think there's a direct link between the quality of counterterrorism efforts and budgetary matters, certainly as we heard from Congressman King. Can we compare the two last budgets, the fiscal year 2010-11 and current fiscal year, the proposal as you work up to the city budget June 29th? Can you compare the two budgets as far as funding for counterterrorism within NYPD?
All right. The funding, most of the funding from the city is for personnel costs. As you know, for the police department, more than 95% of the budget is for goes to personnel costs. A lot of the additional money that we have for our program comes through the federal government. There are three major grant programs that provide money that support the kinds of things we do. That's the UASC, the grants. That's the Urban Area Security Initiative grants. There's the Port Security Grant Program and the Transportation Security Grant Program. They provide important money to help support our operations. In the current federal budget, which there's, as you know, there's a lot of debate about this, there was in the initial HR 1 bill substantial cuts in these programs. We're not sure where that's going to wind up. We clearly don't want to have substantial reductions in the flow of money under these grants that support critical counterterrorism activities that we're engaged in. And of course, Congressman King just testified. I know that he's very sensitive to these issues and understands them very well, so we hope that will turn out well in the end.
And just to be clear on the New York City money for personnel, can we just compare the last two budgets, the current fiscal year and obviously the proposed? Are there cuts for the
There
proposed?
have not been. We really don't have at the police department, as I understand it, the budget area. We're not facing cuts that will implicate at least the work that I'm doing at the Counterterrorism Bureau. I don't think it also will affect the Intelligence Division either.
One last question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. You had mentioned, obviously, your efforts with entities outside New York City, MTA and Port Authority. Can we delve into a little bit, which is very critical, the NYPD interaction with FDNY, EMS, and Office of Emergency Management, OEM? How, 10 years later, learning what we did from the 9/11 tragedy, how far have we come with the interaction between those critical entities?
I actually think we work very well with the fire department and all other city agencies. For example, on the Securing the Cities exercise we have this week, we have representatives of the fire department there. We have representatives of health department, other city agencies, MTA, Port Authority Police, all working together with law enforcement officers and agents from around the region, all in a very complicated exercise as part of an ongoing organization. And I've just been very impressed with the cooperation, the coordination, and the kind of set of, I think, enduring relationships that have been fostered through the Securing the Cities program. The Securing the Cities program is funded with money from Congress, direct appropriation bills. We think it's money extraordinarily well spent. As you all know, if there was ever, if we ever had a situation with a dirty bomb or a nuclear event in the city, it would be devastating not only to the city but to I think the nation's security and economy. So this is a program that is designed to protect against that, and as part of it, we've been able really, I think, to foster enduring and especially effective relationships with a range of city agencies, including the ones you've mentioned.
DEP included in that?
Excuse me?
DEP included in that?
Yes, it is. The DEP police as well. In fact, we had them up in a helicopter this week doing some of the work for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We got to move on, but I know Senator Golden has a couple of questions.
Commissioner, if you could be brief because it is a long day, but I have three quick questions. The radios between the MTA, Port Authority, NYPD, what's your assessment and are they going to work?
Well, I have one of the areas I'm working on is the World Trade Center campus. And I know we're working very closely with the Port Authority to assure that we have effective radio communication throughout that center, which includes underground areas. I have not worked on the MTA interoperability issue, which I think is on your agenda today, and I'm not here to discuss that. But I do think that there has been progress in that area. I know you have. Because I think the progress is in the understanding of what the technology allows, and looking ahead to as you know, there's the public safety band issue with the new radio frequencies that would be given out. To some extent, that may provide the solution because you're talking about really a very complicated, technologically complicated.
Commissioner, could you get back with
problem.
Could your department give us an assessment to the chairman of this committee when it's ready, and so we can understand the differences between the systems and if the systems are compatible? The Next question, port security.
Yep.
Is a dirty bomb possible or other type of bomb possible at our ports? And is a heat-seeking missile possible at our airports?
All those things are theoretically possible.
Theoretically, but
The issue which you're talking about
probability?
I think given the kind of security we have in place, I would say the probability is low, but theoretically, is it possible for someone to employ a dirty bomb? Certainly. That's why we have the Securing the Cities program. Is it theoretically possible for someone to obtain a heat-seeking missile? Yes, but there are substantial.
Difficulties
There's a
getting
lot of
them.
work that's being done to prevent that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Last question, funding. How are these individual groups being funded, and what are we doing technology-wise to try to spot and undertake the transfer of funds across the network of the world?
That's a very complicated question, Senator.
Try to
As you
be
know,
brief if you can.
It's an effort that's being done at through the federal government, from the Treasury Department, the FBI, the intelligence agencies that are working to cut off the flow of money internationally. The NYPD plays a lesser role in that, obviously, except through the fact that our officers are employed within the JTTF as part of the national effort, and in part it addresses the kinds of problems that you've just arrayed.
We have men, though, in foreign countries today. Are they looking at that, the detectives? So they're looking at transfer of funds in those countries?
We have detectives who work on those types of cases, along with federal agents and federal intelligence officers, as well as federal people involved with federal regulation of the financial industry.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Mike Cutler. Mike Cutler is a senior special agent, INS retired. Mike was also born with a tremendous gift to gab, and Mike, I need your help here to try to get us back on topic and on target, on time anyways. Okay? Thank you for being here.
How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Senator Golden? I want to thank you so much for having this hearing, Senator Ball. It's a privilege to be here. I know you're the chairman. This is the first time we've met since you've been elected senator, and you've risen to the position of chairman. That's a political decision, but it's about leadership, and I want to thank you for the leadership you've consistently demonstrated on these issues that are so important to all of us. While the capital of New York State is in Albany, it's so appropriate to hold this hearing here in what would have been the shadows of the World Trade Center. I'm a New Yorker. I live in Brooklyn, still do. And I remember when I was being interviewed for my job with the INS, because I was with the INS for 30 years, our headquarters used to be at 20 West Broadway, just 1 block north of the Trade Center. And I remembered waiting for my interview, watching the construction workers working on those towers. I could never have imagined that 30 years later they would be reduced to rubble because of failures of our government, and especially, in my view, because of failures of the INS. You can't possibly secure a country with open borders. You can't possibly protect us from terrorists and transnational criminals when you have millions of people living in our country whose true identities are unknown and unknowable. And yet here we are, nearly 10 years after 9/11, more than 18 years after the first terrorist attacks. Because if you remember, the World Trade Center was attacked way back in February of 1993. And the month before that, there was an attack carried out by a radical Islamist, a gentleman by the name of Kansi, who got political asylum by committing fraud. And then he repaid our kindness by standing outside the CIA with an AK-47, opened fire, killed 2 CIA officers, wounded 3 others, fled the country, which is what transnational criminals and terrorists do. They move easily between countries to evade law enforcement, to cover their tracks, and to make their preparations. And a month later, we had the first attack on the Trade Center, which, as you recall, almost brought the tower down. Had that happened, arguably, you would have had hundreds of thousands of dead bodies. The seawall might well have ruptured. Lower Manhattan might still be uninhabitable. And yet we seem to have failed to learn the lessons that the 93 attacks should have taught us. And then we had the attacks of 2001. Again, a failure of immigration to keep people out of our country who committed visa fraud, who committed immigration benefit fraud. you know, what I'm discussing is a failure of the federal government. But we know that law enforcement, just like politics, as Tip O'Neill said, is ultimately local. Because when people are killed, they are killed within our country, certainly. The United States was attacked on 9/11. But so was the state of New York. So was the city of New York. So it's entirely appropriate and greatly appreciated that we have representatives of government on all levels, starting with Peter King, who, of course, chairs the House Committee on Homeland Security. You're here on the state level. We just had the gentleman who's in charge of counterterrorism for the NYPD. And, you know, I work closely with the NYPD, and I will tell you that it was a privilege to work with them. I spent half my career with the Drug Task Force. I was assigned to the Unified Intelligence Division of DEA. And the threat that we're facing today isn't only terrorism, it's also the transnational gangs. We've been told that over 230 American cities from coast to coast and border to border have been infested by members of the Mexican cartel. And dead is dead. It doesn't matter if someone is killed because they've been caught up in a terrorist attack or they've been killed by a transnational criminal or a drug gang and the bullets are flying and people die. And so it is very important to understand that there has to be close cooperation between local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies across the board. Now, my dad used to say that there's no mistakes in life, only lessons if we learn from the things that go wrong. Well, right now, there are so many things that are not being addressed that leave us vulnerable. The biggest problem we have is that there are so many illegal aliens in the United States. And I want to make a point. We've been told that if you use the word alien, it's the N-word. It's a terrible word. It's a legal term. The term alien simply means any person who is not a citizen or national of the United States. The immigration laws that I enforced for 30 years don't discriminate. They are blind as to color, race, religion, you name it. The only distinction the immigration laws make are as to whether or not a person is a citizen or not. And a person who is not a citizen is an alien. And that's the issue that needs to be understood. And what also has to be understood is that right now there are so few people dedicated to enforcing the immigration laws throughout the entire country. We have about 6,000 agents over at ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Half of them are engaged in enforcing customs laws which have nothing to do with immigration. So now we're down to about 3,000 ICE agents. Now let's put this in perspective. The New York City Police Department has approximately 35,000 police officers for the city of New York alone. Here we have less than 10% that number of ICE agents for the entire United States of America. There's all sorts of estimates as to how many illegal aliens are currently present in the United States. And let's make something clear. When someone is an illegal alien, this is not simply about somebody who just wants to take a job that an American won't do. First of all, I don't think there's a job an American won't take for reasonable wages and working conditions. But the people that work here illegally do so because they can be exploited, and those who hire them know they can exploit them. But the problem is that when people run our border, there's a lot more at stake than a job. The inspections process and the immigration laws are designed to keep people out of our country whose presence would be harmful to us. And if you look at Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, that's the section that deals with the grounds for exclusion. Then you're talking about aliens who may have dangerous communicable diseases, aliens who may suffer mental illness and are prone to violence, aliens who are convicted felons, aliens who have pose a threat to the safety and well-being of all of us. So those laws need to be enforced, and they need to be taken into account not only by federal agents, but by local police, which
Mike,
is why
we're at the time. Do you mind if we get into some questions?
Sure.
Senator Gold and myself. Can you speak specifically on Real ID? Can you speak specifically to some of the dictates of
Absolutely.
9/11?
Absolutely. And this is the reason that I've been very upset with this idea of driver's licenses, because what we've seen with terrorists and bad guys is they use false identity documents the way a chameleon uses changes in coloration in order to hide in plain sight. What name do you put on a driver's license if you don't know who the person really is and what their real name is? We know that the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11 in the aggregate used over 300 false identities or variations of identities. Many of the times they use driver's licenses or other state ID. We don't have a national identity document, but de facto, the driver's license is that national identity document. It gives you access to airplanes, federal buildings, state buildings, corporate headquarters. It enables you to hide in plain sight.
Are there implications with the DREAM Act that go to the heart of what you're talking
Absolutely. You know, it was being marketed, and really marketed, as something to help children, and we're all compassionate. But the age cutoff would have been 30. The demographics tell us that probably 80% of the illegal aliens in the United States are under age 30 or 35. So we would have been dealing with millions of people. We would have given them official identity documents. This is, again, why I've come to call the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Program the Terrorist Assistance and Facilitation Act. Because if you start to give people official identity documents and lawful status, then you're providing them with an opportunity to create their own witness protection program. And I know we've heard about terrorists who attacked us, but again, we had a terrorist who naturalized. The process by which we naturalize people is flawed. In fact, a couple of years ago, USCIS, Citizenship and Immigration Services, claimed to have lost 111,000 immigration files relating to all sorts of benefits, including 30,000 aliens who were naturalized, and the files were never provided to the adjudications officers who had to make those decisions. So it makes no sense to hand out identity documents if at the end of the day you don't know what the person's real identity is or who they're affiliated with or what their intentions are.
Time's running out. I don't know if anybody else would like to ask questions, but can you speak specifically to the 19 hijackers and how the multiple forms of identification allowed them to open up bank accounts, allowed them to rent cars, allowed them to create a presence in the community, and the very concept of providing false identity to those of whom do not have an identity becomes an inherent security risk?
Well, absolutely. You know, the most fundamental question that a police officer has to ask, and I know Senator Golden was a police officer, is who are you? Who are you? And that was why they used so many false identity documents, which enabled them to cover their tracks. And in fact, as I understand it, 4 of them were stopped by police officers just days before 9/11. And because the police never contacted immigration and said, who do we have? Who is this guy?
Well, would immigration have picked up the phone?
Well, and that's an issue that I would love to have taken up with Congressman King, and I hope to have conversations with him. That's one of the issues that I've been raising when I've testified before congressional hearings down in Washington. I just did a hearing in January. You know, and one of the things that they're doing, and you need to know this, is that even when they break up smuggling rings, they'll go after the smuggler and allow the thousands of illegal aliens that they know they facilitated entering our country and do nothing to attempt to locate them. So we now have so many people floating around our country whose true identities, intentions, and affiliations are unknown. But notice what's happened to us. We have had to give up so many of our expectations of privacy and freedom in the name of national security. We take our shoes off because Richard Reed was the shoe bomber when we get on an airplane. But the fact is, as a British subject, he didn't need to get a visa to get on board that airplane or enter the United States. And guess what? The visa waiver program is still alive and well. And guess what? They keep expanding it. They're up to 35 countries right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cutler. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for this hearing today.
Is Michael O'Meara? Okay. Michael O'Meara, he's the Executive Vice President of the MTA Authority, PBA. Keep that on track, right? Robert Morris.
Chairman, before we start, I'd like to submit to you a copy of my testimony with redactions included for your review. Thank you.
Please begin.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, distinguished senators, thank you for inviting me to attend this hearing to speak about the serious issues surrounding the MTA police radio communication system. As a brief history, the MTA PBA, the organization that represents the lieutenants, sergeants, detectives, and police officers of the MTA Police Department, filed a complaint with the New York State Department of Labor's Public Employee Safety and Health Office on the inadequacies of the MTA Police Department's radio system in July of 2001, prior to the horrendous attacks of September 11th. After many years of diligent and time-consuming study, the MTA was issued a citation, a violation, and order to comply from the New York State Department of Labor. For the purpose of keeping my comments short, I will say that the report and attached order confirmed what we all knew. The radio system for the MTA police does not work. We have been through many years and many administrations at the MTA, and until just a couple of years ago, the MTA was not serious about fixing the problems of the radio system. This, however, is not the case presently. Under Jay Walder's direction, who's the present chairman and executive director of the MTA, Coupled with the hard work and dedication of our former Director of Security, William Morange, the radio project took on a new life. And I am pleased to say that we have made more progress in the last 2 years than the previous 8 combined. I've had a number of meetings with our new Director of Security, Douglas Ziegler, and I am pleased to report that he has assured us that this project is one of his top priorities, and we have confidence in his leadership on this issue. With all these good things to say, you may wonder why I'm here. The answer to that lies in my cautious attitude and worry over the funding for this necessary project. One of the deleterious outcomes of the fiscal crisis facing our state and nation is the need to cut funding to many worthwhile projects. The MTA PBA has fought for 10 years to get a reliable communication system for the police officers of the MTA Police Department, and we would like to see progress continue on this project. The safety and well-being of the millions of commuters who count on us for police and medical service deserve better. This is not an optional project. It is a necessary one. As stated earlier, the MTA was cited by the Department of Labor for failing to furnish each of its employees, and this is a direct quote, a place of employment which are free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm to its employees. That was in the citation from the Department of Labor of New York State to the MTA. We believe.
Can I just ask a direct question
Sure.
on that? Not to
Absolutely.
interrupt, but I will. I understand that things seem to be working, at least progressing better than they have in the past. But just so we understand it, at this point, where are we? What's the status when it comes to communication, and what needs to be done in a partnership with the members that you represent?
Well, right now, the status of the communication system is the same as it was when we filed the complaint.
Which is, repeat that date?
We filed it in July of 2001. Now, over the many years, the project is a multi-million dollar. We're talking about over the first 8 years, they were projecting $200 to $300 million because we go from Montauk to Poughkeepsie to Port Jervis, into Staten Island, and into New Haven, Connecticut. So to fix the radio system, now, and like I said, in the 2 years since Bill Morange and Jay Walder took over, they put new management in charge of the project. They've been able to identify cost savings measures, and they think that they can fix the problem with the money they've already set aside, which is in the neighborhood of $100 million.
So this, and let's just understand that the federal Department of Homeland Security has spent over $100 billion in grants throughout the United States of America. So this is a large number. But I just so people know, whether it be in the media and other people who are attending and the senators who are here today, when you say you cannot communicate, it doesn't work, can you specifically explain what you mean to an officer on the line today, what that means?
If there's a smoke condition on a train in Penn Station, unknown cause, and the police officers in Penn Station go into that tunnel, they can't communicate with each other, with the police department, with the fire department, with the New York City Police Department. They can't communicate with anybody. They might as well, leave their radio at the base of the tunnel. The radio system doesn't work in tunnels, doesn't work on board trains, doesn't work in buildings, which is most of the area we cover. If you stand between the running rails on the railroad and you transmit, you probably, on a clear day with no obstructions, you probably will be able to communicate with somebody.
How old is that system?
It's the same system I was in place when I got hired 20 years ago, and it didn't work then.
And when a part breaks, where do you get it from?
I think they're harvesting parts from systems that have been replaced already because they don't even really make parts for the system anymore.
Senator Golden?
The system to fix that is the simple running of a antenna wire system throughout the system that would be able to correct this communications problem, not just for you, but for the other responding emergency services from other agencies. Am I correct?
If you ran an antenna through the tunnel, yes.
And what's the cost of that? Do we know?
I have no idea, Senator.
Is that being entertained?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not here really to bash the MTA per se.
No, we're not even. We're here to get
they're moving forward now, but it's only been in the last couple of years.
Don't they have the television wires going through, the video wires that are going through a number of stations and into a number of locations? Is that video wire, can that be used to help the antenna situation that you have?
I don't know. I'm not. I'm the
But
I'm the
entertain
executive
that.
vice president of PBA, not the radio technician.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to know
Yeah.
if you can. The
Yeah.
object of the game is to try to get everybody work together, not to find blame, but to find how we can make sure we save lives going forward. That's the reason for these. But thank you.
no, and I thank you. And after 9/11, we believe this was the first time in New York State and possibly the entire United States that a police department had been cited for a failure of its radio system. In the aftermath of September 11th, the buzzword for emergency responders was communications interoperability. We would love to achieve interoperability, but we first need to attain simple operability within our own police department.
I'm sorry. You're going to have to go back to that point.
Sure.
So one of the dictates of the 9/11 Commission, the things that were the problems that were seen on that day, is the interoperability of agencies. So you're here just to say that at this point, that you cannot communicate, your officers cannot communicate, your men and women cannot communicate in your own department.
That's right.
And then there's a larger issue of interoperability that still, nearly 10 years after 9/11, has still not been addressed.
Right, and Senator, to your point earlier with the federal stimulus money and the budgets and the grants, the problem with that is that the grants are for interoperability. We don't need interoperability. We need to fix the radio system, so we don't fit the grant.
Right.
The MTA had to put aside the money in this day and age to fix the radio system and loathe to do that because of the fiscal crisis, but they have. So, like I said, I'm not really here today to bash the MTA. I think they're moving forward. They're making progress in the last 2 years, but they have put aside money. But I want to make sure that the money stays there. They put aside money a couple of years ago, too, and then they took it back because the capital program was failing, because of other areas they needed money, and the police communication system fell to the wayside. I just want to make sure that we continue this worthwhile project, that the funding continues to be put aside, and the funding remains in place, and we continue to work on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, we'll move to Robert Morris. Robert? Robert's here right now, right? So.
Oh, Robert.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ball,
Thank you, sir.
members of the committee.
Will you identify yourself?
My name is Robert Morris. I'm the first vice president of the Port Authority, PBA. On behalf of the men and women that I represent, I thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on our department's communication issues and security issues in general. You have just heard from Michael O'Meara of the MTA Police. O'Meara described a department where the radios were antiquated and a safety hazard to his members and the public, but where proper oversight by state authorities convinced the MTA of the need to invest in the safety of their police officers and, by extension, the public that relies on these officers for their safety. Let me present the other side. An agency targeted multiple times by the worst terrorist attacks in the history of the United States. An agency who has had so little regard for the citizens of New York and New Jersey region and the men and women who work for them that they have refused to install a functional and up-to-date radio system operable within the department and interoperable according to federal guidelines. This agency is the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Unfortunately, unlike the MTA, neither the federal nor state government safety laws govern the Port Authority. It's a bi-state agency. We have no recourse to force the Port Authority to meet basic public safety standards. So we have no choice but to come to this committee.
Robert, I need you to speak into the mic. Sorry for interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I've been a Port Authority police officer since 1985 and have been assigned to the Port Authority Bus Terminal, LaGuardia Airport, Kennedy Airport. In 1992, Port Authority embarked on a modernization of its then antiquated police radio system. At that time, an 800 megahertz system was chosen and deployment began a couple of years later. Although interoperable protocols existed at that time, such as Project 25 or P25 as it's known, the Port Authority chose to build a proprietary system that would not work with other agencies' systems. Although the system could have been built with redundant backup, the Port Authority chose not to. September 11th, 2001 is without a doubt the most tragic day in Port Authority Police Department history and Port Authority history. The agency lost 84 employees, including 37 police officers. This is the largest single-day loss of police officers by any department in the history of U.S. law enforcement. According to the 9/11 Commission report, the single largest reason why 37 of my colleagues died on September 11th was because they did not receive the radio transmission ordering them to evacuate. Due to falling debris and fire, much of our 800 megahertz radio system was totally out and there was no backup system in place. Many officers were deployed from commands that did not have 800 megahertz capabilities. Many of the 343 FDNY and 23 NYPD personnel lost on September 11th also did not hear the call to evacuate because PAPD, NYPD, and FDNY did not have interoperable radio frequencies. Although September 11th stands out in the history of our department, this was not an isolated incident in the history of the Port Authority. No other agency in the history of the United States has been as frequent a target of devastating and deadly terrorist attacks. 8 years prior to September 11th, the World Trade Center was attacked by terrorists, killing 7 and injuring more than 1,000. In 1981, a bomb exploded in the Pan Am terminal at JFK, killing 1. International terrorism first struck the agency in 1975, when a bomb killed 11 and injured 79 at LaGuardia Airport. Terrorist attacks are not new at the Port Authority. Unfortunately for the men and women I represent, failing to prepare for terrorist attacks is not new either. Despite all problems exposed by the September 11th attacks, the Port Authority continues to operate as if it is September 10th, 2001. In 2005, the Port Authority and JetBlue began construction of a new Terminal 5 at Kennedy Airport. The Port Authority was intimately involved in planning this project. The agency failed to include repeaters for our police radio system in the plans. 6 months before the terminal opened in 2008, the Port Authority became aware that our radio system would not work. In the 3 years since that time, the Port Authority has failed to retrofit that building with an operable 800 megahertz system. Our police officers who are posted in that terminal building are issued department cell phones as their sole means of communication with the police desk. To get an emergency backup to their location, they have to stop and call the police desk on a cell phone. Throughout the 10 years since 9/11, Port Authority has invested more and more money, approximately $110 million to date, in its proprietary radio system. In 2010, their current provider...
I need you to go back to that point on the cell phone. I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you repeat that point?
Sure. To get an emergency backup to their location in Terminal 5 at JFK Airport, the police officer has to call the police desk using a department-issued cell phone. They get issued a department cell phone for the tour.
Now, do you see men and women using their personal, and I ask this of both of you, using their personal cell phones to communicate in the line of work?
Almost. We had a question from, and I'm sure Bobby has it, from police officers, that if could they write off the cost of their cell phone on their taxes because it's their only means of communications with their police department.
And on 9/11,
the officer carries a radio on his belt while he's in the terminal, but he might as well be carrying a brick. In 2010, the current provider for the radio systems to the Port Authority, Harris Incorporated, announced that they would no longer support the Port Authority system at the end of this calendar year. Harris's announcement indicated that the PA system had been superseded by superior equipment operating on a P25 standard or through IP-based technology. Despite this announcement, the Port Authority recently contracted to have some 800 megahertz system installed in the new World Trade Center site at the cost of $122 million. Despite the monetary investment, the radio system remains a failure. Every command has multiple dead spots, leaving police officers without communications at those locations. The path train system does not provide communication between police officers in the field. All communication has to go to the police desk, and the police desk has to communicate back to the officer, often when they're on the same train station. The George Washington Bridge's 800 megahertz system was only deployed this past February. That's nearly 10 years after 9/11 and nearly 20 years after this radio modernization began. The 800 megahertz radio system has completely failed at several commands for hours at a time. The Port Authority's failure to properly fix radio communications is just one of many glaring security lapses. Since the attacks of September 11th, the Port Authority PBA has been requesting better equipment, technology, and staffing to properly secure the most prime terrorist targets that we patrol. Yet at every turn, the Port Authority chose to bury its head in the sand rather than secure the most important infrastructure in the states of New York and New Jersey. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to outline 4 extremely serious examples of clear threats to public safety that the Port Authority is consciously overlooking, as they did prior to the first bombing in 1993 at the Trade Center. However, because of the extreme sensitivity of these issues and the fact that they identify specific potential terrorist targets for terrorists, they have been redacted on all copies of this testimony except the original, which I had given to you earlier. The decision as to what, if any, of this information you choose to make public is up to you.
Senator Griffo?
Well, thank you both very much, and I appreciate your service to our community. My concern here is I'm hearing that you have both internal and external problems. And if you look at 10 years later, I mean, from my perspective, I can't understand why this would not be a priority and there isn't dedication of resources for this effort. So I guess my question to you is, if you can't communicate effectively, that doesn't allow you to coordinate or to conduct a mission effectively. So where's the accountability here? Who do you believe should accept this accountability and responsibility for the failure that we're hearing about here today? Because I think this is unacceptable.
You're correct. The accountability lies with the. I mean, the problem is that there is this melting pot or cornucopia of different things where we have grants from the federal government, we have grants from New York State, we have the Port Authority who's trying to install a multi-$100-million system, the MTA who's trying to put in another $100 million. You know, there's no coordination of effort. The New York State Police, the police that cover the entire state of New York, the New York State Police, are in the same situation as us. They cannot communicate with each other. And, you know, I don't know what we can do. You know, we are all trying separately and apart to try to put this together. But, you know, that's why we're here today. We're here today to point it out to you gentlemen and to tell you that, you know, we know it's been 10 years since the attacks. And we're running into a brick wall.
Senator, to answer your question more directly, many of the same managers continue to be high-level decision makers at the Port Authority, and they continue to make questionable decisions about security, decisions that they do not have the expertise to make, and decisions that are made without oversight. That's why we're here asking this committee to provide some oversight.
Thank you.
Senator Adabo.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Real quick question, Mr. Morris. After the published reports about JFK and the radio issues at JetBlue, I had called the Port Authority because that's adjacent to my district, and they said it is an issue that they are addressing and should not be a non-issue in the very near future. Is that your take on it as well?
It shouldn't be an issue at all. It is.
They're working on it.
This term, you know, they've been working on it, so we've been told since 2008 when they became aware that the system did not work, hence the cell phone distribution at roll calls.
You don't think that the situation will be resolved anytime soon?
We were told it would be corrected 6 months. That was a year and a half ago. And then 6 months thereafter, and it'll be fixed in another 6 months. It still goes unaddressed.
You know, if I could say one thing, Senator, you know, the MTA is a transportation agency. They're not a telecommunications agency. The police department's a police agency. We're not a telecommunications agency. You know, there are all companies out there, Motorola, other companies out there that have the technology and the equipment that's out there. But the MTA just, you know, we have to continually hire consultants to overview. We have to continue hiring outside engineers. You know, this is not something we do every day. So, like I said, it's taken them a long time, but every time a new issue comes up, it's a new issue to them. You know, so that's a lot of the problem, too.
I know Senator Adams has a question he wants to get in. If you could just, either one or both of you speak to, what keeps you up at night? I mean, what are your thoughts on this, and how can we work together to prevent what is keeping you up at night? But so people can understand from a real level how the folks who you represent are affected by this in a worst case scenario.
But what keeps me up at night is what if again, and I know that I can't speak for Bobby, but he has nightmares about what already happened.
About 37 funerals.
37 funerals that some of them might have been, you know, able to get the word to get out. And, you know, I run the union for the MTA police, and, you know, we have Grand Central and Penn Station, two of probably the most terrorist-rich targets in the entire world. And, you know, it's tough to communicate.
Right.
It's not necessary to be in this position 10 years after. All the reports seem to have gone on deaf ears.
Well, no longer. I promise you that. Senator Adams?
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, guys, thank you for testifying.
Thank you, sir.
I was a lieutenant at the time of September 11th, and I remember that day very clearly, and the countless number of officers that we lost. And, you know, it was a while before I was able to find my younger brother, who was a sergeant at the time. So I understand the impact of that loss. First of all, your testimony, I believe, is the most important testimony that we're hearing today. because you're actually representing the men and women who are where the rubber meets the road. I want to just ask two questions. One, and maybe you can't answer it, but we need to maybe find out, Chair, of the outside contractors, how much money has gone into the consultants, how much money has gone into these various contractors that appear to have found a way just to continue to put in low bids and then exceed the cost of the project. And so we need to look into that. What is the policy in your agency on officers able to come forward and report incidents? Is there a blanket policy where you're not allowed to either talk to the press or talk to governmental agencies without permission? You know, what is that policy? Do you know what that policy is?
I mean, you know, Senator, as a former police officer, you're not allowed to talk to the press unless you get permission from your police department. I'm allowed to talk to the press. I'm allowed to talk to you because I'm covered under the umbrella of the union. I'm the executive vice president of the PBA, so I can say whatever I want as long as it's truthful and honest, and that's what we're here today to do.
What about, you said something about your testimony. Part of your testimony was redacted. Did I understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you, prior to doing your testimony, you had to get an approval from the agency, and they decided what they wanted to report and what they didn't want to report?
No, sir. This was our union office's decision to keep that information redacted. There was 4 very sensitive issues. We might as well draw terrorism map, basically, and I hope that the Senator looks at those strongly. Very serious issues that need to be closed.
That information is going to be provided to every member of the committee as well as the proper law enforcement agencies and beyond.
Thank you. And just to sum up, Chair, it's important that we have to take a close look at the whistleblower laws, particularly for the men and women who are in law enforcement. They should feel free without any form of reprimand or reprisal when they want to notify governmental agencies of lapse, such as what you stated today, to know that our men and women who go into the tunnel or go into any part of the system is unable to communicate with each other, and what happened at the Port Authority, as Senator Dabo just stated, that's horrific. And if the officer on patrol cannot receive the necessary attention from his superiors, he should be able to go to the governmental agencies without feeling as though he's going to be punished at any point. And I think our whistleblower laws must be stronger to protect those officers.
Senator, I do agree. But as a union representative, we are often the spokesperson for our members. I can tell you that those 4 issues that were bulleted and redacted from my testimony were brought to the Port Authority by the union office, the president and myself, and the conditions still exist today.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know Senator Zeldin would like to make a question, and then Senator Golden.
My question is for Mr. O'Meara. I'm glad that it was brought up here. I'm learning a lot over the course of the last few months. My conversations with Senator Ball and Senator Golden with regards to the radio operability issue, and it does cost money. You're on the inside of the MTA, and I know that you said you came here. You didn't come here with the purpose of trying to bash the MTA, and I respect and appreciate that. You're on the inside. Can you give us ways that the MTA can save money that they aren't addressing right now?
In relation to the radio system?
In general.
You know what? I could tell you that Mr. Walder, since he's gotten here, he's been, I believe, he's cut a lot of money from the MTA, but I'm not on the inside of the MTA as far as the transportation side. I'm on the police side. And on the police side, we're not a revenue gathering agency, we're just the police. So, I mean, the MTA police is less than 1% of the MTA's budget. So security for the MTA Police Department is less than 1% of the MTA's budget. So the MTA is in the business of moving people. Security is a concern. Can we spend more money? I'm always looking for more money, more police officers. I think more police officers, physical police officers, not so much cameras. Cameras are great, but that lets you catch someone after they hit you. You know, police officers prevent people from hitting you. So, you know, that's where we need to spend money.
I've had an opportunity to speak to Chairman Walder, to MTA board members. You know, it's a great opportunity to get a chance to ask you this, as well as other people that might be on the inside. There's a significant cost for what needs to get accomplished, and you're worried about the risk of that money possibly getting taken away and used for offsets to other capital programs. So even though you know, you are focused on staying inside your lane with your duties, and I totally respect that, the big picture, trying to avoid the risk of that funding being taken away for capital funding elsewhere. However, you're able to, and others are able to identify efficiencies, even if it's outside your lane, helps us advocate on your behalf to make sure that that doesn't happen.
No, thank you.
Senator Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 quick questions. The World Trade Center, the Commissioner D'Addario was here before. He said that's his baby, and that the communications were getting, he felt were getting better. Your feeling today, those buildings are being built. What's the communications within those buildings? Are they properly adjusted for antenna, and are they for communications?
We're told that the 800 megahertz radio system, the proprietary system, is being installed in the World Trade Center. The PATH trains, which is a command in New Jersey that does the PATH train system, which is based in New Jersey and travels through the Trade Center and up into Manhattan, does not have the 800 megahertz system. We lost many members of the PATH command on that day at 9/11. So as far as interoperability amongst our own department, less other departments, as far as we are told, that's not going to happen.
So under the present setup that we have today, the World Trade Center is being built, we would still not have the communications that we needed for the Port Authority and the PATH train.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other area that we would be blindsided where we wouldn't have communications in that building or in the footprint?
Not that I know of at this time.
But that's the only place that you are aware of?
Yes, sir.
Do you have NYCs on on any of your areas where cars drive in? Are your plates, can they register a plate and kick back an alarm to you that that plate is a suspected...
It's funny you should ask me that question, Senator. NYPD installed those systems outside some of our portals at the Holland Tunnel and some other areas in the city on our facilities, and we don't have access to that.
You don't have access, but
No.
are the facilities NYPD have
NYPD
access?
monitors that, yes, sir.
What about facial ID?
No, sir.
MTA?
I believe they're putting scanners for license plates and things like that into operation. Presently, we're going through the process of training our people.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I would like to follow up on a couple of issues, and I know that Senator Martins has a question as well, so I'll try to be brief. But specifically on Air Train and at JFK and the arrival of Air Train, is it true that it stops under the international terminal?
Yes, sir. Obviously, we're going to talk about one of my redacted points. The Air Train system at JFK, if I could briefly overview.
Please.
Is an 8-mile railroad system. It's unmanned. It travels around JFK Airport to the Howard Beach subway station, up the Van Wyck Expressway to the Long Island Railroad's main hub. It's unmanned and unpoliced. Port Authority's own security study prior to the deployment of that system was for 18 police officers a day to police the system. There's 3 tours of duty a day, 365 days a year. I think that comes out to somewhere about 1,095 tours of duty a year. In the last 12 months, we've had 40 tours, which is about 2 weeks' worth of coverage with one officer. It's a bad situation, sir.
Can you explain once again, just because sometimes we get caught up in the communication and without explaining at a real level, what does that mean? If I want to do harm to this country, if I want to do harm specifically, is El Al in that international terminal?
There's no conductor, and there hasn't been police. Yes, sir.
El Al's in that international
and
terminal.
It travels around the Terminal City area. It enters into the International Arrivals building, and it's inside the terminal building. and it's between the arrivals and right directly underneath the departure area in that terminal building. And I have a list of some of the airlines that travel through there. El Al, Air India, United Air Emirates, Pakistan International Airlines, Royal Jordanian, Virgin, Aer Lingus, Etihad Airways, Delta, and others.
In what form of screening is going on, either for baggage or person or passengers?
There's no police manned on that train, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Senator Martins?
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony here today. When Congressman King was here earlier today, he spoke about the need for us to be aware of other targets outside of our urban areas, in our suburban communities, certainly with rails in our local suburban communities like mine. Can you speak to that issue and security issues and policing, certainly from the MTA perspective, when it comes to our local communities in suburban areas that feed into New York City?
Yeah, I think when we saw the terrorist attacks in Spain, it was a commuter rail line, and the terrorists didn't focus themselves in the city. They boarded the train in the suburbs and rode into the city. So it's certainly something we're aware of. Like I said, we're trying to do our best with the resources we have, and it's certainly a worry.
Has the position of the MTA with respect to providing security for those suburban areas, the commuter lines, changed in the last 10 years in light of the prospect of just this kind of an attack?
Oh, yeah, the MTA has changed their focus since September 11th. We're definitely more focused on the protecting against terrorism, and we do have a small amount of train patrols that do patrol from the suburbs into the city, but the amount of trains, and the amount of police officers we have assigned, it doesn't add up. We can only do so much.
Robert, Michael, I want to thank you both. I want you to know that you have the full attention of our committee. We'll be following up. I ask that you continue to extend information and communication to this committee, and thank you for taking the time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Robert Tucker. Robert Tucker is the chairman and CEO of T&M Protection Resources. Mr. Tucker is going to speak specifically about private contract security companies and their role in protecting New York City and their role in security throughout New York State and beyond. Robert. One other quick announcement. Senator Golden just handed to me. We're honored to have New York City Councilman Dan Halloran, and he's over here to my left. He's a ranking member of Fire and Criminal Justice and Public Security. So, Councilman, thank you very much for being here. Robert.
Good. Thank you, Chairman Ball and members of the committee, for inviting me to participate in these hearings. I'm honored to follow such distinguished public servants and friends as Congressman Pete King and Rich Daddario, both of whom are dedicated to keeping our citizens safe and secure during these increasingly challenging times. By way of introduction, Senator, I'm Chairman and CEO of T&M, as you said, a global provider of premium security and investigative services to leading corporate, institutional, and private clients. Our company, which employs over 1,700 security officers here in New York City, incidentally 4,000 in Israel, including a large number of retired police officers, protects some of the most prestigious high-profile buildings and critical commercial infrastructure in New York City, and provides organizations in the public and private sectors with security master planning, including operational, physical, and logistical security solutions and proven measures of protection. Prior to acquiring T&M, I spent 9 years in the office of Queens County District Attorney Richard A. Brown, where I was his special assistant and an assistant district attorney. So I've been intimately involved in law enforcement in both the public and private sectors for nearly 2 decades. In addition to my professional activities, I serve as the vice chairman of the New York State Security Guard Advisory Council, having been appointed by Governor Patterson in 2009. And I'm also the chairman of Aldenese, which is the Associated Licensed Detectives of New York State, which includes many regional and national security guard companies and private investigators. Given these experiences, I can say with confidence that there's no better or more prepared police department in the state or the nation than the NYPD It has the most extensive and sophisticated resources available to protect our citizens. However, it cannot provide protection for all the buildings, arenas, cultural institutions, and critical infrastructure that require protection in this age of increasing threats. Nor is it responsible for working with businesses to help them devise strategies and plans to manage and mitigate their risks. That responsibility belongs to the private sector, including the contract security companies. Supplementing the NYPD and other local and state enforcement agencies on the ground are about 166,000 licensed private security guards in New York State, who provide most of the direct protection for people, property, and businesses through private contract security companies like T&M. And providing corporate risk reduction methodologies also comes from companies like T&M, whose management team includes former law enforcement and federal government agents, as well as leaders in the private sector. Working with professionals who bring their law enforcement experience to the private sector enables us to offer our clients the best possible counseling and advice on safeguarding their properties, planning for potential disasters, and managing their risks. Unfortunately, however, one key vulnerability to our risk reduction efforts still remains the thoroughness of the guard registration criminal background checking process. While some efforts have been made to improve this process, including statewide electronic fingerprinting, the current New York State procedures still do not include a thorough FBI national criminal records check. This Achilles heel allows the potential for employing security guards with out-of-state felony conviction records.
Robert, I'm going to interrupt, but
Sure.
I just want to make sure this point that I get it and everybody on this committee gets it. So at night, when a lot of people go home, these buildings are full of security guards, private security guards. There are 35,000 NYPD plus or minus. You have 166,000 licensed security guards in New York City.
Yes, Senator.
Those individuals come in at night, but also throughout the day, and have literally taken over the infrastructure of New York. And at this point in time, can you repeat the point on a criminal background check?
Sure. We've had experiences, Senator, where we have state-registered security guards who have cleared the process through the Secretary of State Division of Licensing Services, only to later learn from the bank that we are employing them at, because the bank has access to federal background check records, that our employee has a criminal background.
So the bank has a better ability to reach back into someone's history than the private security companies are afforded through the current process.
It's an embarrassing reality. Happens to us not frequently, but it happens to us. Access to these databases, Senator, have been federally approved and must be made available when checking security guard backgrounds. We have learned over the past decade that creating opportunities to combine the capabilities of the public and private sector security professionals produces a synergy that strengthens public safety. This partnership will be exemplified, in fact, by the major role that private security will have in protecting the new World Trade Center complex, where while the NYPD is planning to build an entire precinct to secure the area, private security will maintain responsibility for internal safety, such as screening, access control, and vertical patrols, as well as evacuation and fire and life safety. The successful partnership between the public and private sectors in safeguarding the citizens of New York State might be further improved with the establishment of a Homeland Security Subcommittee under possibly the auspices of the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, consisting of selected security experts from diverse segments and geographies of the private and public sectors. This subcommittee could include people with security responsibilities in business and industry, education, transportation, communication, and the arts, as well as from critical infrastructure entities, and of course the security and law enforcement professionals. This new diverse body would collaborate with the Security Guard Advisory Council and would play an important role in drafting security standards, and could help the Division of Homeland Security identify issues important to the private and nonprofit sectors, as well as help establish policies for protection of the state's critical business and infrastructure. I'd like to take this opportunity to suggest that given the increasing importance that private security companies play in protecting infrastructure critical to the state's vital interest, consideration be given to eliminating state and local sales taxes on those critical infrastructure-related assignments for which private security companies are currently required to charge sales tax, which in some cases is nearly 9%. This exemption would enable vital industries and facilities to afford greater levels of protective systems and services to mitigate potential risks of terrorist attack, which in turn would reduce the financial burden on the state and municipalities for keeping our critical businesses and infrastructure safe. I also believe the risk-reward value to the state for such an exemption will far exceed any loss of sales tax revenue on the income side. Finally, I wonder if it might not be worth exploring whether the licensing, registration, and training of security guards, currently a bifurcated and joint responsibility of the Department of State Division of Licensing Services and DCJS, would be more appropriately served as part of the Division of Homeland Security. Given the increasingly significant role that private security plays in providing safety and security, I can't help but wonder whether in this day and age, when security officers are on alert for terrorism activity even more than for crime, rules and regulations for licensing security guards should really be monitored by the same entity that licenses beauticians. Private security companies play a critical role in protecting our state and our nation's people, property, and economic interests from a growing variety of 21st century threats. We recognize, too, the all-important synergy created when there's a public-private partnership engaged in this task, and we at T&M Protection Resources look forward to working with you, Senator Ball, and your committee, and the executive branch of government and its law enforcement agencies to strengthen and enhance the safety and security of all New Yorkers.
Thank you, Robert. Senator Golden?
Thank you very much. The T&M, was that Trotter's company before?
It sure was, yeah.
How is he doing?
He's terrific. Thanks
Give
for
him my
asking.
regard.
I sure will.
This is a piece of legislation that the chairman is going to look at doing. Why hasn't this been done before, number one? Number two, are there different tiers of security guards out there that one tier would require, another tier wouldn't require?
There's no tier system in New York State. All security guards are registered with the Secretary of State Division of Licensing Services. You can be an armed security officer if you want to consider that a tier, but I don't think it's exactly what you're talking about, Senator. There are no tiers, so there's no tier for a security officer assigned to a commercial building versus a security guard assigned to a movie theater.
The individual that's trained that has a gun has a higher amount of training and a higher number of hours being trained. What is the normal training for a security guard?
The training is mandated by DCJS and oversaw by the Security Guard Advisory Council, but there's an 8 and 16-hour course, and then there's a 40-hour course for armed security.
Armed security gets a 40, other one's got 80-16. You guys work with BOMA. If you got to shut a building down, you have the security guards that assist with the building officers and managers to shut these buildings down if required to by NYPD?
We work intimately with BOMA and with the building engineers on a case-by-case basis. There's no requirement to work with BOMA per se, but it's a terrific organization. We're members of it, and we...
So there's no continuity between the building officers and managers and NYPD and the security team that has to shut down those buildings?
You know, there's no structured continuity, sir.
That's something we should also take a look at, Mr. Chairman, is setting up the structure. If, in fact, there's an attack in the city, we've got to vacate these buildings, get these people out of the city. We have to do it in an orderly fashion, and there should be a SOP to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Tuck.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you, Robert. Senator Zeldin has a quick comment, then we've got to get moving.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer up my support. You're bringing up a lot of interesting points, important points, and Senator Ball, Senator Golden, if I could work with you as well on that legislation, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator Zeldin.
Okay. Robert, we will follow up.
Chairman, thank you very much for allowing us to testify.
Next is Robert Laskowski. Is Robert here? Okay. Robert is a former Assistant Secretary under George W. Bush for the Administration of Homeland Security, specifically on infrastructure protection. Robert, thank you for being here. It's an honor to have you.
Good morning, Senator, and thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate it. And to the distinguished members of the committee as well, I've got prepared testimony which I've submitted, and for the sake of expediency, particularly to allow you to answer questions.
We're very grateful.
Well, I'm sure. What I'd like to do is just to focus on some recommendations and some observations, and then engage with the panel for questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, great. You know, to answer the question of the theme on the of your hearing regarding preparedness, you know, statewide, you know, and reviewing that since 9/11, I'd say, you know, categorically we are, you know, not just within the New York State and New York City, but nationwide, probably at a higher state of readiness and preparedness we've been in the history of the country, right? I think the lessons learned from 9/11 have been, you know, seriously considered at all levels. You know, there have been enough commissions, and there have been some significant work that's been done. So, you know, really, you know, hats off to everybody in this community, at the state and local levels that have worked so diligently to improve the not just the state and the city, but the national level of preparedness at large. But that said, this is a long-term project. This is not going to be something that's going to be done quickly and inexpensively. And frequently when I testify and I speak with members of Congress and legislative bodies, the challenge is how long do we have to do this for, and how do we sustain it and afford it? That's clearly a challenge. I wish I had an answer for that question. I'm afraid I don't. But the challenges I'd like to just talk about and some recommendations, and I'll top line this, and we can get to details as you like. But four primary areas. One is really securing our networked infrastructure, and I mean that not just in a cyber sense, but the gentleman from the MTA actually hit the nail on the head. You can have great security within your area of domain, your authority, but because you're relying upon feeder systems like transit and light rail, a weak point in any one of those systems creates a weak point in the entire system, and we've got to figure out how we can better coordinate our efforts to remediate those vulnerabilities. Implementing effective coordination, command, control, and communications and interoperability. The ability to communicate across regions, not just within a single jurisdiction between police and fire and emergency services, but across jurisdictions is a key challenge in an area that I believe needs to have more focus. The third one actually cuts across both government and private sector, and that's establishing metrics by which you can understand how well you're doing it at a given point in time. Simplistically, when I was in the position I had at DHS, frequently we, as you well know, the alert levels were something that we really struggled with in the beginning of the creation of the department. And the reason we did that was because we didn't understand the readiness capabilities of the private sector to be able to respond to a threat. So we had an obligation to have to raise the threat level frequently because we really couldn't tell how well prepared a specific sector was against a certain type of threat that may have caused us to really focus on that. If we can establish metrics by which we can really determine vulnerabilities and mitigation programs and correlate that back to threat information, that allows us to better collectively understand exactly what the impact of a threat may be, and more importantly, how it may be affected against a particular piece of infrastructure and what we may have to do to remediate, or we may decide we don't have to do anything. And then, of course, the fourth one is on the incentives. You know, the private sector owns and operates 85% of our critical infrastructure in the United States. And if you look at, you know, other things outside of critical infrastructure, soft targets and, you know, stadiums and malls and things like that, it's virtually everything in the United States. Well, how do you incent good investment by the private sector, the owners and operators of those targets, if you will, but owned by the private sector, to really take good security measures that ultimately contribute to good national security, state and local security? It's expensive, it's difficult to sustain, and because the threats are so diverse, it's frequently difficult to understand what you're protecting against. So private companies are frequently challenged with making the right investment and knowing what to protect against, and then being able to be credited for that investment because ultimately it contributes to public safety. So it's a tough challenge, but there are probably some ways, and we've suggestions here, but ways we can look at in creating those incentives. All right. So you know, I'll stop here, but let me just emphasize that this road is a very long road. Right. It's a generational road. This is not something that we're going to be able to solve overnight. It's been virtually 10 years after 9/11, and while we've made some progress, I would argue that we're just at the beginning of that road. We're not anywhere near the middle or the end, and we've got to look at that from a generational perspective. So, Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for being here. I do have just one question, and I really ask for your input as a state official who it's tough for me to imagine why New York City, Washington, D.C., why these areas are, in my opinion, not more of an absolute focus. And I would like your federal perspective on how we can do a better job at doing that. And I'll give one small example. But when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to our bridges, when it comes to our tunnels, in my perspective, if it was the right thing to do to have military personnel, law enforcement personnel on those bridges, outside of those tunnels, watching and being the eyes and ears as the traffic was coming in the days after 9/11, then it probably it was absolutely the right thing to do to make sure that they were replaced with the technologies to gather the same information and react accordingly. And in conversations, that's not the example that Senator Golden brought out. Facial recognition, license plate readers, even when we're talking about being able to sense radioactive in the sense of a dirty bomb or worse, that's in certain portions of the city, but not throughout. And as I understand it, not even on some of our tunnels or bridges to get into this city. What is your perspective on why not? Because this is in Kansas. If something horrific were to happen in Kansas, it would be an absolute national tragedy, no doubt about it. But if the same horrific event happened in Manhattan, in New York City, north or south of that city, it could have catastrophic implications upon the entire United States and the economy. What do we have to do? And I know it's a long road, but we're 10 years now outside of 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, so the heart of the question, the relationship between the federal and state and the city in this case in terms of, funding and then providing guidance and ultimately the implementation. The city and the state have the ultimate responsibility for implementation for these programs, and how the city decides to spend the money can be done with federal guidance but not federal mandate. We try to fund the programs appropriately to make sure that initiatives, and there are plenty of initiatives, and respectively.
Why did the federal government under George W. Bush not come in and absolutely use direct federal dollars to secure New York City?
Well, I would think from a Bush administration, we'd say that we probably did spend quite a bit of money. I don't have the exact figure, but over the 8 years and since the implementation of the Homeland Security grant process, and particularly the UASI, the Urban Area Security Initiatives, there's been several $100 million, if not in the billions of dollars, focused on New York City alone to implement programs such as this.
Now, President Bush had an issue with the creation of the Department of Homeland Security initially,
he did.
right?
Yep.
And now maybe we're seeing that some of those initial concerns may have now been real in the sense of you have a large bureaucracy where states like Kansas and Iowa are getting Homeland Security grants, and meanwhile our first-line responders have to compete in places like Brooklyn and in New York City and in Nassau, even northern New Jersey, southwestern Connecticut. So what would your suggestion be on how do we protect this soft underbelly? How do we correct this, and how do we get the federal government's attention? Because now it seems to be a cash purveyor of grants to fill spending gaps.
I'll tell you what, very practically speaking, and I don't have a political dog in this fight, so I'm fortunate, and I'll give you a very objective perspective here. I think over the years, over the past, I think the grant process, say it's 6 or 7 years that it was established really since the creation of DHS, really the grant process came under our auspices. They're not good metrics to understand exactly where the money's been spent. So it's difficult to come back to a question such as that and tell you with any degree of clarity exactly where that money was spent from a federal level at the local level. And the information we get when we get grant requests, and I'm not the grant administrator, but the grant requests come in and they get vetted and reviewed, and the monies get allocated in a big pool of money, and at the local level, and get administered to the state, of course, and at the local level, those are reapplied depending upon what the priorities are. The federal government doesn't have the specific, say, put that camera at that position. That's not the role of the government. It's clearly the role of the locals and the private and the state to take on that role and report back to DHS. And that reporting mechanism is really inefficient. It's not a very effective mechanism. So there's not a good way to establish. And that's why I go back to the metrics that I referred to earlier. We really need to understand, where is the money being spent, where are those vulnerabilities being remediated, and what gaps do we have? I'd say that that's an area for improvement. And then if those kind of questions really need to be directed back to the department right now.
Well, I tell you, I know this committee is going to follow up because your testimony certainly brought out as many questions as answers. We're going to follow up, and we ask for your expert help.
I'd be delighted to assist any way I can.
Well, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman?
Senator Golden.
Thank you very much for being here today, Robert.
Sure.
We're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about trains. I'm hearing it all over the place how people are looking for fast trains and what governors are turning down what trains, and they're looking at building infrastructure across this nation, which is something that has to get done. We do need infrastructure. But what amazes me is that we have the George Washington Bridge, which 90% of our freight that comes into the city comes in by the George Washington Bridge. If the George Washington Bridge was any way impacted, we'd have to do a flight. We'd have to fly food into the city of New York. And yet we can't get somebody to agree to get done a rail freight tunnel that would allow for commerce between New Jersey and New York that would save the city and take those trucks off of that bridge to a degree, but guarantee the safety of product coming in and out and commerce coming in and out of the city of New York. If anything, I would ask is that the governors of both New Jersey and New York get together and try to find a way of funding this rail freight tunnel with the federal government and being able to supply product in and out of the city safely going forward. What is your thought on that?
You know, that's an excellent suggestion, and your identification of the New York City the George Washington Bridge as a choke point in Manhattan is a very critical one, right? And a concern. I mean, I used to live in Jersey, work here in New York, so I can tell you from going across it every day, you look and you wonder, why. Even with the security measures that are in place today, one would argue that we're still vulnerable on being able to attack that piece of infrastructure. What you referred to in the larger sense in terms of infrastructure programs, I absolutely agree that we should look at all of our infrastructure investments, irrespective of what they are, and look to see where we can leverage infrastructure investment with building better resiliency and homeland security. I mean, that's part of that long road and generational mindset. We have to think about these things in a much more holistic way. We can't look at a project without understanding how we can build more resiliency into our own infrastructure. I think we missed an opportunity. I don't want to editorialize here, but frankly, I think we missed a great opportunity with the Reinvestment in America Act. Because, if you look at the ways that money was invested here in the United States, a perfect opportunity to say, if you're trying to improve your infrastructure, then here are the things we want that have a homeland security nexus to them. Give us the way you're improving it, and how are you meeting these particular goals? Then we'll fund those projects. The power of the purse, as I don't need to tell you, is significant, and that's the only way we're going to get improvement here.
And we would have created hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in economic activity if that money was spent correctly in the beginning. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good luck,
We'll be in
Senator.
touch.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, next is Noni Darwish. Noni's author and director of Former Muslims United. She'll be presenting testimony on the culture jihad.
Good morning, Senator.
Morning,
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I just want to give you a little bit about my background. I was born and raised as a Muslim in Cairo, Egypt. I grew up in the Gaza Strip as a child in the 50s, and my father headed the Egyptian military intelligence in Gaza, and he was conducting Fidayeen operations against Israel. So I really grew up in the heart of the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Noni, can you speak directly into the microphone?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. And my father was killed in these operations, these jihadist operations against Israel. I attended Gaza elementary schools, and where I learned hatred, vengeance, retaliation. Peace was never an option. We never discussed peace. It was all about jihad and martyrdom. And they filled our hearts with fear of Jews, which made hatred comes easy. Terrorism becomes acceptable. Terrorism is not looked at. If the enemy is regarded as evil, then terrorism becomes a good mission. And this is how we were educated. The education of Arab children is to make killing of certain groups of people not only good, it's holy. It becomes holy in our culture. So I lived for 30 years of my life in oppressive dictatorships and police states. I was a journalist in Egypt, and I never voted. I never understood what voting means. And this is not just me. This is most people who come to the United States, who immigrate to the United States, like myself, are brought up with pretty much the same kind of culture. I grew up in gender-segregated society, where women were treated very differently, not only socially, but legally. They have different rights, much less rights than men. I witnessed honor killing of girls because of any suspicion of a sexual crime. oppression of women, religious minority oppression, and the lower classes who are practically treated like slaves. I witnessed female genital mutilation and polygamy and its devastating effects on family dynamics. So I grew up in a culture that perpetuated constantly anger, incitement, anger towards different groups of people, non-Muslims. I used to hear cursing of the kafir. The word kafir means non-Muslims, calling them enemies of Allah after every Friday prayer. It's very common at the end of the Friday prayers to curse the enemies of Allah, America, the Europeans, Israel, the Jews, the non-Muslims. Our religious leaders often ended from the pulpits of mosques, they would curse and encourage us to do jihad and martyrdom. Because after all, if they are such monsters, then jihad and martyrdom and dying in that process becomes an honor.
Noni, not to interrupt, but can you describe specifically jihad? Define
Yes.
What is the definition from your perspective of jihad? And
It's not from my perspective. The definition of jihad from Muslim holy books, such as Reliance of the Traveler, it's exactly the following: to war with non-Muslims to establish the religion. The word jihad is mentioned so often in the Quran. 97% of the word jihad, when it's mentioned in the Quran, it refers to violence, terror, killing, beheading, not talking to, making them your enemies. Only 3% of the mentioning of jihad does not associate it with war and violence. So this is not my opinion. And after 9/11, I heard many people from my culture describing jihad as an inner struggle, self-analysis. I like that meaning. I never heard it in my 30 years of being a Muslim inside the Middle East.
And you went to Gaza schools?
Yes.
And
Cairo schools.
Can you relate to that experience? And the reason why I ask is this, and many in the media have asked as well. And I think it's important, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security, I think it's important as an elected official in the state of New York, from my perspective, that we really understand that there are, and appreciate, that there are those who are being raised at this very moment, or previously, to hate the United States of America, to hate Israel, and specifically to your experience. And I ask you to first, is that experience still relevant today, number one? And number two, what was that experience like in those schools? And what, not that it's a complete broad stroke, but what was your experience and what were children taught?
It is horrendous. There is no, they don't leave your mind to think for itself. You're supposed to hate Jews. You're supposed to hate America. You're supposed to hate Western culture. And this is in and out. It's not just in the mosques. This is in the media, politicians, in the culture in general. And as a matter of fact, it's now getting worse, not getting any better. Because Egypt in the 50s and the 60s, when I was a child and an early teenager, it was much more less radical. Islam was not as bad as now.
So one of the comments that have been made, Noni, is that your experience, and very young woman, but your experience at that time, since time has passed, is not as relevant. What would you say to those critics?
I would like to tell them, just open Arab TV. Check what's going on. It's not a secret. Everything is being translated into English now. It's not like my days when we lived in a closed society completely. Check the translations in memory.com and see what children in the Arab world are teaching. There is a little Egyptian girl. Go on YouTube who's sitting on Egyptian television. That's not Palestinian TV. That's Saudi TV, Egyptian TV. They are telling her, who do you hate the most? The Jews. And what did Allah tell you? To kill them. I mean, this is what Arab children are being taught. People who think like that way are Americans who are born here, who cannot even imagine how it is to be born and raised there. It's like two different worlds.
No, yeah, Senator Adams has a question.
First of all, I want to be clear on something. This is not our threat. The Quran or Kufi, this is not our threat. This is not our threat. And for you to use your personal experience.
That's not my personal.
It's for you to use your personal experience.
Senator Adams, nobody who came here to testify today. Senator Adams, I'm asking for, you can say whatever you want. But have some decorum and let's treat everybody who's going to testify with respect.
Senator
Treat everybody with respect.
This is offending
Senator
the hearing.
Adams?
This is offending this hearing by having her here.
Senator
This
Adams?
is not our enemy,
Senator
and we need to be
Adams?
clear on that.
The Quran states that slavery, sexual slavery, is allowed under Islam for a man to have a sexual slave. So do you approve of that?
Listen.
Globally,
we have problems
it's in your hand
with
right
the way
now, the
people's
statement.
cultures are globally. But it wasn't the Quran that brought down our buildings. It was not the Quran.
The Quran
and what
states
you are doing,
you have to
bringing
kill
one person at a
non-Muslims.
time, Noni.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are bringing hate and poison into a diverse country.
Senator Adams, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I want to know why are we allowing her, Chair, to bring this poison into a hearing that is dealing with are we ready in 10 years? The poison that she's
Can I
spewing
answer
is
now?
whole
Noni,
hurting
Senator
our
Adams.
culture.
Senator Adams.
I would like to answer.
I'm going to, everybody, Senator Adams, I know you like the press. Senator Adams, you're going to let me respond. And I know you like the TV cameras. And I'm glad that nobody's in between those TV cameras and you, because that's the most dangerous place in New York City right now. But at the end of the day on 9/11, it was Jews and Muslims and Catholics and Christians who were killed. Let us take this moment, not to get front page press tomorrow, but let us take this moment to avoid the front page press that'll happen the day after another incident like 9/11. Let's let Noni speak.
But there's
Senator
something
Adams, you're out of line.
Yeah, but there's something else you're missing.
This is not going to be a
There were
debate.
Muslim cops
Senator Adams, if you have a question,
who were down
ask it.
at September 11th.
Senator Adams, do you have a question?
Protected the city. Yes. Are you aware of the number of Muslim cops that protected the city? That should be front page.
Senator Adams, you should have asked that of the representative from the commissioner.
I would like to answer. Actually, these are good questions.
But there were Muslim cops every day, and I saw those Muslim police officers. While they were protecting this city, they had to go home to their family members who was wearing hijabs and who was in mosques who were attacked because of the hate that has been spewed today.
I would like to answer. This is very, please, I would love to respond to that. Most Muslims are the nicest people. I'm not speaking about the people. I'm speaking about the ideology. The ideology of Islam and Sharia Islamic law, which is based on the Quran, states that if a person leaves Islam, they must be killed. It's my civil right in America
Mr. Chairman.
to practice any religion I want or practice no religion whatsoever. And today, I am under a death threat, sir, by Sharia Islamic law. I have the right to defend myself.
We'll go through the chair. Senator Golden has a question.
I would ask my colleagues to allow the testimony to be completed. This obviously is her assessment and her evaluation of how she was brought up in her life. It does not have anything to do with the good Muslim Americans that live in this great nation and around the world. So I must prefer that we move this hearing as quickly as we can and let her have her hearing and her day here. And there'll be others following her. And I think that's what we want. We want to get back to what this is all about. It's about Homeland Security. It's about the future of this city and this state to make sure that we're safe. So if you...
Senator Zeldin has a follow-up question.
You know, I'm currently serving in the reserves right now in the Army. I spent a few years on active duty, and for years had an opportunity to study the Middle East, the cultures, the different cultures. Here in America, we have great patriotism in our country, and over in Iraq, where I spent a little time in 2006. I found that loyalty wasn't, first and foremost to Iraq. It was to tribe. It was to sect, and there were a lot of different types of people that are over there in Iraq. I found a lot of people that were happy that we were there, more than any polls showed. I found a lot of people that really weren't caught up in the politics of it all. They just wanted to earn a living, to take care of their spouses and their families, and that was their top priority. They wanted to live a life in peace. And I heard what I happen to be happy that you're here, and I have no agenda in saying that. I'm only speaking on my own behalf. I'm happy that you're here, because I think that you are speaking about an experience that I believe that you did go through, lessons that you did learn, and I don't think that what you're speaking of, and this is, I can only speak on my own behalf. I don't believe that you are speaking for everyone who lives in the Middle East, who practices Islam, because there's a lot of diverse people, and you know, and in the emotion of you being here and what you're testifying about, I just wanted to say, speaking from my own experiences and what I've learned, that what you're saying it's very important for us to hear, because that experience represents the smaller. It's not 100%, but the smaller amount of Islam which has been radicalized. I would have to say as a disclaimer that I don't believe that what you're saying represents everyone that practices Islam.
Of course not.
Right, and I think that needs to be pointed out for Senator Adams. I totally respect, and once again I can't speak on behalf of everyone, but I'm glad that Senator Adams spoke up. I'm glad that Senator Ball is holding this hearing, and I'm glad that you're here. But this is a real threat, and what happened on 9/11 was that element of where you came from your experience, that does continue to exist today, and I want to learn more about it. I don't learn enough. And while I was over in Iraq, I learned that when you do an inspection, you should have palms out instead of palms in. And if you're inspecting a woman, there should be a senior member of the house there. And if it was in private between a man searching a woman, it's possible that the senior member of the household would assume that something would have happened with that member and take revenge, a revenge killing on an American soldier, or even revenge on their own family member. And different parts of Iraq do have those elements. So I'm happy that you're here testifying. I just want to say, in my opinion, I think you do represent part of Islam that has been radicalized, but I don't believe that you speak for all of Islam.
Thank you. When I moved to America, I considered myself a Muslim. I wanted to practice my religion, Islam. But to my disappointment, in America, the mosques were advising us against assimilation and against integration. And I was told to wear the hijab with pride. And then when I said, I never wore a hijab in Egypt, because in my generation, nobody wore a hijab. And they told me that I must wear it with pride. And then when I didn't wear it, I got the cold treatment by other people in the community, in the Muslim community. Much of the preaching in the mosques in America that I was subjected to was about Sharia, jihad, anti-Semitism, a lot of anti-Jewish sentiments, the Arab-Israeli conflict. Whenever I went, everything was about politics. It wasn't an experience about my relationship with God. It was a very political experience. It's about Sharia, Islamic law, which is not, by the way, a religious right. Sharia is not a religious right in America. It's against our Constitution. So going to the mosque became more and more of a political experience than a spiritual experience for me. They were in a race to get Arab funds to build mosques from out abroad. Some of the sermons were so outrageous right here in America that I felt scared. I felt this is an agenda. This is an agenda. For instance, we were told that the United States Constitution should be Sharia compliant. When I married an American man, my husband, the first question I was asked, did he convert to Islam? I had to lie and say yes because I was so intimidated and scared. and he became extremely he became very not very comfortable whenever we met them, because we had to live in pretenses. I started learning about several young Arab girls right here in America who are beaten and abused by their parents, their father, brother, because they have an American boyfriend. They wanted us to be alienated from the society and make it an us against them experience. The same people who chose to come to the United States are teaching their kids to this kind of alienation and contempt to American democracy and culture. There was no criticism against the stoning of women in my culture of origin. Nothing. There are nobody speaking on behalf of the Christians in Egypt who are being killed. Their Bibles are being burnt in Muslim world. The churches are being burnt in the Muslim world. And nobody cares. Nobody cares that Bibles are being burnt on a daily basis in the Muslim world. Now, when 9/11 happened, and I learned that Muhammad Atta he had from the same city I came from. He was from Cairo. And I called many people, many Muslims, who told me that Arabs didn't do that. It's the Jews that did it. It's not the Arabs that did it. How dare you say that? That's when I started speaking out. And I started speaking out of love for this country, because this country is what gave me my dignity as a woman, my freedom that I could never, ever have even dreamed of having in my culture of origin.
Noni, Noni, on that point, we're running out of time, so I want to thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Frank Gaffney. He's the president of Center for Security Policy. Okay, Linda. Actually, I'm wrong. Okay, Linda Sarsour. And Linda is part of the Advocacy and Civil Engagement Coordinator for the National Network for Arab American Communities, as well as Cyrus McGoldrick, Civil Rights Manager at CARE, New York. You mentioned that they're your guests. You mentioned that you. Yeah. And it was the leadership of Senator Golden who brought these two individuals to testify before this committee. I want to thank Senator Golden.
Thank you for having us. I would like to thank the New York State Senate Homeland Security Committee for giving me this opportunity to testify, and in particular thank my state Senator Marty Golden. I'm here to provide testimony on behalf of the National Network for Arab American Communities and the Arab American Association of New York, a nonprofit social service and advocacy organization located in the largest Arab American community in the state of New York in southwest Brooklyn. The security and safety of New York is based on trust and genuine partnerships with the diverse communities that make up this great state. There are over 400,000 Arabs in New York State alone and over 800,000 Muslims in New York City. The Arab and Muslim communities are not the problem. We are a part of the solution. Where are we now? From a new level of aggressive and invasive questioning of our community by federal and local law enforcement entities to the recent hearings held by Congressman Peter King, Muslim Americans and those who are perceived to be Muslim are facing greater challenges than we have ever faced since the tragic events of 9/11. While our community has been facing blatant discrimination and have been affected by bad and misguided government policies since 9/11, the 2010 controversy around Park 51, the proposed mosque and community center near Ground Zero, ignited a new era of increased xenophobia and Islamophobia unlike anything we have seen before. Muslim Americans have been forced to suffer in an incredibly hostile civic environment in which prominent elected officials, religious leaders, and political news commentators have expressed outrageous, hateful sentiments towards Muslims and their beliefs. Some prominent, influential leaders have launched sustained campaigns to marginalize Muslim Americans and deny them protections guaranteed by the Bill of Rights preserved in our Constitution. Multiple states have initiated legislative endeavors to make the practice of Islam illegal in the world's greatest democracy, in part by outlawing Sharia. While New York State may be perceived the most tolerant state in the country, recent events have proved otherwise. These events include the opposition to building of mosques in downtown Manhattan, Staten Island, New York, and Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. A Muslim cab driver stabbed after telling his passenger he was Muslim. A high school student in Staten Island who was punched, spat on, and harassed for 1 year before coming forward. An offensive Islam-bashing propaganda video shown to New York police cadets while they were filling out administrative paperwork during training. Local elected official using Park 51 and Islam as a wedge point issue during their campaigns. as well as the use of local law enforcement as immigration agents and infiltration of our Islamic institutions and civic organizations with informants who were once criminals themselves. These and other disturbing and destabilizing patterns calls into question government claims that officials wish to maintain open lines of communication and strong partnerships between the Arab and Muslim American communities and government entities. Despite our concerns and despite the challenges, the Arab and Muslim communities of New York are civically engaged on all facets of the community. We participate in dialogues with FBI and NYPD on issues of concern and potential areas of work together. Members of our community, including myself, have provided training to FBI probationary agents and NYPD cadets. And I'm proud to say that the Arab American Association of New York's Brooklyn United soccer team won the 2009 NYPD Commissioner's Cup. We regularly invite elected officials and law enforcement to our mosque and engage them with community members and are available to our local police captains. We sponsor local nights out against violence and community cleanups in partnership with our local precincts. Most recently, on March 27th, we had a contingent of Arabs and Muslims walk in the Bay Ridge St. Patrick's Day Parade. On May 14, 2011, thousands of Arab Americans around the country will join in a day of national service for the National Network for Arab American Communities' annual National Arab American Service Day. During this day, the Arab American Association of New York is organizing a community fair in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, to build bridges with the African American and Caribbean communities in that area. According to a report published by Columbia University, 12% of New York City public school students are Muslim. That's 1 out of every 8 students. There are about 800,000 Muslims in New York City of diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds. We may be a minority, but our actions in recent elections have shown the true commitment to engaging in the electoral process we are so fortunate to have. In 2008, the Arab American Association of New York, with support from the New York Immigration Coalition, ran the largest Get Out the Vote campaign in the history of the Arab American community in Brooklyn, with 130 paid canvassers and 8,000 doors knocked, and we will maintain that momentum into the 2012 elections. Arab and Muslim Americans reside in all parts of New York. We are here to serve our society, to provide resources and educational materials. You do not need to invite self-proclaimed experts who have no connections or constituencies in the Arab and Muslim communities and whose views do not represent the majority of Arab and Muslim Americans. Inviting such pseudo-experts to articulate views about Muslim communities in New York is akin to inviting David Duke or head of the KKK to discuss African American affairs in our great state. These outsiders' agendas are not to cultivate civility and strengthen cooperation between New Yorkers, but to promote divisions in our community. I will say to them, the way to reform is not through divisive attacks on a community's religious and advocacy organizations. I will say to you, the way to prevent terrorism is to work together. I want to make a point about the Faisal Shahzad Times Square bomber. The first 911 call that went in was from a Senegalese Muslim vendor. So I want to make sure that people understand that. And I will end by saying that I was born and raised in Brooklyn, attended public school my entire life, and chose a career path that allows me to give back to my community and make New York a better place. I grew up in a pre-9/11 era where my identity, ethnicity, and religion were not under attack, a time when I felt secure and safe. My children, who are 11, 10, and 7, only know a post-9/11 world, a world of hate, misunderstanding, and chaos. I want my children to know the New York that I love, the America that I love, the one that respects and protects them and affords them all of the privileges and responsibilities of their citizenship. Thank you.
Linda, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I want to thank you for all your efforts. I want to thank everything that you were doing is absolutely amazing. I want you to continue to do it. I want you to let us know how this committee can certainly help to expand on that. And I also want you to know that I really hate politics in a lot of ways, and it's because it comes down to props sometimes and 30-second sound bites. I want you to know that as chair of this committee that I see your efforts as exactly the way any community should be acting. I'm a Catholic. We get a lot of bad press because there's a very small group of priests who have preyed on children. And when that happens, I cannot be happier that they're found. If they're found guilty, that they go to jail. And to be quite honest with you, I wish that much worse was done to sexual predators of young children. Now, if I were to go out and to either hold a rally or in support of those select few, I feel that I'd be wrong. Absolutely. And I ask that as a Catholic American and as the chairman of this committee, that you work with me to find out how we get beyond the sound bites, how we get behind the 30-second stabs here and there. Because at the end of the day, Muslims, Christians, Jews, non-believers, everybody died alike on 9/11. And we have got to avoid the politics of polarization. Now, very specifically, because you mentioned your testimony, to call Noni to be a self-proclaimed expert. Now, this is a strong woman who grew up 30 years as part of a culture. She did go to Gaza schools. She did have a servant in her home who was killed under Sharia law. Her father was an intelligence officer with the Egyptians and headed up the Fedayeen operations. No joking matter. Which direct mission was to destroy Israel, to kill Jews. So what would be nice is that if we could have a conversation in between your group, you yourself, the Nonis of the world, because you know what? I think everybody that testified today is united in our heart. We may have a hell of a debate over other issues, but we all want to secure New York and New York City. And I can tell you that some of the attacks that have been done against this committee, I want you to know personally that I reached out. And there's not a member on this panel or the ones that are holding protests or the ones that are holding press conferences that would tell you. I've reached out individually to every rank and file senator. I've reached out beyond the committee. I've sent communications, emails, letters, and I have asked those senators to give me input. Senator Adabo, Senator Adams are one of the only two senators on the other side that we've had a conversation. Outside of that, there has been zero input. The very same ones that are most active in the press attacking this committee, I bumped into them at least a dozen times in the members-only lounge and on the floor. Never once did they make a suggestion. And it's Senator Golden, on my side of the aisle, but Senator Golden, who made sure that both of you were here today. And I can tell you that those protesters from yesterday and today, we would have been happy to have them in here having a constructive dialogue. And that's the honest truth from the bottom of my heart. Anybody else have a comment? Sir?
Chairman Ball, other members of the Standing Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Senator Golden, thank you for inviting us. The Council on American Islamic Relations of New York submits this testimony as part of our expression of deep concern over the anti-Muslim witnesses participating in this hearing, and I respectfully ask that my entire statement be entered into the record of this hearing. The CAIR believes and agrees that political correctness has no place in discussions of security. We also believe that facts and not fear-mongering or false allegations are the foundation of a sober and objective.
Do you mind identifying yourself for
some
some members of the press have asked?
My name is Cyrus McGoldrick, the Civil Rights Manager at the Council on American Islamic Relations in New York.
Senator Griffo asked if you wouldn't mind just summarizing. That will be entered into the record completely, so you don't have to read. You can summarize if you don't mind. It's not a pop quiz, but
all right, sure, okay. No problem. So CAIR believes that political correctness really has no place in discussions of security. But we also believe that facts and not fear-mongering or false allegations are the foundation of a sober and objective review of public protection. Finally, we believe that founding principles such as liberty and pluralism need not be escorted to the back of our national bus as we achieve our goal of defeating violent extremism. As Senator Parker and others have already noted, Ms. Nani Darwish has a troubling record of anti-Muslim statements. This is not to question her experience, but she has asserted that Islam is not a true religion. And her group, Former Muslims United, once put up a billboard stating, "Stop the Murfreesboro Mosque," in an attempt to block the construction of a mosque in Tennessee. A congressman who was here earlier, who is famous for a grudge against CAIR, is very well known for his 2007 pronouncement that we have too many mosques in this country. And Mr. Gaffney, who I believe is supposed to follow us, has indulged in fantastical conspiracy theories, such as that not only President Obama embraces the agenda of the Muslim Brotherhood, but so does CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference. And Gaffney, president of the Washington-based Center for Security Policy, employs David Yerushalmi, who is the author of the template to promote anti-Islam bills in a growing number of state legislatures, who the ADL has reported he has a record of anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, and anti-black bigotry. So witnesses with such indisputable anti-Muslim track records will cause reasonable people to question the purpose and usefulness of today's proceeding, and I find that regrettable because the topic of public protection deserves sober discussion and not fear-mongering.
If I can just say to one point, because there are those who would suggest that CAIR itself has linkings that are less than desirable.
Absolutely,
okay?
we can address
so let's
that
just
too.
Honestly say it. So following that process, that thought process that you just laid out, I would not have allowed you to come and speak. So instead of going after ad hominem attacks, I would like you to focus on testimony that relates to Homeland Security.
Absolutely. There's no denying that people of vile intent covered the opportunity to recruit Americans to their mindset and pull them away from the straight path in order to seduce them into opting for violent extremism. CARE and other similar community groups are a natural enemy of violent extremists. CARE represents its constituents, clients, and supporters through exclusively peaceful and democratic means. There's also no denying that, excepting a tiny minority, violent extremists have not found fertile ground in America. Many individuals and institutions, including law enforcement, Homeland Security personnel, and the leaders and members of the American Muslim community, deserve a share of the credit for this. My full testimony details how CARE's work undermines the narratives of violent extremists through civic engagement and protecting civil liberties. I also want to mention that the announcement for this hearing notes a focus on Sharia law. The Constitution is the law of this land, and CARE likes it that way. Our organization expends enormous legal and advocacy energy defending its principles, and among those principles adopted into the Constitution in 1791 as part of the First Amendment is the free exercise of religion. The term Sharia is undoubtedly misunderstood in our nation. American Muslim scholar Suhaib Webb defines the term as the Islamic system of law and the totality of the Islamic way of life based on the Quran and the Sunnah. The Quran is Islam's revealed text. The Sunnah comprises the traditions and practices of the Prophet Muhammad. Sharia is nothing more than the religious traditions that all Muslims use to guide the practice of their faith. It informs how we pray, when we pray, how and how much we give to charity, and how we choose to be buried. Anti-Sharia bills are being considered in a number of state legislatures, and these anti-Sharia measures can easily infringe on free exercise. Indeed, these bills, which proclaim a possible shift from run-of-the-mill discrimination to government-sanctioned discrimination against a religious minority, are one of the four major issues impacting the civil liberties of American Muslims today. The other three, in no specific order, are 1. Attacks, vandalisms, and attempts to impede the expansion of places of worship. 2. Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, and other violent extremists. And 3. The use of Muslim bashers as law enforcement trainers. Senator Ball, members of the Standing Committee, I really do appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this testimony, to this hearing. I look forward to answering your questions, and I hope that my presence here lets you know that CARE and CARE New York are willing partners in the fight for Homeland Security. Thank you.
And I want to thank you both for coming. Are there any questions?
No, I just want to thank Linda for being here. Thank you for your point of view. Thank you for what you've been able to see, what's going on in the communities, the good work that you're doing, and please continue to do that. Thank you also, Cyrus, for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator?
I just want to say that we are also here as a commitment from our entire community, where we do represent a majority of Muslim New Yorkers and in the state of New York, that we're here and reach out to us. If you need something, we are here to support your committee. If you need to do town hall meetings, if you want to talk to people, we are here, and we're here to extend our hand to you. And we don't need people outside of New York to help us solve our security issues in New York State. Thank you.
I want to thank you very much. There are a few people, including the Israeli Defense Force, that have a lot of knowledge that I personally think that law enforcement could benefit from here in New York. So that's a brushstroke. I will tell you this committee's commitment. We are committed 110% every step of the way. I will include you in future hearings and in future discussions, and I thank you for your input today.
Thank you.
And let's focus on the dialogue instead of the debate. Senator Adams.
Yeah, first I want to thank Senator Golden for extending an invitation to you. As I stated, a number of my colleagues who are from the Muslim faith, they wear blue uniforms, and they serve this city and this state well. And my question to you is, how do we do more in our schools and to better foster a better relationship? Because the best deterrent of ones who are being recruited to do something harmful to our country is to let them see the benefits of intercultural, intergenerational, and understanding of one's religion. What would you suggest? And I would like to be a partner with you in doing so, but what would you suggest we do in our school system to help foster a better relationship and understanding of both the various religions in our country?
Well, first I'd like to say that right now when you look into the school textbooks, there's like a paragraph on Islam. And I think right now in the current political situation and the wars that we're in right now, I think it is about time for us to do more education in our school system with our staff and with our students. I also think that the Respect for All campaign and the Department of Education needs to be enforced. There is no tolerance for student-on-student discrimination, staff on student, student on staff. I think that that's something that we need to work on with the Department of Education. Obviously, now there's a transition in chancellor, so I would love to partner with your office to think about how we as a community can incorporate and work with the Department of Education to provide cultural sensitivity trainings as well as input on curriculum and books that could potentially be helpful to students to learn about Islam and about Muslims in New York.
Okay, I want to thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frank Gaffney. I know Frank has to make a plane. He'll be here for a limited period of time, so we'll be quick and we'll limit our questions. Frank, thank you. I think I've heard about you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good
Frank.
to be with you. Good to go?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to complement a program that I think can be very important, not just to the state of New York, but I hope to the country, to the extent that it actually encompasses all of the threats that we are confronting to our homeland, both here in New York, New York City, New York State, as well as across America. I wanted to present to you as an example of research that we have been doing on this subject, a book entitled Sharia, the Threat to America. You've heard several of the previous witnesses talk about it. The threat or the absence of the threat posed by what is best described, I believe, as a politico-military legal program whose express purpose is to have it imposed worldwide, subject to a theocratic ruler, usually called a caliph. That is, of course, a program that is completely at odds with our Constitution, our form of government, our way of life, our freedoms. And I think to the extent that we have, to this point, as a nation, failed to both understand that reality, let alone respond to it properly, has contributed to what, I'm sorry to say, nearly 10 years after 9/11, is a nation that is still tremendously insecure. Despite the enormous investments we've made, both in terms of dollars and lives, the efforts that committees like this across the country have made, the hard work of an awful lot of Americans, the absence of clarity about the nature of the threat doctrine that animates our enemies. Yes, most obviously those that engage in violence to try to achieve this stated objective of imposing Sharia worldwide. But also, and in some ways even more worrying, is the effort being made by the Muslim Brotherhood and organizations like it that regard other ways of accomplishing that end state as more practicable, at least for the moment. We know from documents that the federal government introduced into evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial in 2008, the largest terrorism financing trial in American history, introduced, by the way, uncontested by the defense. These documents included a strategic plan prepared by the Muslim Brotherhood in 1991 that came into the possession of the federal government in 2004. This so-called explanatory memorandum was very illuminating in at least two respects. One, it described the mission of the Muslim Brotherhood in America as a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within, sabotaging its miserable house by their hands, meaning ours, and the hands of the believers so that God's religion is made victorious over all other religions. That's a pretty direct and clear statement of hostility to our country, our government, our way of life. Helpfully, this strategic plan, the explanatory memorandum, also had, and by the way, the entire explanatory memorandum is reproduced in the second appendix to this book, and I commend it to you. Attached to that explanatory memorandum was a list of 29 organizations under the heading, a list of our organizations and organizations of our friends. Imagine what could be done if they all march according to a single plan. That list, dated, again, 1991, represents virtually every prominent Muslim American organization in the country as of that time. The Council on American Islamic Relations was not on that list, simply because it hadn't come into existence until 1993, 1994. We know, however, that it was the direct offshoot of the Islamic Association of Palestine, which was on that list, because the FBI had the organizational meeting of the Council on American Islamic Relations under surveillance. all of this was introduced into evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial. My point here, Mr. Chairman, is to say that we need to be clear that in addition to the threats of violent extremism, which I believe are best understood and explained in terms of the preeminent dangers we face, I'm not talking about the odd individual who does something awful around the country who isn't doing it in the name of Sharia. I'm talking about those who are. But in addition to that, we have organizations in this country that are promoting a kind of stealth jihad, or what the Brotherhood itself has called civilization jihad. And if I could just give you a couple of examples very quickly of how this works. Under our noses, with us either looking the other way or simply failing to appreciate the significance of these things, particularly in the aggregate and over time. We have influence operations that are being run by organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, whose purpose is to assure you that they are working with us, they are cooperating with law enforcement, they are part of the team in protecting this country against the threat of these people who are trying to hijack their faith. One of the leading indicators that that is what is known in the tradition of Sharia as taqiyya is they deny that there is any such thing as Sharia, that there is in fact this very well established, and believe me, it is copiously documented in this book, very well established code, not just legal code, but political, military, intelligence code that guides the overthrow of all governments that are in the way. Those working by stealth inside Western societies, and you see this most dramatically in Europe at the moment. Did you know, for example, that there are now 751 areas that are called by the French zones urbaines sensibles? That's a fancy French term for no-go zones. Those are places where the authorities of France dare not enter for fear of their lives. Now, people say that can't possibly happen here. I'm telling you right now, including in this state, there are communities like Islamburg that are no-go zones as well. It has been documented that the FBI and local law enforcement dare not enter those facilities where weapons training and explosives and the like are being used by Jamaat al-Fukra, the group that runs these camps across the United States and Canada, some 35 of them, for the purpose of preparing, according to their leader, a sheikh by the name of Jilani out of Pakistan, for the day of jihad. A terrorist infrastructure, and as you probably know, Islamburg is near the some of the important watersheds, the drinking water of this community in upstate New York. We have influence operations being run that go beyond simply trying to disinform. Well, frankly, committees like this. We have them inside organizations like the FBI. Did you know that Kifa Mustafa, one of the preeminent Hamas figures in Chicago, an unindicted co-conspirator in that Holy Land Foundation trial that I mentioned a moment ago, was brought by the FBI as part of a citizens academy into 3 of the most sensitive facilities in the United States government. The FBI headquarters, the FBI training academy at Quantico, and the National Counterterrorism Center. It's clear from people who were on this trip with him that he was using it as an intelligence collection operation, trying to figure out how the FBI counters people like him. That kind of activity is going on all the time. The Ground Zero Mosque has been mentioned here. I believe this is part and parcel of the kind of effort to insinuate Sharia in this country. The imam who brought us this proposition, Faisal Abdul Rauf, has made clear he seeks to bring Sharia to the United States. The Ground Zero Mosque fits the profile of triumphalist mosques built on sacred ground of defeated people elsewhere around the world. I believe it should not be allowed to happen here. Sharia-compliant finance, in this community especially, you should be aware, this is another vehicle for legitimating Sharia and enabling those who are Sharia proponents and, in fact, leaders like Yusuf al-Qaradawi to exercise influence over the capital and credit flows of Western economies, including ours.
Frank, we're running a little over time, and Senator Zeldin has a question.
Certainly.
Well, thanks for being here. I guess I have to start off by saying I happen to be very grateful that this country has Muslim Americans like Linda that testified before you. I think that a lot of what you said is you've spent a lot of time studying the issue. I would have to say parts of what you said I believe might be your personal opinion, and others may genuinely be fact. And the goal is to be able to sort through as much of what is your personal perspective and what is fact would be my personal goal leaving this particular hearing. I happen to be happy that you're here as well. I'm happy that Linda was here before you, and I'm happy that Noni was here before Linda. And I'm actually very grateful that this hearing took place and that Chairman Ball have all of you here for this hour. I'm not worried as a New Yorker of the threat from peaceful Muslim Americans like Linda and all the people in her community. I'm happy that they are part of America, and they are fellow Americans. They served with Senator Adams in the police force. They served with me in the military. They served with Senator Golden, and I'm happy that they're here. There is a very real threat in this country that I don't want to ignore today or ever. And it's the basis of why I'm grateful that you are here and Noni was here as well. Because there is a small piece, you have this great, big, peaceful Muslim American community that they love contributing to our society. This is the place for dreams and opportunity and success, for a better way of life. And for all of them, I'm happy that they're here. There is an element within our country. They were here that in the past and in the future, whether they happen to come from one particular religion today and it's different 20 years from now, or another country and it might be different 20 years from now, it exists. And I think it's so important for our work to continue after here, and for the work down in Washington to continue, and for our intelligence agencies to continue to talk, because the threat is real. And while I appreciate and love the fact that we have such a healthy, peaceful Muslim American community in this state and in this country, and I love every single one of them, we have to take the threat seriously, because I don't want to ever have another terrorist attack take place on our soil. And I am committing myself, and I'm sure every single person, Republican or Democrat, regardless of where you're from, what your religion is. I happen to be Jewish. Whatever your religion is, whatever part of the state you're from, we're all committed to making sure that 9/11 never happens. And that's why I think Senator Ball put this hearing together, and I'm grateful he did it.
Senator Adams?
Thank you. And I agree with my colleague. I don't want a threat or an attack on American soil, not at 9/11 or in Oklahoma City. And those were not Muslims that attacked us in Oklahoma City. And so my question to you, with this extensive research about a threat, are we looking at, the goal is to subdue all threats and not to focus on any particular groups, but to end threats. Have you looked at any of the threats that are taking place across our country with those organizations and groups that are not of the Muslim faith? Are you finding that those threats also exist, or do you believe those threats dissipated with the arrest of the individuals that were involved in Oklahoma City, or do we still have that threat that's prevalent?
May I respond to both?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your respective service to our country, both in your present capacity and in your previous ones. Senator Zeldin, I'm not going to impugn anybody specifically, but I will tell you that in the United States government, for years, a fellow by the name of Anwar al-Awlaki was considered to be a member of the peaceful Muslim community of the United States. In the Dar al-Hijra Mosque, where he operated, among other people who spent time there were, of course, members of the people who brought down the buildings not so far from here. It wasn't really, I think, until he fled the country and started running al-Qaeda terrorist operations against this country from Yemen, which prompted his placement on, as you know, the killer capture list, that a lot of people started saying, you know, not only what's he doing there, but what was he doing here? I commend you for your commitment to go to school on this. I mean, you've obviously spent a lot of time thinking about it already, but if you want to know what is fact and what is opinion, start with this. This is a document that was done by 19 top-flight national security professionals to evaluate exactly what the doctrine is and what its genesis is. And, you know, you can hear all day long from the Lindas of this world what they believe or what they think or what they'd like you to believe. And I simply want to impress upon you that whatever she thinks or says, or organizations like CARE, which, as I've said, is associated with Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood.
I'm going to ask, just like I did before, that we keep the ad hominem attacks.
This is not ad hominem, sir. This is a measure of fact.
You know what? Today I'm Chairman Frank.
You certainly are.
And Frank, I'm telling you, let's not get into a spitball contest on Homeland Security.
I'm not going to go there,
Stick to the facts.
I am sticking to the facts. And with respect to your question, sir, I believe the facts make clear that there are, of course, people of various stripes and persuasions across this country who either for psychotic reasons or for perhaps political or ideological reasons engage in activities that are a threat. My organization tries to be aware of all of them to the extent we can and to recommend policies for dealing with them to the extent we can. I have to say, with the greatest of respect, that if you were to do what I think we have to do, and most especially people like you have to do, even before the present budget crisis descended upon us, and that is to engage in triage, you've got to start with the most serious threats, the most obvious threats, the most disciplined, organized, and, frankly, destructive of threats. And I fear that we have neglected for too long one of them that is a subset of the larger problem that we've been contending with in a fashion, I think hobbled, frankly, by the what we consider to be politically correct blinders, namely the violent adherents to Sharia, who are using terror to try to bring their program to the supremacy that they think Allah has told them it deserves. I'm worried about this other piece, which I think, as we do triage, you have to give a higher priority than the whack job who shoots a congresswoman in Arizona, for example. I mean, is that a threat? Yes. Is it a terrible tragedy? Yes. Was it anything remotely approaching what an organization that says its purpose is the violent overthrow of the United States government and has been operating largely not only under the radar horizon, but our government itself has used organizations like these for outreach. Just to give you one example. A man who is currently serving 23 years in federal prison for terrorism-related charges, including al-Qaeda financing, was responsible under the Clinton administration for selecting, training, and credentialing chaplains for the U.S. military and the U.S. prison system. Now, that is just madness. To this day, to the best of my knowledge, we've not gone back and tried to figure out, were those guys, in fact, part of his program? We ought to be doing that kind of due diligence, I respectfully suggest, among other things that you here in the state of New York need to be attending to with respect to your own Homeland Security. I had a couple of specific recommendations, if I could make those before I get the...
No, we're not going to give you the hook. Senator Golden has a couple of questions, and I just want to say, as chairman, I too am grateful for your testimony, and the councilman who is here brought it up, the fact that whether this committee was aware that a community in Flushing, Queens had a terror cell inside the leadership of that mosque, and I think that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed delicately, and it really shouldn't be us versus them. It should be the collective.
I appreciate you doing that.
And that's why we have to avoid some of the attacks back and forth and really focus on our collective security. Senator Golden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gaffney, thank you for being here today, and I really want to listen to what the next part of your discussion here, and I hope it'll be brief.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know what your recommendations are, short of deportation and internment. I think there is a place that we can go here. And we have to stay focused on why we're here. We're here because of the terrorists that still exist in this great nation, and the threat assessment to this great nation, but more so the threat assessment to this great city and state. So, if that's where we're heading, that's what I'd like to hear about. Really, if that's the only focus I want to hear about is the threat assessment of the most dangerous, the individual that's going to attack us, that's going to hurt us, not the Muslim world. Thank you.
So both Senator Zeldin and Griffo have follow-up. Maybe they can ask a follow-up, and then you can respond to all three.
Sure. Before you make a recommendation, I just want to go to a point you made, because I think we're all here for the same reasons, hopefully, because we all believe in this country and want to make sure that we're being vigilant and prepared to protect this community, state, and country. You made a point that you said, you talked about a do-not-go zone, and you made an insinuation that you know where these exist. Now, are you indicating that our law enforcement officials, federal and state, are aware of this, and there's a perceived threat, potential there and danger, and nothing is being done about it? Is that what you're saying?
I'll respond to that. Yes, sir.
Why?
Do you want me to do that out of turn or take them all?
Senator Zeldin.
It's hopefully you can remember their questions and
Sure.
just mine is really more so as a statement. This is probably the last time that I'll be able to address while you're here. I don't know Linda. Okay, she came here for the first time today. I got a chance to hear her speak. I could sense her passion, and I speak of those peaceful Muslim Americans that I would assume are like Linda. You gave an example, and as far as the organization and theories and all this stuff, connections to different groups, that's all extremely, alarming. But I'm not. You said something about the example with Alawaki, and he was presumed to be a peaceful Muslim American until that turned the other way. And I can only speak for myself in saying that I believe it's really important for our country to assume that a Muslim American is peaceful when you first meet them and when you first see them. And it's only upon intelligence that they are a threat that you change that perception. And I would just hope that that's where our state and country can go, is realizing just how many Muslim Americans are here that are peaceful and they want to contribute. The Alawaki example is, I understand it's a great example to support your argument, but I still believe that we have to deal with the stereotypes that are out there to make sure that we actually getting ready to threat.
Okay, Frank.
Good. Okay, sir. Important points all. I must tell you, I don't want to see what happens to this country if there's another terrible 9/11, possibly on an order of magnitude worse scale than what you saw right here. My view of this is, you asked the question about, are we going to go to internment camps? If something really horrible like that happens, we might. So it's all the more important that we do the sorts of things that I think might make a difference. And I'll speak to the several other questions as I try to lay those out. I think the defining difference between Muslims who are genuinely peaceable, authentically American, tolerant, law-abiding, and respectful of our Constitution, whose presence in this country I feel second to none in welcoming. I have friends in that community. Those folks are the people we need to empower, and we need to ensure are not suppressed or kept from testifying. The way you define the difference between them and the people who are absolutely, authentically a problem. And al-Awlaki was demonstrably that throughout his time at Dar al-Hijra and, of course, in Yemen, is their adherence to Sharia. It is a knowable thing. It is a program that absolutely is unconstitutional and anti-constitutional. If they line up with it, you got a problem. If they don't, and they're willing to work with us against our common foes, who are people who are trying to impose that program on them as much as on us, That's a tip-off. Is the FBI not responding to evidence that there are problems in groups and zones, if you will, or communities like that in Islamberg? I believe there is that evidence, and I would encourage you to look into it. We'd be happy to provide what we have in that department. I know this to be true of both the federal levels and, in some cases, the state levels, where states have simply not been prepared to risk what could be, well, bad press, among other things, by going after and trying to clean up what are indeed, I believe, terrorist training facilities. The Islamberg.
And?
Islamberg is a Jamaat al-Fukra compound where you have people engaged in weapons training, explosive training, and I believe being guided by a sheikh by the name of Jelani, as I said, who is,
refuses to go in there?
as far as I can tell, that is the case.
You're making a pretty serious accusation there.
You
have evidence and proof that you can
have evidence that this is the case. It's documented in film.
Chairman, so we can
Be
maybe
delighted-
make
be
proper
delighted
Gave it to the press, so let's see if the press gets the
I
FBI.
would welcome all parties getting to the bottom of this, because I think you want to know what kind of homeland security problems you have in New York State. I think that's an example of it. Let me just very quickly say, if we can stop legitimating those institutions and activities that promote Sharia in our country, whether it's in the financial sector right around the corner from here, whether it's in our court system, whether it's in academia, whether it's in the media, whether it's in the outreach organizations that we use, I think that would make a profound difference. I think, if I may just very succinctly say what I believe is the essence of the point. Sharia, as it has been trademarked, branded, and practiced for over a millennium in Islam, is a political and seditious activity. It is not a protected religious practice. If you are clear about that point, a lot of other things start falling into place, including what you can do about it, which I think is roll it up, not allow it to continue to metastasize. And again, if you think this can't happen here, look at what's going on in Europe, and you will see that that is the same trajectory Sharia would have for all of us. The stealth jihad has simply gotten further along there than it is here, and I believe we must keep America Sharia free and stop it from coming here any further.
Frank, I want to thank you very much for your testimony. We're running a little over today, and we will follow up.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next we have some officials from Entergy. They're going to be testifying on Entergy's Indian Point security and emergency preparedness. Fred Dacamo, I hope I have the name right, probably don't, Dan Gagnon, and Michael Slobodan. Fred is the Vice President of License Renewal, Dan's Coordinator of Security, and Michael is Director of Emergency Programs. Hi, Joanne. How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. They're going to spin up a slideshow here real quick.
Okay. How long is the slideshow?
Short as you want it to be.
Well, we're not going to do it. We're going to distribute to the members of the committee. I see Joanne flipping out, but we're not going to do it. We will follow up, give your testimony, okay, and we'll move forward.
Very good. Okay. So what we'll do. Okay, Senator?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Fred DeSimo. I'm Vice President of Operations, responsible for license renewal at Indian Point, formerly the Site Vice President. On my right is Dan Gagnon. He's a manager of security for Indian Point. What I want to do this afternoon, and not having the slideshows give us a little bit of a disadvantage, but we'll get through it, Senator, and appreciate the opportunity to testify here, is I want to give you a quick overview of the value of Indian Point, We're going to talk a little bit about, and to the degree that you feel comfortable, on sharing about security within Indian Point, convince you the things that we did post 9/11. Then I also want to talk about how the facility is built to be secure. The subject of this committee really is looking at terrorism, et cetera. The facility, by virtue of being designed for external threats besides security, terrorism, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes, et cetera, that in itself helps make the facility very secure. And if you want, we can give you a quick overview of what's going on in Japan, but that's strictly optional based on time.
Can you just explain that point? Because there are some very real differences between Japan, what happened in Japan, and in the Hudson Valley. And I think that should be, it's on the forefront of a lot of people's minds, and I think it would be time well spent.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that, digress from the program a little bit, but fundamentally, Indian Point is a very different designed reactor than the reactor at Fukushima. I myself held a senior operating license on a unit similar to Fukushima, and I've also held a senior operating license on a unit similar to Indian Point. Very different designs. Specifically, the design of Indian Point is what's called a pressurized water reactor. It's the type of reactor that the Navy uses. It's obviously, if you think about the uses in the Navy, how it's used in submarines, is the type of reactor certainly that can take a lot of pounding, if I may use that word, okay? And you couple that with the design features of other design features of a pressurized water reactor, that makes that a very robust design from the standpoint of being able to deal with consequence. Additionally, everyone has seen on television the enormous pictures of the explosion of the enclosure building. That's a hydrogen explosion. One of the things that Indian Point has as a design feature, and all pressurized water reactors have as a design feature in the United States, is what's called a hydrogen recombiner. A hydrogen recombiner would take, in the event of catastrophic fuel failure, the hydrogen that's inside the containment building, and everybody knows those robust concrete structures, and recombine that with oxygen back into water. Boiling water reactors do not have that design feature. I can go on, but that's the, 100,000-foot answer, okay? There's 104 nuclear reactors in the United States. It really stops really is equivalent in reduction of greenhouse gases, nearly equivalent to basically all the passenger cars. So you can see the value that nuclear power brings to the U.S. as it relates to greenhouse gas reduction. Additionally, if you were to compare life cycle emissions in terms of tons of carbon dioxide per equivalent, a nuclear power plant releases less carbon dioxide than a hydro facility, than solar facility, than biomass. And if you take a look at coal or natural gas, very, very high. So we have a wonderful graph that I would urge the committee members to take a look at, but it's very illustrative of how effective nuclear power is in helping us with global climate change. Additionally, the cost, we are the lowest cost producer. We're better than natural gas, better than coal, better than petroleum, et cetera. So we are the low cost, secure, and certainly low environmental impact. And as a matter of fact, in New York State, Indian Point itself supplies, and I think this is a vital statistic, Senator, Indian Point supplies between 18 and 35% of the electricity for downstate New York. What are you going to do? Where is that power going to come from if Indian Point is closed?
Can we just quickly follow up on a point that I want to, because you see, just like in any of these issues, there are those in elected office and otherwise that are seeking to get press. And explain this to me if I'm wrong. But right now, Indian Point has spent fuel pools.
That's correct.
Spent fuel pool. In the United States, we do not allow that spent fuel to be recycled. Correct?
Absolutely. And that's a travesty, Senator. That's my personal opinion.
France, that conservative authoritarian regime, France, allows that fuel to be recycled.
That's correct.
Correct. And that was by presidential directive that wasn't allowed that to be recycled under Carter, I believe?
That's correct.
And it could be, by presidential directive, you could allow that fuel to be recycled, which would take care of 98% of the waste.
That's correct.
So if we were to shut down Indian Point, we don't have, not this committee, that's above our pay grade, but if it were to be shut down tomorrow, that spent fuel would still exist in those pools at Indian Point with no place to go.
A significant subset of that fuel would be moved into casks and installed upon a pad at Indian Point. That has been approved. However, there would be some fuel that would remain in the pools. That's correct.
So the very nature of the threat as perceived by those who are suggesting the shutdown of the plant, which would cost thousands of jobs and which would increase energy rates exponentially, would not be solved.
That's correct, and it would have a detrimental impact on the environment in terms of the replacement power sources.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
So Indian Point, the licenses are scheduled to expire in 2013 and 2015. As you mentioned, we bring a tremendous amount of jobs to the region, and we also bring a lot of taxes to the region, et cetera, and provide a lot of income. We are also a vital piece of the grid. The New York State ISO has basically said that if Indian Point closes, there will be a dramatic impact on reliability. I'm paraphrasing here. So we really, frankly, cannot afford to shut down Indian Point. But I know this is not the subject of this hearing. We really want to focus on security. So with that, I'll turn it over to our security manager, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon, Senator. Name's Dan Gagnon, Site Security Manager, Indian Point Energy Center. Nuclear power stations are the most hardened facilities in the United States. Put it in layman's terms, it's essentially an industrial setting inside of a military installation during a wartime activity. We have what we call concentric layers of security. Each layer provides an increased level of security, interdiction capabilities to protect critical assets of the plant to ensure the safety of that facility. The outermost layer is called the owner-controlled area. That's the outer boundary of our property. That's where all vehicles, materials, and personnel are thoroughly screened prior to access to that facility. We utilize extensive surveillance systems, the highest technology, to surveil the owner-controlled area, outermost property. We also incorporate a number of barrier systems, up to and including a number of poured-in-place steel-reinforced concrete barriers to preclude a vehicle-type scenario. Inside of that is what we call a protected area boundary. That is protected by a series of ballistically rated enclosures, essentially a ring around the station, far outside of the critical aspects of that power plant, and manned 24/7 by what you would call a paramilitary type force, heavily armed and in defensive positions. Long before you get to the critical aspects inside the protected area, you also have a series of delay features and other technologies that we utilize should the site come under the perceived design basis threat type scenario. We have multiple layers of defense in depth to protect those safety significant components of the facility, which are housed in a very centralized location. We had examples of some of the ballistically rated enclosures and other types of vehicle barriers that we have utilized at the station, similar to many of the other government-type agencies, similar to the White House, what the White House deployed after 9/11.
Can I ask you a question? I mean,
Yes.
for anyone that might be watching live on the internet or might be watching a tape of this or in the media afterwards or in
Sure.
the papers, there's one question that's on all New Yorkers' minds, and it's taking all the points that you just said and kind of simplifying it to a simple answer, hopefully to a simple question.
Right.
They see what happened in Japan, and all of a sudden everyone's talking about Indian Point more. What would you say to those New Yorkers that are asking, what's different about Indian Point as compared to those plants in Japan? And if an earthquake hit here, would the same thing happen here, or would it be a different reaction? That's the main question I think all New Yorkers are looking for an answer on.
Sure. Yeah, and that's a great question. So let's step the security issue aside for a minute, right? I started off with a discussion with we are fundamentally a different design than the design that you have at Fukushima. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that this facility, so when you have a different design, okay, and you have an impact on it, whether it be an environmental impact or some other kind of impact, a different design will react differently. What I'm telling you is the design that we have you will be able to deal with that type of event very, very well. Specifically as it relates to an earthquake. An earthquake, we are designed for a seismic Richter scale 6. The region has never seen anything like that, nor would we ever expect to see an earthquake like that. The location of the facility, besides the design, is 30 miles plus up the Hudson River. A tsunami is not going to reach Indian Point. So that's something to keep in mind. But you could say, okay, well, what about flooding? Say flooding from something else. The facility's design features are such that when it was built considering a very large hurricane hitting at the same time as a storm surge, hitting at the same time as a dam break, okay? And the equipment is still high enough that it would not be impacted by the water level. Additionally, specifically when you so you have to understand what happened in Japan. Japan had a loss of off-site power and a loss of on-site power. Our on-site power is hardened. It's hardened for things like hurricanes, and that includes the fuel oil supplies, okay? That includes the piping to the diesel generators. Indian Point has a very significant number of diesel generators. It's not one or two diesels. We have almost 15 diesel generators on site. Additionally, on top of those 15 diesel generators that can cross tie power here, there, and everywhere, you have cabinets, okay, that have ways to pump water, supply electrical power, and our operators know how to use that equipment in the event of what's called a beyond design basis accident, okay? So I can't tell you or can't describe to you what type of accident the facility might have to respond to, but what I can tell you with confidence is that our operators are trained to deal with conditions that are way beyond the design basis. A piece of that came out of the post-9/11 environment when the planes hit the World Trade Center. The nuclear industry decided, hey, what are the other things that we need to do to be prepared for these type of events? And frankly, I think the industry did a good job. Now, I will also tell you, in the case of Fukushima, we will use that as a learning opportunity. There will be a detailed analysis that will be performed not only by the U.S. government, specifically the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, but will also be conducted by the industry itself and an Institute of Nuclear Power Operations. Lessons learned from Fukushima to determine if there are any vulnerabilities to our facilities will be looked at, and they will be addressed, and addressed with a robust sense of, hey, you know what? We need to prevent this from happening here. So that's why I have a reasonably strong level of confidence that this is not an issue.
You have a question, sir?
Yeah, I think my colleague is hitting in the right direction as to we know we don't sit on a plate. We know we're not going to get hit with the conditions that hit Japan. What about an attack? What is vulnerable? What has to be corrected if there is something to be corrected to avoid interruption in the supply of the water to your facility and supply of oil?
Well, let's address one specific, and then we'll talk about security. We have effectively an infinite supply of water, and that's called the Hudson River.
I know.
Okay. So but let's right, exactly. But let's back up from that. Okay. We can back up from the plant has on-site water in terms of specific, significantly large tanks that have water that's used for cooling purposes. Additionally, that's called
impacted. What happens if it's impacted?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. See, the issue is what's called defense in depth. So if those are impacted, okay. So then you have city water, then you have well water, then you have Hudson River water. So you have a whole series of what I call, when we refer to defense in depth, layers of where you would go and procedures that would direct our operators. Okay, if you don't have water from the RWST, which is an acronym that we use for one of the tanks that you're referring to, you would go to what's called a CST. Okay, if you don't have water from the CST, then you would go to city water. If you don't have water from the city, then you would go to fire water storage tanks and the fire water headers.
You believe you are impregnable. You believe that you have the conditions at Indian Point that under an attack situation you would be able to survive.
Any person that would ever use the term impregnable, I would disagree with. Okay, I would say we have a very robust facility. Okay, we have taken into account some very, very extreme conditions to prevent problems, and lastly, we will also use what's happened in Japan to, if it's necessary, increase those defensive depths and layers of protection.
The supply to New York City, what is the supply in New York City, 25, 30%?
It runs between a low of 18% and a high of 35% to low in New York State.
And so anybody thinks that that's closing anytime soon is not obviously dealing with a logical approach to energy going into the city of New York. There is a line supposedly coming in, it's $700 million that's being discussed coming into the city of New York. That electric line that they're discussing bringing in right now, how much would that bring in? Electricity, additional electricity.
Senator, I can't answer that. Okay, that's not my field of expertise. Okay,
I understand it's a low voltage. It's somewhere less.
That's correct. My understanding, in general terms, is that it is a small line. Okay, and it's certainly not going to address the load problem. The other aspect that I want to bring to your attention is this isn't just a load issue. This is also a voltage support issue in terms of New York City. And Indian Point, for obvious reasons, occupies in a very important place in the grid to supply voltage support. And I would say to you, and you think about your computers in the house, your refrigerator, those things are affected by when there are voltage dips. And so Indian Point performs a vital function as it terms to maintaining voltage stability.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Golden. Senator Griffo?
I know we're talking about Indian Point specific right now, but are these industry-wide standards when you're talking about the nuclear industry? I mean, we have another facility upstate. I mean, so what you're describing right now, is this more industry-wide standards? I know that we're specific to some of the situations right here.
Yes, Senator, that's a great question, and I appreciate that. Specifically, the answer to your question is yes and no, okay? There are things that are specific to Indian Point, but most of these things are industry-wide that the nuclear industry has taken on. The lessons learned from 3 Mile Island, lessons learned from Chernobyl, lessons learned from other things that really never reached the media that have happened in the nuclear industry that you learn lessons from. And I think that that's important, okay? And they're relatively small events, but they're events that potentially could be precursors to something else. And so what you do is you say, okay, look, what are you going to do to prevent that from happening again? Or if that happened, following it down, how do you deal with that?
And we've talked about natural disaster, but we're also obviously focusing today on acts of terror. So obviously I'm sure that you've refocused a lot of your efforts and strategies in order to ensure that you're doing everything to prevent and avoid that.
That's correct. From the security perspective, that is a industry-wide initiative that's been over the last 10 years. Defense in depth, as Fred just covered, the design of that facility. It's also defense in depth in our security posture at the station. That defense in depth includes our partnership with federal, local, state law enforcement agencies and the intelligence division of those agencies and our hand-in-hand relationship over the years. It also involves, how do we put this all together? How do we performance-base how good we are? We do performance-based drills, otherwise known as force-on-force type exercises, on an annual basis. Those are performance-based evaluated exercises, most of which NRC evaluated on a routine basis. The leads for those teams are U.S. military special forces. They have similar knowledge to what I have in order to figure out the best way to infiltrate our station. Their best method that they can utilize to achieve their mission, which is to compromise those safety components that I talked about earlier. We are evaluated on a routine basis. We are graded on those, and we have successfully, since the pilot in 2003, successfully defended that station against a design basis threat, and in some cases beyond, because through those evaluated exercises.
So let me just reiterate Dan's point, because I think it's an important one. If you think about it in terms of terrorism, and we kind of heard a little piece of it before, an individual who would be most effective in damaging the facility would be a person who had insider knowledge. Mm-hmm. Dan and his team, their defensive posture makes the assumption that those people have that. So your defensive plans are such that you're not being attacked by Keystone cops. You're being attacked by hardened criminals who have insider knowledge and who are knowledgeable on the specifics of the facility. When you approach the problem from that aspect, that drives you to have a very robust security posture, okay? The other thing I want to mention, and because I know he's too modest for this, okay, specifically is we have an outstanding working relationship with the New York State Police, with the FBI, okay? It's a credit to them. Consummate professionals who work with us on a day in and day out basis, and frankly, there's continuous communication. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
I spoke to the captain earlier this morning. We communicate on a routine basis. There have been instances across the state where it had no effect on our industry. However, that real-time phone call from whether JTTF or state police was communicated to me directly as to what it is, why it's not a threat to our station, a station that, frankly, we mirror New York City PD. We are always, on an alert status. That is our norm. Anything that occurs, we escalate from there to ensure that if it's a security element, we take the time to rule that out prior to everything is a security element until otherwise proven that it's not.
Mr. Chairman, if I can suggest this is really an in-depth area for this committee to go. I would suggest that you do a separate hearing in the future, look at the threat assessments, not just here but around the country. I think you'll find out there's been over 20, what'd you call them before, in the past few months, but nothing life-threatening. That has hit several of the nuclear plants across the country. Normal day-to-day mistakes, wear down, but nothing that would endanger the public to any great degree. But I believe it's worth having you guys in, or this committee and others in, at another hearing to go in depth on their security, what happens, and what is the security of the 200 nuclear plants that are across the country, and how this one fits in, especially to the supply of energy here to the city of New York. We're talking about to the city and state of New York a sizable amount of energy that comes out of this plant. So I know there's a lot of people say they want to see it closed, but it's just not logical to see this place closed. And I believe we have to see how it stays a part of the fabric of the state of New York and how it can be enhanced in its mission.
And to the extent that we can clear up some of the misinformation that's out there, I'm sure that it is extremely, I'm not, for lack of a better word, but upsetting to consistently read inaccurate reports in the local, regional, and national press. So the extent that we can clear some of that up, absolutely. There are two follow-ups. One is that Senator Maziarz is holding a hearing. I will be attending that. That's in Rockland. I think that's on. And we also will be conducting a tour follow-up as well. And I want to thank you for, on April 14th, I want to thank you for doing that. And we will follow up in our Albany hearing, maybe going into more depth, if not having a separate hearing. But we look forward to your participation in that.
We'd like to use the PowerPoint then if we could.
You can.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Easy, guys.
Okay. We got the Director of Security for the MTA, Doug Ziegler. Okay.
Keep it up.
Thanks a lot. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I wonder if I should head to Atlantic City. This thing is too low. Come on down. I'm going to go flank him on the other side. Not too bad. Yeah, very well.
Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And Michael Cohn. Sir, thank you so much. The senators are not heading out to happy hour, just so you know. They have a very intense schedule, and it was tough, believe me, on a Friday to get so many here as it was. And so thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Chairman, I've been told that I have to summarize my statement, so I'm glad to do that. My name is Doug Ziegler.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. My name is Doug Ziegler. I am the Director of Security for the MTA. As you may know, I've been in this position for about 3 months. Prior to coming in this position, I was with NYPD. As some of you may know, my positions in NYPD was Chief of Community Affairs Bureau, the Chief of Organized Crime, Chief of the Housing Bureau, and also the Borough Commander for Queens North. I'm very happy to be here today to testify and to answer any questions that you may have before me. During my 3 months of being in the MTA, I took a comprehensive top to bottom look at security in the MTA. And what I've found is that since 9/11, the MTA has gone and had an aggressive campaign with respect to hardening and securing the MTA's facilities and ensuring that their customers and employees are safe. Some of the things that they've done is they've hardened bridges, they've hardened tunnels, and they've hardened a lot of stations throughout the city. In addition to that, they put security cameras up in a number of the stations. They put security cameras on bridges. They put security cameras in tunnels. And we also connected some of those cameras, in fact, a lot of them, directly into the NYPD Lower Manhattan Security Initiative. So we're connected, we've hardened, and we've been doing a lot of that together. One of the things that they've been doing is they've been prioritizing basically how they decide what to harden, where to put security cameras by following the intel that they get from NYPD. In addition to that, based upon security risk analysis. So basically, what I've seen in the 3 months that I've been there is that the MTA has been on target in terms of doing the correct things that you need to do to have a proper security strategy. That's what my analysis have shown. One of the areas that I understand is of some concern is the radio systems. As you know, the MTA PD have their own radio system. That radio system is one that's been around for a long time. It's a system that was really a railroad radio system, not a police radio system. Its ownership is the Long Island Railroad, the Metro North, and also the Staten Island Railroad, Rapid Railroad. They are the licensees of the radio systems that the MTA Police Department use right now. What we found is that there are radio problems with respect to that. In addition, as you should know, because we cover 14 counties, not only in New York but also in Connecticut, we also have officers that patrol up in Connecticut. Those officers are on a completely different radio frequency. So what I've found is that the MTA PD have been trying to make certain steps to correct the condition that's been going on. And let me give you a little history of what they've been doing. After 9/11 in 2002, the state came up with what you call a statewide wireless network system. Right. All state agencies, including the MTA, participated in that. And that was to create a robust radio system that will be used by different law enforcement agencies throughout the state. Well, that fell apart in 2009. And as a result, the MTA was now left to try to create their own radio system. And that's what they've been doing.
So just so people understand, the idea was to avoid some of the different systems that had been created through turf battles. We had a multi-billion-dollar contract. We spent over $100 million. That fell apart. And then now the turf battles are recurring again. In fact, I believe the NYPD moved forward aggressively, but now we're left with the same problem.
Well, I'm not familiar with any turf battles, but I can just tell you that the history was that in 2009, that contract fell apart, and as a result, the MTA, they formed their own task force to come up with a new system, a radio system that's workable, that's functional, and that will provide the proper safety for its officers. And that's what they've been doing. As a result of that, they've come up with a contractor who has been looking at the system. And this contractor has come up with 4 alternatives which they feel would be the best route for us to go in terms of creating a new radio system. Of those 4 alternatives, the technical committee that's formed inside the MTA determined that one of the alternatives was the correct way to go. We are now directing that the contractor come up with a design. Once that design is in place, we can then go to the board and start proceeding in terms of how to build out the system. It's going to take time, but let me tell you a little bit what the system would entail, because we looked at all 4 of the alternatives, and we're looking for something that we can build in a short period of time. We're looking for something that's going to be cost effective, Because if we tried to build up a system from the ground up, it would cost over $1 billion. So what we're trying to do here is we went out, or I should say some of the committee members went out, and they spoke with some of their counterparts in the state police, in the Connecticut police, out in Suffolk County, up in Putnam County, and they spoke with all the other law enforcement agencies, some who also have radio problems, some issues with their radios. And we made a proposal to them. We basically said, listen, we could bring this to the table if you allow us to hook up with your system. And so the plan, the proposed plan that we're hoping that we'll be able to get up and running is that we will be allowed in New York to latch on to the Metro 21 system, which is the New York State Police system. Latch on to that system. We will bring to the table some enhancements because they have some spotty areas. Based on that, we will have coverage in the areas that the New York State Police cover. In addition to that, we've already spoke with the Connecticut State Police. They're willing to do the same exact thing, where we would hook up with them, we would bring enhancements. They would allow us to then piggyback on some of their towers, because when you have to build towers and stuff like, it's a lot of money. But if they have the structure, then by us allowing to get together with them, it could alleviate a lot of things. One of the most immediate things that's happening now that will occur with respect to our radio system is our officers who work in Staten Island. Right now, they're under the old system because, as you may know, the officers that work in it's called the Staten Island Rapid Subway out there, they merged with the MTA back in, I believe, in 1998. So they have a different system altogether in terms of radio. So what they do now is they kind of like dispatch from NYPD, but they can't talk to the MTA PD communication system. That's going to be changing in about a month or two. Why? Because the New York State Police, under their Metro 21 system, they're allowing us to piggyback on that. We're going to put up a bidirectional amplifier at the St. George Terminal. And so we figure in about a month now, we'll be able to talk back and forth with our officers out there. So that will be a great enhancement. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to partnership with a lot of agencies so that we can enhance the system, come up with a system that's cost efficient, and come up with a system that we can put together in a relatively short period of time. And so that's the way we're looking in terms of the MTA PD system. Now, in terms of, as you know, the subways are patrolled by NYPD, and they do a great job of patrolling the subways. But we have the obligation of providing them with a radio system for the underground. And similar to the environment that we work under Metro North and Long Island Railroad, the subways is a very difficult environment. It's very difficult to get a radio system up and running in that thing. Right now, the officers from NYPD that work in the subway, they have a radio system that's under VHF, which is a lot stronger system than this radio system that NYPD uses on above ground, which is UHF. But they can't talk to each other. And so as a result, the MTA have been coming up and have built a system that's in place right now where we're going to be where the NYPD officers will be able to talk above ground and below ground under a UHF system. But considering the fact that the UFH system is not as strong as the VHF system is, there may be some coverage issues that we're trying to deal with right now. But the system that we built out is in place right now. We spent over $155 million to build it out. The FDNY is currently using that system, and EMS wants to get on board also. So it's just a question of getting over a couple of hurdles with the NYPD, and that system should be up and going very shortly.
You know, what I ask is that we be apprised where appropriate of those hurdles, especially nearing the anniversary 9/11, and where we can help. I think that that's vital, that we
Yeah.
communicate and that you use us as a resource to get that done.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think you had some of the MTA union here before, and they were complaining about how they can run into the tunnel, and the tunnel, they get no coverage. Of course, to bring coverage throughout that system, you'd have to run an antenna system throughout the system to be able to do that. I guess would be extremely costly. My question to you, are there other systems across the nation and Europe that have the communication system throughout the system?
There is no system that I know of that has the complications that we have in the world. This is such a huge, the MTA is such a huge environment where we cover a couple of states that I don't know of any other system that's in place now that would give them the type of coverage that they would like to see. I mean, there's no perfect system anywhere.
How has the federal government been? How's the federal government been involved in working with you? I mean, this is, if I was president of the United States, I sure as hell would make sure that we had interoperability on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. I'm telling you that right now. I don't care what I would have to do; it would have been done. So, how's the federal government interacting with you as a partner?
I think the federal government has been very supportive. I mean, what I've seen with respect to all the hardening that's been done, all the technological improvements that have been done, that's been done by grant money through the federal government.
And by harden, you said hardening.
Hardening the bridges, hardening the tunnels, hardening some stations, bringing in cameras. That's all been done by federal money. So, yeah, the federal government has been very supportive. They understand that New York City is a risk. They understand that in New York City, we have an open system that's the largest in the nation, and that certainly, if anybody's a risk in terms of transportation, the MTA is.
But one of the dictates of the 9/11 Commission was to fix that interoperability issue, the communications issue, and it hasn't been fixed. And now, from what I understand, it's falling prey to the NYPD is doing one thing, you're putting together your system, we have different agencies doing different things, and the interoperability issue is still not fixed. So if they're a partner, I don't want that partner in opening a small business or doing anything else. I mean, I'm not getting it. I'm asking, I'm here to be your partner, and I want you to use this committee and each one of us so we can work together. Mm-hmm. But I'm asking, is there a frustration there? Is there something that I am not seeing because we're nearing a 10-year anniversary?
And adding to that, before you answer that question, is the Port Authority. They have a different system altogether as well. So now you have three different systems that are not working well together. And I guess we're at a little bit of a loss here as to why, 10 years later, that we don't have a system that can work together with all of those three functioning bodies in this state.
Once the MTA PD's system is up and running, it will have interoperability with NYPD and other agencies. Right now, to show you the work that's been done before I got here, out there in Long Island City, the MTA has built from the ground up, $22 million facility, dispatching facility, which will have interoperability capability, redundancy capability. Once the radios are done, we will have the ability to talk back and forth with NYPD. So it's coming. It's coming. It's all part of the radio system that they're building out now.
What's the schedule on the progress on that?
Well, we expect to get back from the vendor by June a design. Once we get that design, I have to take that design to the New York State Police, because before they commit completely, they want to see what they're committing to. So we have to show them the design. In addition to that, I should have that design back to the MTA board by July, because once you have a design, then you can get an idea what the cost is going to be.
I have just one last question.
Are other agencies simultaneously working on their own designs, or are you taking the lead on this?
We're taking the lead. We're bringing a lot to the table. We're taking the lead with respect to this, yes.
Back up for a second about the operability, not interoperability, but just operability of radios in the tunnels that we've heard. Are your vendors telling you that that's not technologically available now?
No, they're not saying that. What they're saying is that with a lot of infrastructure buildup, we should be able to get a lot better coverage. It won't be perfect, but it'll be a lot better than it is now.
And we heard some testimony before. I think it was from a couple of the PBAs that were here. I'm not 100% certain about the operability of the radios in buildings as well has been an issue. What are you doing to address that issue?
Well, that's the same issue. And the issue is that we need a number of amplifiers. We need a number of towers. The more we have, the better the coverage will be, whether it's in a building, whether it's in a tunnel, whether it's in a subway system. The more that we can put up, the more that we can latch to, the better the coverage will be.
To give me some idea of the whole scale of this, when you combine all the agencies and all the various officers in their various capacities, how many radios are out on the street, so to speak, at a given time?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean how many radios are on the street.
Well, officers on the job.
There are.
Whether it's MTA, whether it's NYPD.
Well, I can speak for the MTA PD, and I'll say that we have 700 and something officers that patrol the rail systems and our facilities. Do you want to know how many are on a given day? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like at a given time, in a shift.
About 150, 170. Yeah.
There is a. Is that okay? There is. Let me think of the look up the name so I get it right. I think it was Michael O'Meara, who suggested that there's $20 million put aside specifically for the radio issue, and which is good, but that he has a fear that that money may be swiped. Do you have any comments on that? And can we get a confirmation that those dollars will go towards their concerns?
There is about, in the 2005 to 2000 capital budget, there is about $34 million that's currently there for the radios. For the 2010 to 2014 capital budget, we requested another $60 million.
Okay. Are you going to get it?
With your help, I hope we do.
Well, that's what I think the chairman wants to know. The chairman wants to know where you can be helped. So you got to tell him you need that help.
Yeah.
Locking that money in. I just want to go into two areas, if I can, if my colleagues and the chairman is okay with this. There's a number of stations. We have cameras at a number of these stations. I don't know if it's. I don't want you to go public where they are, where they're not. Where are we in placing these cameras? Are we in this project? Are we completed with that project, or are we still in the process of putting and extending cameras into these stations?
We have currently almost 4,000 cameras in stations throughout the system. Some of the cameras are cameras that go directly into NYPD and also our transit system, almost about 600 of those cameras. So we are still looking to put additional cameras up in certain locations based upon what the risk is in those locations and based upon whether we feel that area is a sensitive location.
Those cameras capable for facial ID?
Some cameras are. When you say facial ID, what exactly are you saying?
You can actually make an identification on a picture going into the computer files.
Well, we don't have facial recognition, if that's what you mean. We do not have that. We have the ability to certainly tilt zoom on certain cameras. We have that ability.
The facial recognition, is that because of a lack of technology or a lack of funding or a lack of want?
It's an extremely expensive ordeal. Plus, I know my experience from NYPD is that we still haven't been absolutely sure it actually works. There's been talk of whether the technology has gotten better, but it's an expensive ordeal to, put something up when you're not exactly sure it's going to do what you want it to do.
How about radioactive detectors and detection equipment to the extent on the various lines?
We have them in certain locations, not in the subway system, but we do have them. Yeah.
So if you woke up one morning and what's your worst nightmare? If you woke up one morning and got that call, what's that worst nightmare? Where's our soft underbelly? What are we not doing?
Well, I think we've done a lot. I think when I look at what the MTA
You have no stress? You have no stress?
Stress? Well,
I think the reason he's asking, obviously, on the Homeland Security issue, but you obviously got trains that get derailed and people get hurt and killed. I mean, there's a whole host of things that happen. But I think it's just the chairman's just pointing out in Homeland Security areas.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantees. No matter what we do, there's no guarantee. There's never going to be a guarantee. We can spend billions and billions of dollars, and there's still no guarantee because we have an open system. We have a system that if you go into any subway station or you go into Grand Central Terminal, you're going to see hundreds and thousands of people at any given time walking back and forth. So with our open system, there's always a risk.
I'm just going to ask you this as a personal favor. I understand that. I understand it's a bustling, beautiful city and that we're great because of it. But I ask you this so I can sleep a little better at night. There's no doubt that you can, to your point, agreed. But also, if at certain points we had detectors that checked for radioactivity in places where there aren't now, it may be possible that we could stop a dirty bomb. So I want you to think of those points. It doesn't have to be shared today, but at a future point. If it's a matter of funding with the technology that the cameras aren't just taking pictures so we can play them in the news after an attack, but they're actually extracting information that's shared. If that's a funding issue that the federal government isn't making a priority, we need to know about that. And any number of other security issues on interoperability. It's not. We're not here to place blame in any sense. We're here to get it fixed, and as New Yorkers, because this isn't Kansas, and those who seek to destroy the United States are more likely to do it through New York City and through your system than through Topeka.
Yes.
So we live with that reality. We're all on the same team, but everybody in this country is not a New Yorker, and we are. And we've got to take this seriously, and we've got to realize that while much money has been spent, there are states like Kansas and North Dakota in between getting hundreds of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. And if it's us working together as a team to make sure that financial resource is more properly designated, we've got to do that.
I don't want you to misunderstand me now because all MTA PD officers and also some of the NYPD officers carry detectors. They have portable detectors that they carry with them. So that is done on a daily basis.
Yeah, last two questions. Any credible threats to the system over the last several months, and where have those threats gone? And last but not least, Chief, the crime stats and breakdowns for the system, if you can.
When you talk about credible threats, excuse me?
Credible threats and assessment.
Well, when you talk about threats, there's been a number of threats to transit systems throughout the world. We understand that. In terms of to the MTA itself, if that's what you're asking? Credible. We don't have any credible threats at this time, no.
Thank you.
As far as the crime stats, I mean, we average less than one crime a day, and I'm speaking just for the MTA, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and Staten Island Rapid Transit. Chief Michael Cohn. Last year we had 324 index crimes throughout the whole system. So we move 560,000 people a day. So I think that's a pretty good number. The majority of those, 206 of those, were larcenies, anywhere from property that's left unattended to use of stolen credit cards or fraudulent checks. We did have 55 robberies, throughout the system. But again, the majority of it is 206 grand larcenies.
I think what the chief needs here, and I'm not going to put them on the spot, there's going to be a discrepancy in the amount of money here, I'm sure. But one of the biggest issues that this system has is fare beating. And the fare beating is estimated at about $40 million. There may be a discrepancy in how much, my figure may be high to the MTA at this point, but it's up there. And I think what they need are the tools to be able to make not only the apprehension, but to put out the need for to make sure these crimes don't continue to happen. $40 million is a pretty high number for fare beating across the city of New York. You can give me what you think the number is, and what do you need? What tools do you need to be able to combat that?
The fare beating in general, that large number is mainly buses and the subways. I just prefer to talk. My expertise is with the rails. With the ticket purchases, we have issues with the TVMs, with the automated vending machines, with credit card scans. But we're working towards putting PIN numbers and other other issues that it asks for ID. When you purchase your daily 10-day ticket or monthly ticket. So we've got a pretty good handle on that, and we can investigate that. We're a little more fortunate position because you do buy your tickets in advance. Whereas on the subways, though, the fare meetings, it's different, and that would be more the NYPD to speak on that.
What we need is what you need in the penal law, what you need in the violations, the CPL, what you need to be able to enhance your ability to prevent this and stop this from happening. $40 million is a number that we asked, studied, believe it's at $40 million. That's a significant amount of cuts that we would not have had to make if, in fact, we had that money available to us. So we need to get on that number and to find a way of stopping that.
One thing I could just tell you, we can do some research and get back to you, but one thing I can tell you is jail time goes a long way. We put a lot of effort into people who are using credit card scams, buying monthly tickets, and then selling them. I even have detectives who look at Craigslist constantly because they're selling them on Craigslist. We meet up when we lock them up. And when we do arrest them, we look back and we try to build a bigger case. And, nothing's more disheartening than, time served or 30 days or 6 months. But, jail time goes a long way, as a deterrent.
I want to thank you both very much for coming here today.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, we have Ed Kowalski and Peter Gaudiel, both from 9/11 Families for Secure America. I just asked that we're going to have to expedite the testimony. If you can not read and try to summarize, and then we can get to question and answer and move forward. Ed, Peter, good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
As the father of a young man murdered on 9/11, I'm often asked what my opinion is of whether our situation has improved since 9/11. But as one who's been active for almost a decade in trying to get the government to implement policies that will protect us from terrorism, I have to rephrase the question more properly as how much has our situation deteriorated since 9/11? And the answer is, from my point of view, frightening. Start with the premise the obvious premise stated by the 9/11 Commission, which was that if terrorists can't get into this country, they can't commit violent acts of terrorism into this country. But it's indisputable that unknown numbers of terrorists have entered our country, have had free access to our country since 9/11, and they've come undoubtedly in the thousands among millions of other illegal aliens who simply walked across our borders or entered our country appearing to be ordinary visitors with visas or without visas. Then they frequently overstay and become illegal aliens in every sense of the word. Supporters of rights for illegal aliens demand that illegal aliens be called undocumented immigrants. But what does it mean to be undocumented? It means that your true identity is unknown. Thus, any illegal alien can be a violent terrorist or a felon, violent felon. We don't know. And the fact is that since 9/11, our efforts to secure our borders have simply been window dressing and nothing more. Despite the fact that certain people in our current administration and our previous administration claim that our southern border is secure, that is absolute nonsense. As somebody who's been on the border a number of times and spoken to border agents and people who live on the border, I know that claims that the southern border is secure are simply, absolutely, totally false. Anybody who wants to come into this country can.
Well, you can include the northern
and the northern border as well. The problem, some people actually say that illegal immigration had nothing to do with 9/11. This is absolutely nonsense. One of the greatest assets available to the 9/11 terrorists was the millions of other illegals who were already here. Like grains of sand on a beach, the terrorists could hide in plain sight among the millions of other illegals who were here living freely and out in the open because there's a pathetic lack of interior enforcement in this country. The Commission noted specifically, the 9/11 Commission noted specifically the essential role that driver's licenses played in allowing the terrorists to carry out their attacks. These were the documents that allowed them to gain access to all that they needed to plan, finance, rehearse, and carry out the attacks. And yet, 10 years later, in this body, Someone is introducing legislation that would give driver's licenses, authentic U.S. identity documents, to people who claim they arrived in the United States before age 16, who claim they are less than 35 years of age, and I find it difficult to find the words to describe how insane it is that 10 years after 9/11, an event during which driver's licenses were essential, according to the 9/11 Commission, in carrying out these attacks, that somebody would seriously consider granting licenses to illegal aliens. That is to say, an unknown person who may or may not be a terrorist or violent felon. And yet that is seriously proposed, not just in this state, but in others as well. Because I have only a few moments, let me just... The examples of malfeasance by our government are so many that it isn't possible to summarize them. Even the 9/11 Commission couldn't do a proper job. Let me give you one example. It is often cited that the terrorists had visas. But in fact, all these visas were issued in violation of State Department regulations and U.S. law. The 9/11 Commission named specifically 3 visa officials, Thomas Fury, Maura Hardy, and Mary Ryan, who violated the federal law and regulations to give visas essentially like candy for the asking to Saudi nationals and others from terror-sponsoring nations who should have been subjected to very severe screening. Now, as if that wasn't enough, the State Department the following year, in 2002, gave these 3 people performance bonuses for their work in 2001 and promotions. This is the kind of malfeasance and incompetence that is widespread in our government. And yet it doesn't even end with that. At the time of 9/11, 26 nations were eligible for what was called the Visa Waiver Program. That is, their citizens did not need to have visas to come to this country. All they needed was a passport, which may or may not be authentic, and they could come to the U.S. That wasn't enough for the greedy people at the travel industry and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which lobbied for a vast expansion of the Visa Waiver Program, and they successfully did so. In 2011, the Congress passed, and President Bush signed a law which virtually makes any country in the world eligible for the Visa Waiver Program if they meet certain vague requirements. And who decides who meets those vague requirements? But the very same State Department that rewards its own incompetent officials. At least the terrorists of 9/11 were required to fill out a form for a visa. Now that requirement is waived for who knows how many countries, and we're relying on a State Department to determine who has to fill out a visa. A final note. Again, this is not related directly to New York State, but this is federal, but it gives an indication of how frustrated we who have lost loved ones in terrorist attacks are. We all know of the infamous wall that prevented the counterterrorism division of the FBI from talking to the criminal division, from those divisions from talking to the CIA. And we know that infamous wall was responsible for these divisions not being able to connect the dots that would have allowed them to derail the 9/11 plot before 9/11. Unfortunately, the very same person who is in large part responsible for that wall, Jamie Gorelick, was actually named to the 9/11 Commission, and instead of being a witness defending her actions, she was a judge in that commission. She has since been announced as one of the members of the short list of those who may be appointed to head the FBI. What is it about this country that simply cannot hold people accountable and, in fact, rewards those who should be punished? My son and 3,000 others are dead, okay, because of malfeasance and widespread corruption in our government, mostly incompetence, but corruption as well. The dead of 9/11 and the dead of the victims of ordinary criminal illegal aliens who get into this country can't speak. Those of us who are their survivors can only marvel at the absolute insult to the memory of our loved ones represented by those who would give licenses to illegals and those who have prevented the proper enforcement of our laws.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, just from my heart, I'm sorry for your loss. I thank you for your work, and I want you to know that our committee will work to ensure that not only the New York State driver's licenses, but all IDs that are issued by New York State continue to be a national standard. And it's a tribute to New York State that those 19 men with box cutters did not have a New York State driver's license. And let's make sure that no terrorist ever does moving forward and uses them, because as we know, terrorists use these various forms of identification, open up bank accounts to become part of the community,
Right.
To rent apartments, pass background checks. So I thank you for your work.
I too, sir, thank you for your the service that your family has given this great nation, the loss of your son, the loss of the family members that have lost over 3,000 members of family members across this country. It's sad that we stand here or sit here 10 years later and we still don't have an immigration policy here in this great nation. It's sad, it's wrong, it's an obfuscation of their responsibility of a Congress and the United States Senate and the President of the United States not to have a immigration policy that is sound and that works. A national standard for licenses is what is in this state. It has to be across the country, and that's what we need so we can identify people in the future. As we sit here and we talk to you right now, there are people in this nation planning to kill us, probably sitting there with licenses and passports today, illegal extremists, fundamentalists that are ready to take an American soul at the drop of a hat. So we thank you. We thank you for your service. We're obviously very sorry for your losses, but it's a shame on this nation that we still, 10 years later, have not got a decent immigration policy here in this great nation.
Thank you. If I just may make augment Peter's comments very briefly. By way of introduction, my name is Ed Kowalski. Peter asked me to join this organization as a volunteer. We're not politicians. We don't earn a salary from doing what we do. We do this because we have both suffered immeasurable loss. In 2005, my 17-year-old niece was stalked, raped, and murdered by an illegal alien who we subsequently found out was multiply misdemeanor and felony convicted prior to his murdering of Elizabeth. When Peter expanded the charter of the 9/11 Families Group to include people who have been impacted by horrific crimes committed by illegal alien criminals, he asked me to join the organization. And since that time, since 2005, I've been actively involved in the mission of our organization. Unfortunately, since 2005, I've seen dozens of times how sanctuary policies in our state and throughout the state have enabled violent illegal aliens to remain in the U.S. long enough to commit atrocious crimes against innocent Americans. In the last few years alone, I've had the opportunity of visiting Houston, where the last 5 police officers in the city of Houston were killed by people who were in the country illegally and who were multiply convicted of misdemeanor and felony crimes. I've seen teenagers in Los Angeles murdered by a criminal illegal alien gangbanger. I've seen in San Francisco an entire family brutally murdered by someone who didn't like the way the Bolognas were operating their car. He pulled out an AK-47 and blew that family and 2 teenage sons away. This has to stop. I'm here to talk a little bit about New York State. The issue that we're dealing with in New York State is a large one. The criminal illegal alien population, the illegal alien population in New York State, I think, is second only to California, and the criminal illegal alien population in New York State corresponds to that population in measure. As Peter indicated, although the federal government is primarily responsible for securing the nation's borders, the impact of illegal aliens on the criminal justice system reaches far beyond the federal system. The problem and its required solutions may have an even deeper impact on state and local jurisdictions. I am pleased to see Sheriff Don Smith from Putnam County here, who will talk a little about some of the measures that he's implemented in that county. The issue specifically to the incarceration of criminal illegal aliens in New York State really revolves around the fact that the federal government does reimburse states for some costs associated with criminal acts committed by illegal aliens. Under a program known as SCAP, the Department of Justice awarded $324 million in the fiscal year 2010 to states and localities to help pay the salaries of correction officers responsible for incarcerating criminal illegal immigrants. This subsidy in 2010 represented a decline of 18% from fiscal year 2009, when $394 million was distributed by the department. It's important to note, and I'd very much like you to take note of the fact that the SCAP program provides federal payments to states and localities that incur correctional officer salary costs for incarcerating undocumented aliens who have committed at least one felony or two misdemeanor convictions for violations of state or local law. The point that I'm making, gentlemen, is that these individuals already have a criminal pedigree. Historically, the state of California has received the most funding. The New York State system has been the second most funded state under this particular program. Under the SCAP program, excluding the costs for county and city jail reimbursements, the New York State correction system received $18 million.
Ed, we're going to have to, you can submit the testimony.
Sure.
And I know that we've spoken at this at length, but we're going to have to move forward. I want to thank you both for your testimony. I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart for my loss. And Ed, if you'd like to just finish up quickly on that.
I'd very much like to be able to say something in closing. The issue that we're talking about, and Don, Sheriff Smith will talk a little bit about this, it is nonsensical for jurisdictions, some of which are home to the largest concentrations of illegal aliens in their state, have policies in place that are designed to impede federal immigration law enforcement, and yet year after year they ask the federal government to reimburse them for costs associated with a problem that their own policies make worse. The Secure Communities Program, under which Governor Patterson signed an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding to implement in New York State. As of right now, of the 62 counties in New York State, only 14 of the 62 counties are actively participating in this particular program. I'm pleased to note Don Smith was the first county in New York State to join this particular program, and I commend him and our organization commends him for this. The last point that I want to be able to make, there is an easy fix for this problem. Congress should restrict the eligibility for SCAP funding to those jurisdictions that actively participate in immigration law enforcement programs such as Secure Community Program, Criminal Alien Programs, or the 287G program. Commissioner Ray Kelly, Mayor Bloomberg are on the record to say that they disagree with the Secure Communities Program as being something that would discourage immigrant victims and witnesses from talking to cops. Last point that I'll make, given the fact that only those arrested are checked against the federal database under the Secure Communities Program, which allows local law enforcement to identify and report illegal aliens to Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, Commissioner Kelly's comments do not make sense. I'd very much like to be able to have you gentlemen take this under advisement as you consider legislation to address this issue.
I'll just say, in closing, I want to thank you both, and I ask that you, along with other folks who are part of a coalition to make sure that our New York State identification remains solid, remain extremely vigilant. We do have legislation introduced by Senator Perkins, who has introduced legislation to weaken our identification system in New York State. And thank God we have a majority that it would not allow that to happen, but it is gaining steam in the other side, and I ask you to remain vigilant.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, Charles Faddis is a former CIA operations officer and was the head of the Weapons of Mass Destruction Terrorism Unit, Near East, South Asia, and Europe, and will be giving testimony on weapons of mass destruction.
Senator, members of the committee, thank you for having me.
Sir.
I submitted my formal testimony. I know you guys have that. And given the hour, maybe it would be best if I responded to your questions, so we're talking about what you want to hear.
What are your thoughts specifically in New York City but beyond on electromagnetic pulse devices? And there are scenarios that have been laid out that can be suggested as nothing more than doomsday. And give a little history, if you can, in the 1800s on solar flares that led to telegraph lines in the United States being completely debilitated, the nearing of similar periods from a natural perspective, but also how those who seek to just hurt the United States could use an EMP device.
Well, I mean, electromagnetic pulse, which is most normally associated with the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, in other words, and particularly with an atmospheric blast.
You speak in the microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Effectively is going to fry all of your electronics. I mean, basically anything that conducts. So your electronic circuits are going to be toasted. So you look at the modern age and the way we live and how our communications function and where all our data is and how our machines function, and imagine that you basically all of that ceased to operate and you lost that instantaneously. The impact of that is just basically send you back to the dark ages immediately. In terms of terrorist groups, probably the likelihood of them producing an EMP by virtue of detonating a nuclear device of sufficient size at altitude, so forth, probably not a real, certainly not now, not a realistic possibility. There are other ways to generate an EMP. You've made mention to the fact that sometimes we get natural phenomena like solar flares that produce that. There are other devices that have, there are nation states that have spent a lot of time, including ours, working on devices to create EMPs without detonating a nuclear device.
So if we can, and we're going to have to be quick, but when you talk about going back to the dark ages, I think that goes over a lot of people's heads. Everybody thinks, okay, well, I'll have a garden, and we'll just won't be able to make it to the store that day, and it'll be fixed the next day. Can you specifically get hospitals shut down?
Well, imagine if we were sitting here right now and all of a sudden we had an electromagnetic pulse. So now everything around us that involves electricity or an electronic circuit or conducting wire ceases to function. So that's virtually everything around you. I mean, the elevators aren't working, the lights aren't working, your communication devices aren't working, the cameras aren't working, your cell phone network is down, and it's not coming back up. It's not like it's a momentary phenomenon that's going to pass. So now we're in a city of whatever 15 million people, and we're all wandering around in the dark. I mean, your cars are not going to function because your electronics on your vehicles are going to have been fried.
And your point is that nation states have this capability because of the expense, but that
nation states have been working on it. I think the good news is that, to my knowledge, I am unaware of credible existing threats from terrorist groups to produce such a thing now. But I wouldn't put that then in the category of it's impossible. And one of the things that I think is critical when we're talking about terrorist groups is to remember that they are extremely imaginative out of necessity. They don't have any choice. They got to be creative. So we think in terms of an electromagnetic pulse the way we would use it because we want to take out the city. Well, they wouldn't have to take out the city. You can start addressing your power and sophistication issues by saying, well, okay, I'm fine. I'm not trying to send a pulse over all of New York City, but I'm going to set this device off on Wall Street, or I'm going to set it off in the heart of the federal district in Washington, D.C. And then you might perhaps begin to make it more manageable. I don't know of any existing immediate credible threats, but it's something that everybody ought to be very concerned about.
And on weapons of mass destruction, what are your top threats as perceived, and what are your thoughts on nightmare scenarios?
I think everybody who works weapons of mass destruction from a terrorist perspective, number one threat, biological weapons, if you're talking truly mass casualties, because that unfortunately is doable. Weaponizing anthrax, bubonic plague, and essentially, if not depopulating, forcing the evacuation of, say, the Baltimore-Washington metropolitan area. After that, what you call dirty bomb, radiological dispersal device. It's not going to produce a mushroom cloud, but a dirty bomb is typically conventional explosives with some radiological material strapped to it. You blow it up, you kill a small number of people, but you now irradiate, again, say, the heart of the financial district in Manhattan. And you're going to have to evacuate everybody, and it's unclear how long it would take to clean it up. People have done all sorts of studies, but nobody's ever had to do it. So you might spend years that you couldn't come back. You could do the same thing in the heart of Washington, D.C. And you might not kill the president and the Congress, but you would force them to work from an off-site location for the next 18 months to 2 years while you spend $2 billion cleaning up Washington, D.C. After that, honestly, I think we ought to be worried about what I would call pre-positioned weapons of mass destruction. Nuclear power plants in this country, chemical plants in this country that are in proximity. I mean, before we worry about somebody building an atomic weapon and bringing it in a container in the port, I think we ought to worry about them melting down an atomic power plant.
Do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with the committee?
My only comments would be, I think this is spelled out pretty clearly in my testimony. With all due respect to the folks that were here earlier, I do not share their optimism about security at nuclear power plants. which is not my, and I, by the way, am not an opponent of nuclear power. I'm not trying to shut down all the plants, nor am I trying to claim that they're not doing anything or they haven't devoted significant efforts. I don't think we have anything close to the security in place to be sure enough. And if you're talking about Indian Point and it melts down, you're potentially talking about evacuating this entire area, and not like for a few days, for forever. So we ought to be really, really sure.
And what questions would you be asking if you were in our position? What questions should be asked?
Well, there was a reference during the testimony to the design basis threat. The design basis threat is what the NRC tells them they have to defend against. So the NRC literally says, in these force-on-force exercises, this is the maximum number of attackers that you have to defend against. These are the types of weapons they're allowed to use. They set the terms, and then they have to defend against that. And that's a good system. Unfortunately, I think it's a good system if the threat is calculated by people who are really looking at the credible threat. Unfortunately, I think what's calculated first is how much it's going to cost to create a defense, how much threat that defense will defeat, and then the design basis, so you work the equation backwards. Now, so at the time of 9/11, the maximum size of an attacking force that the NRC said they had to defend against was 3 people. That was what the NRC said, that no terrorist group any larger than 3 people. They raised it after 9/11. I won't talk about the number here because it's all sensitive. They didn't raise it very much. I mean, there were 19 guys on 9/11. That's several times the size of the force. They also tell them what weapons they have to defend against, and there are a lot of very commonly available weapons that they have simply decided are not, it's not credible that as terrorists could use. So even when they do defeat the attacking force, and they often have trouble with that, you have to look at what that means in terms of the artificially low threat that they're being required to defend against. I mean, what I would say would be have a completely independent group of folks who are special forces types who would come up with this is what the scenario is. And then whatever defense is required to defeat that, then that's what we pay for. And if nuclear power isn't quite as cheap afterward, it isn't quite as cheap afterward.
Now, in our follow-up hearings on nuclear safety as suggested by Senator Golden, I ask that you give us input.
Absolutely.
And let's make sure that those hearings are extremely productive and we have a good dialogue.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Don Borelli. And Don is the Senior Vice President of Sufin Group and Senior Fellow at the Center for Advanced Defense Studies. Great. Okay. And Jimmy O'Neill. Hi, Jimmy. How are you? Jimmy's the Vice President of the Fraternal Order of Police. An all-around good guy.
Very good. Senators, thank you for having me. In the interest of time, I'll just summarize my statement, and then we can go right to question and answer. I left the FBI in December after 25 years of service. My last post was at the Joint Terrorism Task Force in New York in a leadership capacity as the Assistant Special Agent in charge. So the perspectives that I'm going to give you today are from my time on the JTT.
How long were you there?
5 years.
And you left what date?
In December 3rd of 2010, so I'm just out. A quick snapshot of the JTTF and how it's grown post 9/11, in large regard because of 9/11. Today, the JTTF has almost 400 federal agents and task force officers working side by side from approximately 53 participating agencies. It's the largest, most dynamic joint terrorism task force in the country. And it's been very successful, and I'd like to just name a few of the cases just for background that we've had great success in. We've spoiled a plot to bomb and flood the PATH tunnel. We've foiled a plot against the financial district and the stock exchange. We stopped a plot by Najibullah Zazi to bomb the New York City subway, and there's been many other threats that have not made the news that we've been able to thwart through good information and intelligence sharing between the agencies. I would like to tell you that the collaboration and the synergy that's created in this JTTF is very much responsible for these successes. We work side by side with DOD, CIA, NSA that are embedded with us, and that information sharing is as good as it's been. That's not to say that we haven't had some failures. I look back at Times Square, and even though we were applauded for rapidly catching Faisal Shahzad, identifying him, we look at that as a failure. Real success would have been stopping him before he planted that bomb in Times Square. So on that front, we know that we need to do better. I would like to just touch on one other aspect of the JTTF that I think is important and does not get as much airtime, if you will, and that is the international aspect of what the task force does. The New York office is responsible for conducting counterterrorism investigations in Western Europe and Canada and Africa. That's by order of FBI headquarters. But in addition to those areas, our agents and task force officers travel around the world collecting information from our foreign counterparts in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, South America, basically everywhere. And that information is extremely critical to the success of our investigations. And if you look at by example, the plots that we did thwart, there was a very big international aspect of those plots, and we were successful not only from what work we did in New York, but what information we collected overseas. I see that as being somewhat of a challenge now with what's going on in the Middle East, certainly, and that's a critical area, as you know, but a lot of the relationships that we've been able to build up, a lot of that conduit for sharing information now has been displaced, and the people that are still there are fully engaged with domestic issues, either holding on to their own jobs or their own regimes, or wondering what's going to be happening with their neighbors. This could have a significant effect, at least in the short term, of what happens here locally because of the critical nature of that information that we get from our foreign partners. So with that, I'll stop and either turn it over to Jimmy or open up for questions.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Senators. Very quickly, I'm a 20-year veteran of the NYPD. I'd like to give a special hello to Senator Golden, long-time friend and comrade. Former congressional aide where I focused on public safety issues. Since 2004, I've been government liaison to the Center for Advanced Defense Studies, a national security group and think tank in Washington, D.C. I'm a three-term vice president of New York State Fraternal Order Police with over 20,000 members, and I'm honored to also be president of the Stephen Driscoll Memorial Lodge, named after my former friend and comrade who was killed in the 9/11 attacks, Steve Driscoll. Senator Ball and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you know, terrorists are determined to attack this country by any means necessary and will continue to do so. This time I'd like to take the opportunity to reference some findings put forth by the Vigilance Project, which was published by the New York State Intel Center in December of 2010. This was an analysis of the 32 terrorism cases against the Homeland since 2001, and it was deemed law enforcement sensitive. Some key findings were: there is no definitive terrorist profile, except trends in basic pedigree information that suggest individuals are largely young males, 18 to 33, who explicitly support or follow Islamic ideology. The threat of homegrown terrorism is real. Over half of the individuals in this report were U.S. citizens, and 70% of those U.S. citizens were natural-born citizens. U.S. transportation systems and military facilities remain high-value targets. Use of explosives was the most common tactic in Homeland plots. Groups likely form easily when members live in the same community. And post 9/11, New York State remains the primary target for all terrorists, as we know. As such, the collection and analysis of terrorist information assists law enforcement, Homeland Security partners in preventing future attacks will be an ongoing effort at the New York State Intel Center, better known as NYC. In a breakdown analysis of those arrested for terrorism offenses, there were 77 individuals who were analyzed, and 37 of those individuals, or 44%, had prior criminal contact with police involving a total of 111 charges. There were 13 other individuals whose prior contact with police could not be determined due to resources available. It is obvious to everyone involved in this counterterrorism effort that each one of these instances represents a possible opportunity to detect and deter an attack. It also provides an opportunity to identify associates and links to foreign entities through subsequent investigation. As such, law enforcement plays a critical role in the counterterrorism arena while performing routine duties. This underscores the importance of law enforcement remaining vigilant for any signs of terrorist activity, whether conducting a traffic stop, effecting an arrest, or responding to a citizen's complaint. Each encounter provides the potential opportunity for providing valuable information that could ultimately lead to the disruption of a terrorist plot. It is essential that we prepare our patrol officers for possible contact with terrorists of all types. Departments need to consider multifunctional training that has both traditional law enforcement and counterterrorism applications. In addition to our fusion centers disseminating information, one of the great tools available to the street cop is the Terrorist Screening Center in Washington that is a 24/7 operation. When an officer has a potential hit or isn't feeling right about a subject, they can call the center, which has the ability to high-side information, which is top-secret information. This happens live and each day. Approximately 75 to 150 calls come in, and then between 30 and 50% of these calls result in positive hits. Traffic stops account for 1/3 of these encounters with known or suspected terrorists. One of these car stops in L.A. revealed 3 different subjects who had 3 different intel cases open on them, and at the time there was no connection made between these 3 individuals. This was obviously used for our federal and international partners who were able to connect a lot of the dots, all due to a traffic stop by an alert sheriff's deputy. Unfortunately, according to Timothy Healy, the director of the Terrorist Screening Center, most cops still don't know about the TSC and may not make that call. We know about Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber, Olympic bomber Eric Rudolph, the Japanese red bomb maker captured by an alert trooper in New Jersey, Goose Creek, South Carolina, and the Virginia Jihad Network are all cases of local cops making a break. These are just some of the dozens of successes the frontline officers have contributed to the counterterrorism effort. In New York City, we intercepted bomb plots and cells in 96 and 04. In 2003, an alert transit cop noticed a suspicious group doing recon at a subway station in Queens, and that was also brought to a successful conclusion. In short, we have over 800,000 officers representing 18,000 agencies nationwide. Now, numbers here in New York are approximately 95,000 officers representing over 500 agencies. By contrast, the FBI has 13,000 agents nationwide, with only about 1/3 of them committed to the counterterrorism effort.
Jim, do you mind if I just ask?
Right here.
I have a question to it, and I think
sure.
I get your point, and I think that we all do. There's no doubt that it's the frontline troops, the boots on the ground, that provide the greatest safety network to make sure that a terrorist attack is thwarted. And that's why it's a little scary to see, other states receiving dollars and then watching places like Westchester County, Putnam County, Nassau, elsewhere, and even New York City have to compete for that funding, for training, and for preparation. My question between both of you is, how are the boots on the ground communicating at the highest levels? How are you getting that information? How is that intelligence, if it is being collected, not overwhelming? Because sometimes you can have too much intelligence. And what needs to be done to make sure that we're getting the most out of those traffic stops, out of those daily interactions, and then that information is being sent out?
Well, I'll have Don touch first
Yeah,
on the fusion
I can
center.
touch that. What happens is information comes in from a variety of sources, from the public via the internet, or from an officer that makes a traffic stop and they contact the screening center, and then they will find out that, yes, this person does have a potential history with terrorism, so forth. That information goes into a call center, essentially, that the JTTF has a 24/7 call center that gets that information, synthesizes it, will run it through the various databases and try to attempt as soon as possible what needs to be done for action. Everything that comes into that call center is followed up. Even if it sounds ridiculous on its face, it gets a follow-up investigation.
So you're responding to calls from rank-and-file members as well as the public?
For both. And in addition to that, there's also the fusion centers, which run in parallel, which also collect information coming in.
How many fusion centers are there?
There's, I believe, 17 regional centers in New York.
So if there's a clerk in a Home Depot and he or she sees that certain items are being purchased, does that automatically, I know it's a very specific example, but is that information automatically registered and sending a red flag, or are we waiting upon that clerk or that store to pick up a phone and make a call?
What happens is obviously the information that comes in is so vast. And it kicks out to, and a normal occasion would be what we call an FIL, Field Intelligence Officer. Out, say, in New York City, each command has one because the calls are just so vast. They will go out and do a preliminary investigation. If there's something more to it, if they think they see some smoke, basically it'll go right back to the JTTF.
I think, Senator, to answer your question, there's a human element involved in this, in that we're relying on the vigilance of people that are working in these various businesses where they might sell chemicals that could be used for a bomb or things of that nature to contact law enforcement, which is why it's critically important for law enforcement to do that community policing piece and engage the private sector, because they are a big piece in this overall strategy to be comprehensive. We need those partnerships. And if you look just recently what happened in the investigation in Dallas, Texas, it was an alert person at this chemical company that tipped off that investigation that then led to that individual's arrest. So that is an extremely critical piece of our strategy.
Don, if you could address one of the most eye-opening accusations that I heard today. I don't know if you were here for Frank Gaffney's testimony.
No, I wasn't.
Alleging that there are communities or sectors of communities or camps, referenced one by name, Islamabad, that law enforcement is aware of and not doing anything about for some unknown reason. It just sounds outrageous to me.
It's been reported in the press. He specifically spoke about Islamabad, but I guess it was a heck of an allegation. Do you have any information on that? Or?
I don't, and I wasn't here for his testimony. I apologize, so I can't comment specifically. But I can tell you that if there's credible information that comes in about activities, and this is not looking at a person's religious beliefs or their ethnicity, but it's the activities that are critical for us. If they are doing something that looks to be in furtherance of a terrorist activity, whether it's training or finance or anything that crosses into that threshold, then we will open an investigation and take a look at it. But simply just based on the fact that people are congregating to share their religious beliefs, we're not going to open an investigation on that because we can't, of course.
I think there's an awful lot that we need to follow up on, and this critical component of the frontline defense. A lot of questions about funding and training and communication. So we'll follow up. We're going to have future hearings. But I thank you both for your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Before you run, I just want to say thank you again for being here. But New York City is the gold prize for the fundamentalists, for the jihadists. And this is the year for it. It's not going to be around the nation. It's going to be here. And that's one of the reasons the chairman has put together this committee and put together this hearing today, so that we'll see if we're ready, prepared, and ready to go in there to make sure that we defend this great city and state. And I want to thank you for your testimony here today. We obviously have a long way to go, and we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next on the docket, and we're getting towards the end, is Dr. Robert McCrate. Nope. Oh, okay. Very good. Sorry about that. Brigadier General West Point Crab, but we won't hold that against him, and the Sheriff of Putnam County, Don Smith.
Yep, good.
Last and best. Sheriff
Thank
Smith.
you, Chairman Ball, members of the Veterans, Homeland Security, and Military Affairs Committee. It's a great honor to be here today, and I think I'm the guy you've been looking for all day.
Yeah, that's right.
Here I am. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to be here today at this very, very important hearing. I think it's important to note that as an Army veteran who served our country in both war and peace, and as someone who's been privileged to serve in law enforcement, that I have received that unique privilege to serve in two of the most noble professions that one can have, I believe, on the planet. And I think it's significant because when you look at this topic of Homeland Security, it's really what that's all about. It's about the melding of these two professions, the military and the national level and the local level of law enforcement. It takes every level working together to keep the nation secure, to secure our homeland. The very fiber of Homeland Security is epitomized by this. And we must have unity of effort in intelligence sharing, training, logistics, and operations that will keep our homeland safe. Chairman Ball, you've asked a number of people what is their greatest concern at night, and I can tell you what my greatest concern at night is. As both a retired military officer and as a member of the law enforcement community, I'm concerned about apathy, and I'm concerned about complacency. We've not had a major attack on the Homeland since September 11th, 2011, and you can see the apathy and the complacency setting in. You can see it setting in with funding. You can see it setting in with our budgets. You can see it setting in all areas, and it should concern us all here today.
Sheriff, can I just specifically, if I get you in a conversation, in Putnam County, how many train stops do you have in Putnam County?
Right now, we have the Hudson Line, which stops at Manitoga and stops at Garrison and stops at Cold Spring. On the Harlem Line, we have stops in Southeast and Patterson.
Okay. Now, one of the experts on weapons of mass destruction spoke of one of his fears, top fear, being biological. In what ways has the state, the federal government coordinated with you at the local level to make sure that if there were a biological attack in New York City, that those individuals who would be fleeing New York City and ending up in places like Westchester and in Putnam County, that Putnam County is properly prepared to respond to that attack?
Well, I think you're talking about the Madrid scenario is really what you're talking about, Senator Ball. We are working constantly with our partners at the state level. One of the questions that you asked the previous witnesses was about, how do they work with the local community? And that's really what we're all about. There's a program in New York State called Operation Safeguard. And you're taking me to a different part of my testimony, which you've done with everybody today, so I shouldn't be any different. But when you're talking about, and Senator Ball, I promise you I'm going to get through everything here today. You can take me off track, but I'm the last guy here today. I'm going to get through all my testimony. I think the point that's very, very significant about Operation Safeguard is that we are out in the public. We are working with the state police. We actually divvy up towns. The state police, for example, during certain times of the year when we're concerned about the heightened threat risks at train stations, we actually coordinate with the state police. For example, we may be doing the village of Brewster. They may be doing the town of Patterson. We have Cold Spring doing the Cold Spring station. Under Operation Safeguard, the issue about the Home Depot and the issue about nitrogen, fertilizers, and pool supply companies, we actually go out and visit the businesses within our communities, within our county. Fuel storage facilities. We're concerned about fuel storage facilities. Of course, in Putnam County, we don't have as many as, for example, Orange County with all the ones along the river in Newburgh, but we're working with all of the businesses within Putnam County and throughout the region, and law enforcement is doing that together as a team. And the good news about that program is that it's not only helping us get better response from the public, where the public is going to now call us because they know what we care about. They've been educated on what we're trying to look for. It also has improved the cooperation, coordination, communication between the various police agencies within the county. And that includes all agencies, including the state police, the FBI.
And Sheriff, I know that the amount of work that you're doing is absolutely commendable. To my question previously, and I used biological as an example, it could be radioactive. It could be a dirty bomb. Specifically to the transit lines on the MTA and the Metro North, because it goes to how we're interacting between the city, the authority, the federal government, the local government. I've seen disaster preparedness plans for Putnam County and surrounding counties that deal specifically with the population within their county. And one of my fears as a chairman of this committee is that we are asking local officials to prepare for a disaster preparedness plan that only takes into account their immediate backyard. So specifically, if there were a biological attack in New York City and you had individuals, either Putnamites or not, this could be the same for Westchester, that are streaming off those trains, how has the federal government prepared and funded, and the state, your offices to be able to prepare to that type of an attack?
There has been very little funding, but I will tell you the funding that we have received, we have put to good use. Let me give you an example. We used to depend on Westchester County and the New York State Police for an emergency response team. Since 9/11, we have established our own 24-member multi-agency emergency response team. We couldn't have done that with our local funding. We used Homeland Security funds, and the good news about Putnam County is we don't know the word billions. Even the word millions scare us. We can do a lot in rural Putnam County with $100,000, with $200,000. When we get $150,000 of Homeland Security money, we get big bang for the buck in Putnam County, and we have done that. This emergency response team, the training this team has had, this team has been actually utilized with this Operation Safeguard during the holiday period, has really, it's just one example of some of the things that we have done. The question is, have we done enough? No, we have not done enough. As a nation, we've not done enough. As a state, we've not done enough. As a county, we've not done enough. And this brings us back to another question. You've asked everybody, what's that thing that's really bothering you, Sheriff? Well, the thing that's bothering me is intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. The issue about the incident in Times Square, the bombing in Times Square, the fireworks going off in the car in Times Square. Intelligence is absolutely essential, and unfortunately, the country at large has cut back on human intelligence, and human intelligence is absolutely essential. It's not just ELINT and electronic means. We need more human intelligence. I will say from the witnesses that preceded me, their comments about the what used to be the UNIRIC, the Upstate New York Regional Intelligence Center, now the NYC, the New York State Intelligence Center, we have really come a long way. And intelligence sharing and working together, not protecting the information so much, having it so compartmented that the sheriff of a county can't have access to it. The good news is I think we've come a long ways since the days of 9/11, Senator Ball. But that's an area where we must be continuous to be vigilant. We have to continue to work the intelligence issues very hard, specifically the human intelligence. It's an area that I'm not comfortable with quite yet.
Any questions?
General Sheriff, I want to thank you for being here.
I'm not done. If you're done, Senator.
Keep going.
Okay. Can I just make a few more points, Senator Ball? Because I would really like to get this on the record. First of all, I would just like to say, this whole issue of apathy and of complacency is something that we have to be very, very careful about. The world is still a very dangerous place. There are many terrorist groups out there that hate us, that hate our way of life. And I think it's important to note the issue is not if we are going to be attacked. I keep hearing if we are going to be attacked. That's not the issue. The issue is when, and it will be when, because they're plotting against us right now. Now, obviously, if we had specific threat information, we would be acting on that, but it will happen. And I think it's important to note, and this is an important point for this committee, whenever that happens, it's going to be a come-as-you-are war. There will be no time for equipping, no time for training. Any of the training and equipping that we need to do need to be done now. And even in a recession, we need to protect the homeland. And this is why these hearings are so important. And if I could just share with you one critical example that America cannot let repeat itself, and that is after every war, and we want to wind down in Iraq, we want to complete our actions in Afghanistan and bring the troops home, but we can't continue to make the mistakes we've made throughout history. And probably the best example is Task Force Smith in Korea following World War II. And it applies not just at the national level, it applies at the state level and the local level as well. On June 25th, 1950, the communists from North Korea invaded the Republic of South Korea. And South Korea virtually lost vital battles north of Seoul and lost a good portion of its force equipment when a bridge over the Han River was blown prematurely. The United States deployed a 540-man battalion from Japan, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Smith, no relation. They wanted to block the North Korean forces north of Seoul. And so this battalion was deployed on the morning of July 5th, north of Seoul. Fire from their 75-millimeter recoilless rifles had no effect on the advancing enemy T-34 tanks. Task Force Smith had no anti-tank mines, no anti-tank guns. The 2.36-inch bazookas were obsolete and couldn't penetrate the armor. In less than 7 hours, Task Force Smith was overrun, and it had to retreat in a disorganized, confused manner, leaving their artillery behind. In short, Task Force Smith was the ultimate historical example of complacency, unpreparedness, with disastrous results for not only our American soldiers, but for our national security and for U.S. vital interests. The antithesis of Task Force Smith is a motto called peace through strength. I just have to put on the record that I am the chairman of the board of the American Security Council Foundation, which is an organization that promotes the motto peace through strength. In fact, we own the trademark to that motto, peace through strength. And if we take away anything from these hearings today, we need to make sure we leave here with the idea that we're not going to be reactionary, that we are going to act in strength and we're going to take appropriate action. That doctrine of peace through strength was put into effect during the presidency of Ronald Reagan. This is not a political statement. This is just a fact. If you recall, when Reagan was getting ready, President Reagan was getting ready to take the oath of office, the Iranians were preparing the hostages for release to come home. They did not want to deal with the doctrine of President Reagan. Colonel Muammar al-Gaddafi was silenced for almost a generation after being attacked by U.S. forces in 1986, and the Berlin Wall came tumbling down in 1989 without the firing of a single shot after 8 years of the Reagan administration. Not during his administration, but after his administration. It's important to note here today, when we're talking about peace through strength, that all Homeland Security operations are local. Now, we're talking nationally and we're talking the state level, but they are local. The action is local, the intelligence is local, the fight is local. And so we have to focus all of our resources at the tip of the arrow with the sheriff's departments, the police departments, all working together. And we have to make sure that the resources make it to the tip of the arrow. And I'm going to get to how you can help in just a second. Sure, we depend on the national intelligence. We depend on statewide intelligence. And we have to ensure that all this information is integrated, but every event occurs in someone's backyard. And it's important to note, from Putnam County, where we live, we are in the shadow of New York City. We are part of the New York City community. Our firefighters come down here and work. Police officers come down here and work. We're a bedroom community for New York City. And you've already asked about the rail lines. The rail lines, I'm worried about a Madrid scenario. The rail lines come right through Dutchess and Putnam County, right down through Westchester into New York City. We have to remember that even though Putnam County is a sleepy little beautiful county where the country begins, that terrorism can be staged out of Putnam County, and Putnam County should not be left out of funding when it comes to Homeland Security monies, and we need your help there. Now, we do get some, and we use it wisely, as I said earlier. All levels of government must work together and share information. Stovepipe organizations don't work. We've proven that, and I think we've come a long way to removing stovepipe organizations, but there's still more work to be done on that. Information and intelligence must be shared in near real time, and we're getting better on that. Our friends in the FBI, a gentleman named Dave Velasquez, who was the supervisory special agent in White Plains, probably was the gold standard on this when he was serving in that capacity. Intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. I've already said that, and I can't overemphasize that, and I think I've already made my point, so I'll skip that. We have many successful programs. I think it's important that we get on the record some of the successful programs we have in New York State. And I think at the local level, I can give you a good perspective on that. The Joint Terrorism Task Force. It's already been discussed. The experts have already given you their testimony. I will just say the Joint Terrorism Task Force is a big success, and we just got to keep ensuring that that remains up and running. The Putnam County Intelligence Group, where Putnam County meets as an intelligence group with resources from in the county and right outside the county, come together and share information, has been a very successful program, and our District Attorney Adam Levy and his staff have played a major role in that. The importance of local intelligence, the beat cop and the patrol deputy. That point was already made by Jimmy O'Neill, and I can't say enough about that. The idea of probably the best public information awareness program we have out there is if you see something, say something. Education awareness, the public are the eyes and ears of law enforcement, and as we talk about the law enforcement and the military function, let's not forget the public. The public is absolutely essential, and we just have to continue stressing that. I'm almost done. Training, training, training. We can't train enough. One of the biggest problems a local law enforcement agency has, or any law enforcement agency has, is training is expensive. We are staffed. We are staffed to go out there and serve the public. We have precious few training days. Homeland Security funds, and we've used them wisely in Putnam County. If you want to, in fact, I'll invite you out to some of our Putnam County training, but we have used our funds very, very wisely in Putnam County, and it has really helped us improve our professionalism and our standards of training. The emergency response team I already talked about. Let me just hit some effective programs. Operation Safeguard, I mentioned. Houses of worship, we're working very closely with them, especially at critical times when we know that terrorists would like to disrupt our way of life and to make it clear that we aren't safe and that we can't provide safety for our citizens. We work very closely with our houses of worship. I talked about the hotels, motels, pool supplies, bulk fuel storage sites. Senator Ball, you asked me about the mass transit and the railroads, and of course lawn and garden supplies. These are all critical. Couple quick points. The Marine Unit. We have a Marine Unit on the Hudson River. We work with the U.S. Coast Guard. We're involved in planning for Indian Point. We're involved in all kinds of enforcement on the Hudson River, along with our partner Orange County across the river, Carl Du Bois, the Sheriff of Orange County. We almost lost our funding from the state, and we got reimbursed at one time up to 76%. I think that funding's dropped back to 50%. And we almost lost it, I believe, in this budget, if I was getting correct intelligence from Albany.
Sheriff, it was this conference that kept that money.
Well, I thank you then. Let me applaud you, because that would have been a big, big blow to Putnam County, and I think I speak for all the sheriffs of New York State. If we lost that money, it would have been a big blow to us. And it not only affects routine law enforcement and safety on the river and lakes, it affects Homeland Security issues. The Disaster Preparedness Task Force in Putnam County, under the leadership of the Bureau of Emergency Services, the Health Department, the Sheriff's Office, the Red Cross, and BOCES, has been a winner. Safe communities. Ed Kowalski from 9/11 Families mentioned that program, Safe Communities. And I just want to say that is an absolute winner. I can't understand why all states, all counties within the state haven't signed up for Safe Communities. Safe Communities is a very, very simple program. What it involves is when an arrest is made, the person's biometric fingerprints are put not only in the Department of Justice database, they're also put in the Homeland Security database. This is essential to the safety of our communities, and I believe I have a great relationship with our immigrant population. I don't believe they think we're out there trying to do anything to hurt them or not treat them in a constitutional way, but it is just hard to believe that approaching the 10th anniversary after 9/11, that we have in this country 12 million or more people who don't have a valid identity. In other words, the only way for them to get an identity is to get arrested. Then they can get a valid identity. We need at the national level, with support from the state and the local level. We've got to solve this issue. You know, in Putnam County, we have specific information on any registered sex offender within the county. And yet we have a whole group of people, many of them whom are here because they want to work or they want to come to this country, but we don't have information on their status and criminal activity. Everybody else in the county virtually has a history, has a record. And so I would just ask that we work that. But Safe Communities is working well.
Sheriff, if you can just, we'll take all this into the record, but if we can just close up.
I'm wrapping up. The Merchant Alert Program is a program we have in Putnam County whereby we communicate with our merchants. It's an email-based system, and we can alert them on problems, either Homeland Security issues or law enforcement issues, and they can communicate with us. Where we need your help, this is the wrap-up. This is what you've been looking for all day. We need funding for Homeland Security programs, even in tough economic times. I asked you, don't cut law enforcement in tough economic times. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't salami slice the budget and take 10% from everybody. You're going to have to make the tough choices and stand up and look at what programs are needed and what programs fall below the line. Give law enforcement and Homeland Security programs priority. I want to thank you all for holding these hearings. By holding these hearings, I think you show us that you really do get it, that you really do want to make the homeland safe. And all I can tell you is that the men and women of our armed forces, my former profession, and the men and women of law enforcement, and of course all of our emergency first responders, our firefighters, and our emergency medical first responders, we're all working together as a team to make the country safe. We don't have all the answers, but we are working hard. Clearly, we can't celebrate. There's a lot more work to do. There's more funding that is needed, but we have to keep this committee active. We have to keep working together at all levels, and I pledge to you from Putnam County and from all the sheriffs and law enforcement in the state of New York that we're your partner. We're here to work with you. We thank you for everything that you do, and God bless you all, and God continue to bless New York State and the United States of America.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any closing comments?
Thank you, Sheriff.
I just have one. There's one number I'm going to take you to task on. That 12 million is a little short. I think it's over 20 million, the immigrant population in this country that has no face and no identification. And the fault of that lays at the federal government, that lays at the President, the Congress, and the U.S. Senate. And it's time that they did the job they're supposed to do. Thank you for your service, General. Thank you for your service, Sheriff.
Senator O'Mara.
Senator Ball, thanks for putting this hearing together. It's my pleasure to come down here and participate in this and keep the focus on these important issues for all of us across upstate New York. You know, me being from upstate, it's been a lot of good information for me to obtain throughout this hearing today, as well as how these issues relate not just locally at home, but across our state and across our country.
Well, I want to, Sheriff, I want to thank you and everybody. I know it's been a long day. But this is extremely important. These hearings were long overdue. The number of issues that we dealt with today were far-ranging and deep. And this is just the beginning. May 17th, we're going to have another hearing in Albany in the state capitol, and we'll continue to expand and drill down into these issues. Thank you, everybody, and stay safe.